What if your skin could look clear and blemish-free every day? Designed for oily
from beneath the sand. Place can take me across, seems so far away. Across this universe, she lives another day. I know the reason she's here. I know the reason she's so far away. I know the reason she's here. I know the reason she's so far away. far away.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night. Erase all of these broken dreams and flight. And we'll fly. Oh, we'll fly.
Well, we aren't here, but then we are.
Whoa.
I know. It's always a blast. We get to appear out of
magic.
thin air for your entertainment. Hello, everybody. I am TJ,
I'm Coleman.
and we are going to be doing some commentary over a modern Grand Prix trial. Today is going to be a 5 rounds, and then a cut to top 8. We are prepared. I've got some generic brand beverages of multiple types.
I've got my Mariners hat, and that's all I really need.
Really?
Yep, that's all I need until the end of the round.
Is it like Samson and his hair?
I cut all my hair off,
Oh my.
so I'm gonna treat it as something like that. I don't know where I was going with that.
His hat is a proxy for his hair.
Yep.
I'm sorry, it is a playtest copy of his hair.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, it should be a lot of fun. Some interesting decks, certainly not flooded with Eldrazi, which is
That's
kinda
very
fun.
true.
I think there are a couple. Doesn't seem to be a ton, and I feel like the modern metagame might be just hurting a little bit. But
Yeah.
a decent amount. We are still going to be having 5 rounds, which should be a whole lot of fun.
Yes, it should.
As always, if you guys do have any questions, any comments, or any feedback, please let us know. Right now, we are competing with the Star City Games. We are aware that that's somewhat of a losing battle, but hey, on
Yeah.
the bright side, we are not. We are that little bit of Zendikar that is not completely devastated yet.
That's true. We're the wooded bastion, if you will.
Ooh, the last bastion
Yeah.
of Zendikari freedom.
That's true. I'm okay being an ally in this metaphor.
Nothing like a good metaphor to start off your day.
Yep.
I had a sandwich and I'm feeling like $1,000,000. How about you?
I had a generic Starbucks brand Frappuccino. We're good.
You had a generic brand of a type of beverage that is only sold at a single business?
Yep.
Gotta love
I had
generic.
an actual generic brand Danish too.
Delightful. So,
Ooh,
one of the
so good.
biggest pluses of today is that we are even going to get to have deck lists.
Oh, I'm not. Whew.
I know. It's going to be an absolute blast. We get to say, give us your card. Well, not the cards themselves, but
Yeah.
at least some good
Give us
knowledge.
your information.
Yes.
Yep.
Ooh, espionage at its finest. We are hiding in a back supply closet / forest.
But we really run this tournament.
Yeah.
No, we don't.
And as always, any kind of feedback also appreciated. There is a post right now on the Reddit r Modern Magic. If you guys ever do have any kind of feedback, feel free to let me know through that as well. That is certain. Hyped for the GPT player count. You know, I'm actually not sure what our final player count is, but we shouldn't be too long out from having that one.
Not at all.
No, I think it's actually a little bit less than I was expecting, and I think, such is life. I think it's somewhere right around 20, give or take a few.
Yep.
Which is all right by me. I can certainly get by with that. As for will every match be Eldrazi, I'm going to try not to.
I can kind of confirm not every match will be Eldrazi.
Yeah, I was walking around, and to my knowledge, there are only, I think, 2 of them out there.
Yeah,
There might be a third hiding from me.
Yeah.
So, should be really excellent. I'm always excited, and plus just spending, a completely non-zero amount of hours sitting back here talking with you guys, always going to be good. So,
Definitely.
one thing that we're going to be trying to do is just have a good amount of fun with it. There are going to be some different rules with how it usually is.
Yeah.
We can't quite bring people over whenever we kind of feel like it, because it is something that, it's a judged event, and there's a little bit more of a rules enforcement level.
Who is the judge today?
It is John.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, fantastic.
Yeah.
Nice judge. I always like him. He's come out for several of our events. Really solid judge. We're going to give him a little bit of a bump.
Yeah.
But for John. Nonetheless, it's going to be a whole lot of fun.
Don't worry. He'll know.
Does mean that 2 things are going to happen, and that is a little bit based on what you guys would like to see. If you guys would like us to, at certain points, just kind of cut to music and say, hey, we'll be back in this amount of time for the next round, if we can't get anyone over there. Or, and I guess I should have run this past you as well, but we are open to the idea of just sitting back here, talking with you guys, and having a blast.
I enjoy talking.
The fact that we're going to be here for about 8 hours means that we might have to make the occasional break to, go actually move our legs and other such things, but nonetheless, it's going to be a fun day.
Maybe get an actual sandwich.
Maybe get an actual generic brand sandwich.
Yep.
And then you can feel like $1,000,000%.
1,000,000%. That's a lot of percentage points.
That is more than 100%.
That's fair. That is about 1,000 times more.
I am the kind of person that doesn't talk negative. I am very subtly quoting the Macho Man Randy Savage right now. It's been a big new game of mine to just quote Randy Savage whenever possible.
Well, you can't go wrong with the Macho Man.
Absolutely. The cream rises to the top.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nonetheless, I'm
Snap
seeing
into a
people...
generic brand Slim Jim.
So, Poke Player Tebin, Crunchy Bubbles, Potatoes versus Potatoes. Hello and welcome to all of you. I'm glad to see you again, and I know that there are some others of you that are just not participating in that chat. Want to say welcome to all of you as well. It's going to be a great day, and I'm nothing but excited. I think right now they are currently in the players' meeting, so should be getting going a little bit as they just collect those deck lists. Give them a quick rundown of how this tournament is going to be running.
Make sure there are no errors on them.
Exactly. And
Very important for you folks at home. Make sure your deck list is correct.
Oh, very important. Nothing like losing to the judge more than anything.
Yeah.
Alright, now I'm going to respond to this quick thing on the Reddit post.
I've definitely lost more than one game to deck reg errors. My favorite being playing Splinter Twin, forgot to register Splinter Twin.
Really?
Yep.
They forgot to register Splinter Twin in the namesake of the deck? Are they not aware that the deck name that's actually not one of the card lines?
You'd think so, but I've seen people not remember to register Scape Shift. Birthing Pod was a big one.
How curious. I had
Putting down the wrong Anafenza is a big one, too.
Oh.
Yeah.
Especially if you're going to be naming it with a pithing needle, they have to know the right one.
Yep.
Very important there.
So Bobarigmos is not Bobarigmos Enraged.
That is true.
Yep.
Things that what are some things that you were excited to see today?
I'm actually excited to see Eli playing my deck, but I'm a little narcissistic like that.
That's fair.
I'd actually really like to see the Death and Taxes list that's going around.
Yes. Okay. I know that there is a hate priest out there.
Yep.
Here's what I'm excited. There's a Jund Legacy ported in.
Yes, I'm.
Zombardment.
I hope he wins the tournament.
Using things like Greater Gargadon to suspend that in the early, and then use that as his
sack engine for Sprouting Thrynax.
Yep. So there is a Goblin Bombardment out there, and
except he can't play Goblin Bombardment because it's not legal.
No, let's call it Zomgargantuan. Oh, no.
I'm calling it Greater Sacrifice.
Ooh, okay, that's a really good one.
Yep. Also, Greater Good.
You should start naming things.
It can't be worse than Mardu Green.
True. If there's one thing that I can agree with about everything, it's that standard naming conventions are absurd.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
It's like 2-color decks are called 3-color decks, 4-color decks are called 3-color decks. And
the only one that's made sense to me is 4-color Rally.
Yeah, that's that and Tarka Red makes sense to me.
Yep, Tarka Red makes a lot of sense.
Everything else really just seems to be about tossing a clan name and then telling what your deck is.
Yeah, like Esper Dragons.
That's another good one. Rakdos Dragons, that's a good one. But those all actually name the deck and tell me what I can expect to see.
But then Blue Abzan and...
And I mean, if you were to tell me Jeskai Black, I would be confused about what was going on with your deck.
Yeah, why don't we just name them after the Nephilims?
Ooh, I'm playing Ink-Eye.
Yeah.
That sounds intimidating.
And Witchmaw.
Ooh, that's even better. What other ones are there?
I think there's Yortiller.
Yortiller, wow. Are you playing a Yortiller? No, Yortiller.
No, I don't know who's on third.
Dunebrood?
Oh, that's a good one. Glintai is another great one.
Dunebrood, Glintai, Ink Treader. Witchmaw
and Yortiller. Yep.
That's but still a pretty solid
5
selection.
Nephilims.
The trick is just trying to remember which ones are which.
Yeah, that is more Nephilims than I thought there were. Honestly,
there's only 5. I mean, how did you? Think
I thought there were only 3.
I mean, it's. How often do you? You know what? Yeah, I'm sure you just haven't come across them.
I used to know all of them, too.
Exactly. But Modern, in a pretty interesting place, continuing to be attacked. We have been seeing all weekend and on previous weekends, still a high count of those Eldrazi decks, and it is leaving people, even the people who were the most even-tempered about the Eldrazi decks, at least starting to question.
Yeah, I got turned on, especially on this new blue-white list that I didn't see before.
Very cool.
I knew Eldrazi Displacer was pretty nuts. Didn't think it was mirror breaking. I didn't know it was Kiki Jiki.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, the numbers that they put up are staggering, and again, still trying to hold out, but more and more likely April should be an interesting time. And in the meantime, it's all about adaptation to
definitely
handle the meta as it currently sits. My way of going about it currently is to affinity decks, decently match up, to certainly have some rough things.
I would go to Abden Company.
Obs Company, a really good spot as well.
Infinite Life is pretty hard to beat.
I know that there is a Lantern Control out there.
It's also a good one.
Yeah, it's really solid. The only thing is that it has some troubles against the green-red version and the blue-white version.
Especially the blue-white version.
Because of those disenchants and other things. So, I think I hear them getting close to ready, and, I mean, it's going to be a good time. But, as always, that chat being active is one of our absolute favorite things here. So, if you do want to toss anything in there, we like any kind of questions, any kind of discussion, or feedback is also very good about things that we can improve or keep doing. But if you guys have any questions, we're more than happy to answer them as able. Sometimes during a match, it may delay it a little bit, and we'll just have to wait and try and get to that later. But that, and then any kind of discussion points, and it also matters for you guys have the ability to interact with each other as well, and that's always fun. Okay, so we are getting our first match. It is going to be Lewis up against Troy. Now, I do know what Troy is on, and we're going to be getting these deck lists.
Yeah, I know Lewis is on Burn.
Interesting. So Burn up against Green-Red Tron. Certainly not a bad way to start it off, as I devastate that.
All right, let's see if Troy can follow up his performance last night with trying to restart a Karn game with maybe an Eidolon this time.
Is this Naya Burn?
I believe so.
Okay. So, should be a lot of fun. We're just going to wait to get a little bit more information there, and if you could just open up to keep an eye on that.
Okay. They have not started yet.
Okay, so I think he's just getting us a little bit of early information, and we should be heading down to that match up early. So, for those of you who may be unsure of what these two decks are, Green-Red Tron, what we can expect out of it.
It is the worst. You have to be a special type of person
I really
to play
should
Tron.
have talked about Burn. Burn is like my thing.
Yeah, that seems like a bit of a punt there.
Green-Red Tron uses the 3 Tron lands. And what they will be using is that Urza's Mine, Urza's Tower, Urza's Power Plant. Try to assemble those ones as quickly as possible while using Pyroclasms and Kozilek's Return to try and keep the board clear.
Yep.
You're able to use Ancient Stirrings, Sylvan Scrying, and Expedition Map to really tutor up those lands.
Yep.
And once they do, they start playing some really just haymaker cards ahead of curve. Karn Liberated, Ugin the Spirit Dragon, Wormcoil Engine, and eventually topping that curve out at Ulamog, and actually I think he is running a copy of Emrakul in his deck. So we are going to be seeing that from Burn, hyper-aggressive deck, really looking to cast 7 spells at the end of the day. Those Naya colors allow them to have a Tarka's Command and Boros Charm. The Tarka's Command able to act as another mainboard Skullcrack effect, and Boros Charm dealing 4 damage, a better damage to mana ratio. Otherwise, a pretty linear deck, probably going to be hoping to get a creature out early. Do you know if he is on the Nikado version?
I think he still is. I know he was wavering for a while.
Okay. If you could take another quick look.
Okay, you guys started yet?
I think they're getting close. So,
how close are we to getting deck lists?
We're super close.
Deck lists?
Oh, you guys want the deck
Yeah, I was
lists?
going to say if we could get deck lists.
Excellent. And we are going to get those. So, let's go ahead and head on down to the match where they are getting ready to begin.
Yep, looks like they're shuffling up.
Who is your personal edge going to?
I think my head would go to Lewis, because Eidolon the Great Revel is going to be really good against all the stars and spheres.
Stars and Spheres, yes. And I'm actually going to give it to Burn as well. Just the biggest issue is Troy needs to protect or land a Wormcoil Engine. Wormcoil Engine is the important card.
Easily just have Tron on 3.
True. So, let's see it.
Yep.
Okay, so both players getting ready. We've got Troy on the left. Been playing...
They're alphabetical.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Been playing Green-Red Tron for a decent amount of time. And Lewis, I'm not sure how long Lewis has been on Burn.
I can tell you it's been more than at least 3 weeks. That's Lewis's. Looks like he is on the Wild Nacatl.
Yeah, some interesting things out of this deck. There are the 4 Wild Nacatl. Any other interesting things is a 1 of Skullcrack and 1 Helix in the main board. Going for a little bit of a mix, and then running more Skullcracks in the sideboard. And then 2 Grim Lavamancer in the main, which I really like.
Yep. And it's interesting that Troy has a Spellskite in the main, which may end up just acting as gain 1 life against these lightning bolts.
12. Sorry, didn't try to... Alright, and I think we are at around 18 to 20 players, just as a heads up for that. So, Naya Burn up against Green-Red Tron. A Searing Blaze in this main board as well. That is going to be not too effective, but it is only a 1 of, when normally you see that a little bit higher. I personally run 3 in mine.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Searing Blaze.
So the fact that he's actually a little bit lighter on that could be really nice in this matchup going into it. Okay.
Looks like Logan. I'm used to saying Logan too much. Troy is on 3 Worm Coils in the main, actually. He has the 4th one on the board, and in the sideboard. I don't want to spoil it, but there's a very interesting card there.
There is a very interesting card. Hopefully we will get... And actually it will be coming in against this.
Yeah, I would imagine.
So Lewis going down to 5 saw a pretty decent 6, except for the fact that it was missing any sort of that land, which is mildly important to this game.
Yeah, a little bit.
So Troy keeping his 7, Lewis off to already a bit of a disadvantage by going down to this 5. Certainly not unwinnable.
No, not at all.
Especially with a fairly favored mainboard match. But Troy, one things that we can expect... Burn has kind of improved their Burn matchup decently, and actually a pretty solid looking hand for Lewis. The 4 Nature's Claim, Spellskites, extra Worm Coil Engines, and of course that super spicy card.
Yep, why ruin the surprise?
Of course, we like surprises. So we're gonna have a turn 1 Stomping Ground, likely into a Lava Spike.
I'd like to see that Rift Bolt, I think.
Oh, does he have a Rift Bolt in hand as well?
Yeah, I believe that's a Rift Bolt.
Okay. And if you could ask him to swap that.
Lewis, lands him back.
And a Chromatic Sphere for Troy. So that Chromatic Sphere allows him... This is one of the big cards that helps him dig through his library. And a Wild Nacatl, which is only going to be a 2/2, but still a pretty decent clock. But this Chromatic Sphere going to allow him to start fixing some of those colors.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and bring that one up. And Troy just getting a swing from that Grim Lavamancer to go down to 19. And a Sylvan Scrying, cracking that Chromatic Sphere to go for a Sylvan Scrying. This is one of the cards, and we're going to see him going for that 3rd piece of Tron.
He is going to have Tron on turn 3, which is very important.
It is in line with his game plan.
Yeah.
So if he does have that Worm Coil Engine in hand, Lewis does have the Atarka's Command, which is going to be really big for possibly buying any amount of time against this. Because once that Worm Coil Engine gets any kind of swing in, things start going downhill.
Yeah.
Lewis also having trouble only on a single land. That Karn, you know, if you're dropping a Karn turn 3, I'd almost say don't worry about the creatures. If you can get them down to 0 lands with missing land drops.
I would definitely target the lands at this point. Although it doesn't look like he actually has anything to do with it.
No, so none of those haymakers. The deck does top deck pretty well.
Yep.
Alright. And looking to get to his 2nd land, but instead drawing a Boros Charm. Once he does get to that, he's going to be in a
found
decent
that 2nd
spot.
land.
And that is not the card I was looking for.
So there's a question here for you. Would you attack and then Atarka's Command, or just Boros Charm?
Would I attack and then Atarka? I would probably save that Atarka's Command now that I know I'm against Tron.
Okay.
And try to save that to use it against a Worm Coil Engine when needed.
Okay.
So I'd probably save that Boros Charm and just keep the consistent damage. And eventually that's using that as a life gain prevention.
Okay. And then I assume you would also attack with the Lavamancer?
Very likely. The graveyard, you know, it's getting full enough to where it might be worth keeping it back. But all things considered, probably not the biggest priority, because that 2 damage is going to be a really nice reach once you kind of have more of a board stall happening.
Okay.
Right now, if you can get that Boros Charm and just keep that mana efficiency at the highest, because right now, to do that Grim Lavamancer, you would end up just having an open mana at the end of turn. And mana efficiency is the name of the game when you are playing Burn.
Yeah, and also I think you maximize damage like this, because then the Lavamancer will buy you damage later in the game.
Yeah, by still having those cards in the graveyard. Unless Troy happens to hit his Relic of Progenitus, which I think is a 2-of in the main board. But that's also not a really high priority. And actually going to be going for this Atarka's Command play. Certainly not incorrect.
No, not at all.
Unless Troy has got a Kozilek's Return in hand. Then it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, well, then that is, as we say, pretty bad.
Yep, but that Wild Nikado up to a 4/4, and that Grim Lavamancer are going to go to 2, so that's going to be 6 damage plus another 3, so that's 9 damage.
Yeah, he is actually dead this next turn.
Yeah, so looking at those kinds of numbers, definitely not a bad call. Basically, no out for Troy. Lewis is going to take this one with that Boros Charm, possibly even up at the upkeep is, you know, the capability.
And even a Karn won't save him here.
Nope, Karn will not save because he does have those attacks, and then a Lava Spike in hand as well. So, going to be a pretty quick and easy game.
Mulligan to 5, no problem. Opponent has Tron on turn 3, don't worry about it.
Hey, this is why you play Burn.
Yep.
It's the cream of the crop.
Didn't think I'd say this, but that Ugin is just too slow. That turn 4 Ugin, not gonna get it done.
No, it is not. It'll wipe the board. And going for an Ulamog now, actually.
Ooh, that actually changes some stuff up.
This could be interesting.
Yeah.
And if he's taking down both lands, that actually does do a decent amount to give Troy an out.
Yeah. Although, if Lewis does draw a land, he is dead.
No, and he doesn't.
He doesn't draw the land.
So he's still got a lot of time, interestingly enough, but in a surprisingly tight spot.
Yeah.
One thing that I probably would have done is swing now, because you get Troy down to 3, and that means that a single land puts you within a kill range.
I also would have attacked, because there's this Ugin is gonna... If Troy was gonna live at 1, this is not gonna end up well.
Pac-Man sneaking into the
Yeah, that's about right.
And there's the Ugin. And this is kind of why I was hoping I would see Lewis swing, even if it's just for 1.
Yeah.
Because getting him down to 3 now, granted, he's still got...
There's 20 cards off the top of your library.
And he's only got 1 turn.
Yeah.
So actually, I think Tron is about to take this game.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because, granted, it's only if Lewis draws a land on this next one that he had that win.
Yeah. And I mean, you got to play to your outs.
Exactly. But it's certainly possible that he had the win available to him.
Yeah.
So.
And knowing Lewis how I know him, he's going to draw the land.
Oh, naturally.
Yep.
So down to 5, and let's see if it mattered or not. And actually, since it's a Lava Spike still... Nope.
Wouldn't have mattered.
Wow, so Green-Red Tron with that Ulamog being able to take down both of those lands bought actually a pretty nice chunk of time. Able to pull out that win when I had personally kind of
I'd written him off too.
So, good job by Troy to actually stay in that matchup, playing to the outs again. Always an important thing, and being pretty patient. So, let's go ahead and toss out...
Droplet.
So this card that we have coming in out of the sideboard, and certainly it's nothing brand new,
but
in
it
Tron,
is sweet.
But it is sweet. Cards that I'm expecting. There is Thragtusk in there. Warping Will is a possible option.
Yep.
I could see him bringing in some Warping Wills only because they take down Rift Bolt. They take down
Lava Spike.
They take down...
They'll also kill Grim Lavamancer.
They kill Grim Lavamancer and Monastery Swiftspear. So I could see him wanting to bring in those Warping Wells. Other than that, an extra Worm Coil Engine, probably 4 Nature's Claim, and a Spellskite.
Probably.
A lot of sideboard for Tron. Since Twin kind of went away, they're able to dedicate a lot more of those sideboard slots to other harmful matchups.
Yes.
One of those being Burn, historically.
Yeah.
So cards that you expect to take out. Probably Emrakul, because the matchup, it's not going to go late enough that that's going to have a huge impact.
Emrakul is just basically a bad Worm Coil Engine.
Essentially, yep. Other things that I would expect to take out, probably the 2 Relic of Progenitus.
Yep.
I could see pulling 1, maybe 2 of those Karn Liberated. because
Yeah.
they're not the huge haymaker that you hope
Yep.
them to be. And you're bringing in a Wormcoil Engine and a Thragtusk. Both of those are going to be really nice in its place.
Yep. I could see him boarding out the Kozilek's return.
Kozilek's return might just be a little bit too slow.
Yep.
And if you're going to be bringing in some other things that might combat that,
Yep.
this deck doesn't have a whole lot of creatures, and that 2 damage not going to be hugely impactful. Possibly, maybe going to take out, maybe could just go to 3 of those wiping effects while also keeping up the Nature's Claim, Spellskite, Wormcoil Engine, Warping Whales, and Thragtusk, which is pretty solid. And the Warping Whales, again, probably the most unsure option there.
Yep. Eldrazi is taking over the format. You weren't aware of this? But in terms of in Lewis's sideboard, we've got. Unfortunately, he didn't come with any Molten Rains today, which this would be the matchup to have him. I believe he's playing Ensnaring Bridge instead.
I'm also pretty you know, really, if there was ever a time to be running Molten Rain in Burn, this is that time.
Yeah. If I was playing Burn right now, I would not leave home without Molten Rain.
Other things that we have, Destructive Revelry as a possibility. Can't go for those rocks, but not going to be fantastic.
Yeah. I would not board in the Ancient Grudge here.
Probably the Ensnaring Bridges and the Skull Cracks, really the 2 biggest things for me.
Although it's interesting, he's playing Ancient Grudge over Smash to Smithereens.
That is an interesting, and I think what it is because Burn is not particularly favored against Affinity, and if you're expecting that, lose a little bit of percentage points against like the aggression, but give more versatility against that. So, a Monastery Swift Spear off of a basic Mountain for Lewis, and a quick aggressive start against Troy, putting him down to 19, and Troy leading with a basic Forest into an Ancient Stirrings, which means 2 things. One, that Troy is looking for something right now.
Yes.
Because sometimes if you already have a game plan, you'll save those Ancient Stirrings until you know exactly what you need. Mm-hmm. Also, the fact that he's leading with this basic Forest means that he is not going to be getting that turn 3 Tron, as by definition, but it also means that if he's not even like leading into one of those and maybe a star, he's really looking to assemble that Tron right now. So could be seeing a bit of a slower start out of Tron in this game too. Probably going to be doing a Monastery Swift Spear and then the Rift Bolt.
Suspending the Rift Bolt, yep.
Yeah, and that's going to really lead into a pretty powerful turn 3. You want how fast can Tron win? It depends on how you consider the term win. If you mean lock out the game to be unwinnable for your opponent, sometimes as soon as turn 3 or turn 4, depending on the board state. But as far as the deck just applying that pressure to win, I would say maybe turn 6 if you just land the turn 4 Ugin or turn 4 Ulamog.
Yeah, that will essentially lock up the game. But
and a Spellskite for Troy here.
I think I would just fire that Rift Bolt right at his face.
Yeah, you fire the Rift Bolt at the face because that means 2 things. One, you're going to either deal the 3 damage that you're hoping to deal, or he's going to redirect that to the Spellskite, and to block any of these Monastery Swift Spears, you're taking 1 less, but then you are disabling that Spellskite as a blocker if Troy wants it to stick around.
That's very true.
So right now, going to be potentially 3 damage if he redirects it to the Spellskite. That still means that you're getting 4 damage off of these Swift Spears. So actually, Troy making the better play. You take the 3 and keep up that 1 to be able to block.
Although, if he does block, this Tarka's command is just going to cause it to cause one of those Swift Spear to eat that Spellskite.
Yes, and that Atarka's command is going to be an absolute house right now.
That is going to be incredible.
So going to trade with that one, deal 3 damage, and deal another 3 damage from that one. So that's 6 damage, putting Troy down to 8.
No? Yep, it's
2 prowess triggers, so that's 3 damage plus this, so yeah.
And then the Rift Bolt. So it's a second prowess trigger and then +1/+1. So they're actually 4.
Oh, because of the +1/+1, you're right. So Troy going down to 7 at this point.
And that Swift Spear is just going to eat that Spellskite.
Yep, absolutely. Going to have a very positive trade with that one.
So he's at 7.
Okay.
But Lewis has a bunch of lands in his hand, unfortunately.
Lewis does have a bunch of lands, but as far as establishing a board early and fast, that's about as good as it gets. And Troy still delayed. Really, Troy looking to land maybe a Thragtusk next turn. Otherwise, he is in a huge amount of trouble.
Yeah, I don't believe he... if he has Tron. I guess
he does have a Ugin, so he can use...
If he has Tron next turn, you can Ugin.
Which isn't going to be incredible, but it can wipe the board and at least slow down Lewis to where he's dependent on those top deck spells.
But Boros Charm off the top will win the game for Lewis.
Boros Charm off the top will win, and Atarka's Command off the top will win.
Rift Bolt actually I think wins.
Actually, any burn spell.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Any burn spell that's not Searing Blaze.
If it is not a creature, then this is a win. And
That's a Goblin Guide.
Certainly not bad, and that's going to provide 4 and put Troy down to that 3 range, which means that, again, any top deck burn spell is going to be a win. So
that is a trigger on Goblin Guide.
And we have a Sylvan Scrying on top, so we are now aware of some of the draws, and if Troy doesn't have Tron, he has the capability to assemble Tron next turn. So down to 3, and if Lewis ends up drawing any bird spell before Troy can start gaining some life, he's in a great position.
Although, this is Tron.
A Thrag Tusk right now is going to be backbreaking.
I believe it's an Ugin.
That is an Ugin the Spear. And actually a pretty nice looking one to all things considered.
Yeah, man. Yeah, if I was Lewis, I wouldn't crack this fetch. Because that way, if you draw Searing Blaze, you can still landfall.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. But I think he actually does have another fetch in hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he at least has that other land, so I don't think that that's a huge consideration at the moment. But that is a great point to anybody running Burn, is that if you have a fetch land and you don't need to crack it,
don't crack it.
Don't crack it, because that Searing Blaze becomes an active card that you can use on even on your opponent's turn.
Although, I did see that Lewis brought in the bridges here.
Okay.
Which I don't think I'm a fan of. They will... Yeah, that Lavamancer not very good here.
It's really going to just buy time more than anything.
Yeah.
Because that Ugin is just probably going to point a lightning bolt at it. Doesn't really have the option not to.
Yeah, well, there's a Karn off the top, too.
But that Karn, again, not going to be super effective. No cards in hand. Does have that fetch land. Again, we're hoping to see Lewis not activate that and just start going for that top deck. All kinds of time, but Lewis in that interesting position to where at 5 lands, and when you consider that this particular one is only on 3, 6, 10, 18 land, his odds are decent right now.
Yeah.
Certainly positive odds. And so, yep, I'm going to bolt that and maybe just keeping back some of those cards. I'm not sure if we have... Okay, and there's the Karn.
I think I'd go after that Stomping Ground.
See, if I'm Troy...
Although I might actually try to go for that fetch land.
Yep. It's basically, you have to wonder, is the Atarka's Command or the Searing Blaze more likely?
Yep.
I think Troy making the right play, since that Searing Blaze is only a 1-of, and it likely could have been sided out.
Yeah. I really hope Lewis doesn't draw a Searing Blaze off the top, because he is going to be very sad.
And what we have is now dropping an Eye of Ugin, or fetching up an Eye of Ugin. A little bit interesting to see him. I guess he couldn't actually do both of those abilities and play the Karn. So next turn he'll be dropping that, and he does have the capability to 2-drop his other spell Skite and play that next turn.
I think if I was Troy, I think I'd try to fade more draw steps. Which means, I'm probably not going to be able to beat 2 burn spells off the top anyway. I think I would just try to get a Wormcoil Engine to play as fast as possible.
That's a decent point. Yeah, and Wormcoil Engine, the biggest thing is that he can tutor for that and play it.
Oh, okay. So, Tarkus Command off the top. Yep.
That fetch land really enabling that, and we have got Lewis getting a game too. Game time, certainly correct. Does need that. I think, to my knowledge, we were both kind of making that thing of if he goes for the Wormcoil Engine.
Yeah,
which
that's...
now that Karn hits, certainly a card staying in his hand isn't as definable, but I think we were both under the assumption of when Troy goes for that Wormcoil Engine that the Searing Blaze would be active.
Yep.
Certainly, we didn't really define that. So
also, if he drew Searing Blaze, he can actually kill him in response to the Thrag Tusk trigger. So...
all kinds of awesome there.
Yeah.
So, we're going to be going to a Game 3, and it looks like getting a little bit of sideboarding there. Pulling out those Grim Lavamancers, which is not a bad call for this burn player. They're not going to be hyper effective. You know, one of the greatest things about that Grim Lavamancer is that either in the grindy games or against the creature aggro, it provides a huge amount of that reach or taking on creatures. This is not that matchup where you either need that last bit of reach or to take down those small creatures. You know, you want to get this game closed out as fast as possible.
Yes, that's for sure.
And so I'm okay with him pulling out those Grim Lavamancers, and I'm a bit curious to see what he's bringing in their place. Possibly some of those Skullcracks. He does have 3 cards there.
Yep.
The only other thing that I could see would be some number of Destructive Revelry to take down opposing Spell Skites.
Okay, I mean, I wouldn't be locked into the Revelry so much. because there are only so many targets.
Absolutely true. And that's one of the things is playing Affinity. These days, I don't actually bring in Artifact Destruction very much anymore. Because since we've had Battle for Zendikar and Oath, the number of artifacts in this deck has dropped dramatically.
Yes.
Basically, we're looking at Chromatic Star, Chromatic Sphere, Expedition Map, and Wormcoil Engine.
Yeah, and Wormcoil Engine isn't even that good to target with one removal
And
spell.
Wormcoil Engine, again, I'd rather hit it with a Path to Exile if I'm a burn player.
Yep.
Those are not in Lewis's deck.
Yeah,
he's instead going for the Pyrite Spellbomb.
I think that's funny, and I really want to hear him say, yeah, I killed a core Firewalker with it.
That's pretty much why, but you can do the same thing with
Yeah, with
the
the
Path to
Path,
Exile.
yeah.
I'm usually preferential to the Path to
Yep.
Exile play. I mean, there is definitely that downside of giving them that extra land, but Magic, especially when you are an aggro deck, is so much more often a matter of fuel as opposed to resources.
Yeah.
Which is that's the exact same thing, but it's more about having that gas as far as plays to make than the capability to make those plays.
That's very true.
And so, when it comes down to taking down a Wormcoil Engine or Core Firewalker, I would much rather give them that land
that's
than
very
I
true.
would have more things that I can't handle.
Yeah. Also, something I'm a little bit surprised not to see is any deflecting palms.
You know, that's another one that has been pretty popular.
It's especially good against Infect.
Not as good as you would hope, though, because it does prevent the damage and then redeal it, so it doesn't act as a source.
It won't deal
Infect.
poison damage, but when your deck is all about dealing regular damage.
Mm-hmm. And against Boggles, it has a lot of fun.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And there is a Boggles out here. So Deflecting Palm, a pretty common one. He is running Crumble to Dust, which is surprising, and that is one card... Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's Troy's deck.
Yeah.
That's running Crumble to Dust. That threw me off. Woo.
We would have gotten bold.
No kidding. So, a Mine from Troy being followed up by a Wooded Foothills into a Stomping Ground from Lewis. That means that he is going to have a turn 1 play here, which, to be expected.
Yes.
If he has a creature, that's what we can look for. Going for the green, yep, we have a Wild Nicodle. And actually...
We have a lot of Goblin Guides.
that is... I mean, as far as
A
like
lot of
the
creatures.
hands that you dream about when you're playing Burn,
This
it
is
is
one of
turn
them.
1 Goblin Guide into turn 2
Goblin Guide, yep.
I mean, that is how you assemble just those ultra, like a turn 3 Goblin Guide at Tarkus Command. Call it a day.
Yeah, if you guarantee me that whenever I play Burn, I will have double Goblin Guide and another spell,
And this mountain is exactly what he needed. That Wild Mikado is still a 2/2, but going to be followed up by 2 Goblin Guides. Huge amount of pressure being applied to the board right now.
This game might be over very, very quickly.
So we've got a swing for 6, down to 14, and unless he is
2 lands off the top.
about as good as it gets.
Yeah. And, crucially, the tower to give him Tron.
Did give him the tower, and if he has that Wormcoil Engine, anything like that, that is going to be very, very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Because right now, this board, otherwise, I think he might have... I don't think he has an Tarkus Command in hand. He's got a Swift Spear, a Rift Bolt,
There's a
a
third
Spike,
Goblin Guide.
and a 3rd Goblin Guide.
Yeah.
And actually playing a Grove of the Burn Willows.
For the Pyroclasm?
I actually... So,
Ooh, I don't like that line at all.
I do like this line from Troy, because what can you expect? That leaves him, and handling those creatures sooner rather than later is huge. And if he doesn't have that Wormcoil Engine, getting rid of those creatures is the best bet. Otherwise, whatever you play is going to get killed. Unfortunately, we know that Lewis has got another 2 creatures
I was
in
gonna
hand,
say.
and he's going to be leading Swift Spear, Goblin Guide, Rift Bolt.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a very powerful line. So, I like that line from Troy, just unfortunately within the context of our knowledge, was not the correct one.
Yeah. I don't know. I still think if he had a Wormcoil Engine, I would have prioritized putting the Wormcoil Engine in play.
I don't think he has one in play, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And going for the Lava Spike here, a little bit interesting and not what I expected. Probably prioritizing just getting that Prowess trigger for the Swift Spear.
I think he just wants to get him dead.
Yeah, and that puts him down to 7, which means that your Rift Bolt and anything off the top becomes impactful.
Oh, that's a Kozilek's return. I thought that looks an awful lot like a Wormcoil Engine.
And instead, we're going to be wiping the board here. This does give Lewis the chance. Basically, if he draws a burn spell, then he has got pretty close to the win.
Yeah.
A Boros Charm right now, and having some trouble again with this.
Yeah.
Probably wants to just hardcast this.
Yeah. I would not suspend this at all.
And okay.
I don't think I agree with this. I mean,
I mean, I guess there's not a huge amount of downside or reason not to, but the other, on the flip side of that, there's no upside to suspending it right now.
Yeah.
If he had kept maybe that fetch land in hand, I could see keeping up the 2 mana to make him play around what you could have, but emptying the hand and then going for the suspend, a little bit unusual to me.
Yeah. Actually, I think it might be relevant against the Spellskite.
Oh, that's a great point.
Because if he plays a Spellskite, he can just pay 2 life, redirect it, and suddenly he doesn't die to Boros Charm.
And we have got a tap for...
It is a Wormcoil Engine.
And there's the Wormcoil Engine. It basically puts Lewis into draw...
There's a Spellskite, yep.
Boros Charm?
Again, Boros Charm and hope Troy doesn't redirect, or hope he doesn't redirect on this.
The other option being draw an Atarka's Command or a Skullcrack.
Or, funny enough, that Ensnaring Bridge.
That's true.
Yep.
Boros Charm or Skullcrack Skullcrack or Atarka's Command being the draws that he's looking for right now. That's going to let him fade that attack step, taking a lot of damage, putting himself down to 3 potentially.
Yeah, it's...
But it means that he will be able to prevent that life gain.
Yeah, that's
and
very true.
Then whatever he draws off that top can act as a kill spell. So needs perfect draws right now.
Yeah.
Basically, if he brought in all of his Skullcracks, there are currently 8 cards in that deck. He needs to draw one of them.
Yeah. And he's already 1 down because he played one. I think he played another Darkest Command this game? Or was that last game?
That was last game.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not sure what that was, but he is holding it back in hand, which means that it might be one of those effects. Probably going to be going
That is a Skullcrack.
That is a Skullcrack.
I saw a glimpse of that. That was a Skullcrack.
So now Troy going to be going for an Ivugan. That way he can start just developing that absolute inevitability that card that Tron is known for. So Lewis, now all that he needs is basically
a non-creature spell.
A non-creature spell will do it.
Yep. Although, I would not Why would you Skullcrack here?
There's no reason not to, and it might actually keep him from trying to attack, something like that. But again, it's the kind of situation, and actually, interesting. Yeah, so dealing 3, going down to 2, and I think it's just kind of the case of trying to preemptively beat anything. But
I mean,
it does seem a little bit odd. Maybe just trying to beat instant speed answers, anything like that.
Yeah. Although, I think Skullcrack says players can't gain life. So that Grove the Burnwills actually just taps for green-red with no backlog. I don't think it's going to be super relevant.
It does say players can't gain life this turn.
Yeah.
So we have got a swing for 3 and then a swing for a 6.
So Lewis is at 3.
At 3 versus at 2 pretty much needs to draw a burn spell.
Skullcrack, yeah. So, welcome to Lewis. He will always draw better than you.
And that was about as good as... I mean, all things considered, that's exactly what he was looking for. E-Special, a Skullcrack. Best way to end the game. Skullcrack, one of my favorite burn spells in that deck. Not the most efficient, but one of my favorites.
Boarded out 3 Eidolons.
And I'm okay with that, especially if you were on the draw.
That's true.
Those spheres and stars aren't going to be making that same impact on their life total as opposed to how they would.
I think I would have boarded out Wild Nakatl.
Wild Nakatl, definitely a reasonable one to board out in my mind as well. But, I mean, certainly it worked for him.
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue with the results, I guess.
Exactly. So,
mismatched. Why you do this to me, Lewis? They're mismatched.
You know, in the sideboard, I don't think it plays as much of a part. Then again, I do have mismatched things. So, anyway, we will see you back up in the booth, and it's going to be a good time. Okay, and to Breeze Please, mentioning that you could have saved the star for blue mana for the Spellskite.
That's very true.
That's a really solid point. Didn't see that, but I like that line of play a lot. In the end, the Skullcrack certainly being, that Lava Spike, Skullcrack, Atarka's Commander, Boros Charm were definitely the key pieces that he wanted more than anything.
That's very true.
And ended up getting one of those, but that is a great play suggestion from Breeze Please.
Yep.
So, thank you for joining. Looks like a lot of you have, so thank you. My name is TJ.
My name's Coleman.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, a Grand Prix trial today. A little bit outside of our normal stream schedule. We normally do this Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. And today, on Sunday, be there. That is actually just how it's... my calendar says that.
Oh, it says Sunday?
Be there. It
Be there?
Yeah.
So the fourth Sunday is be there.
It's not a very space-efficient calendar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's basically Sunday, and then, like, the other 6 days just kind of scrunched in.
Oh, okay.
They're all considered inferior when related to this Grand Prix trial.
That's fair. None of the other days, except maybe a Saturday.
Sunday, fun day.
Yeah. Sunday, best day.
Mostly my calendar is just like Sunday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. That's the important days. Everything else is filler until the next stream. Which
Sunday and Monday kind of bleed together for me since they're my only days off work.
Oddly enough,
Yep.
Same for me. Nonetheless, we're having a good time streaming with you guys. As always, if you do have any questions, comments, or feedback, please feel free to let us know in this chat. I am honestly not sure if we're going to be able to get another match before the next round. Well, doing the Grand Prix trial is a little bit new for us. We normally do things that are like a weekly tournament in which we're able to manipulate and bring someone over to the feature table, things like that. At the moment, not too sure. So, if you guys do have any questions or comments of feedback, let us know as we are finding out, and that's the kind of discussion that we can do between rounds. If we end up not seeing a whole lot, then what we can end up doing is just put it on some music, put it to a waiting screen, and then we can rejoin when it is coming to the next round. But Trophy Hunter Trey, how is the camera setup? What we have is a Logitech. Hold on, I can actually tell you the exact type on it without breaking anything. That's the hard part.
That is the wonders of
technology.
Absolutely.
Okay, man, and look at me go, already breaking things. All right, but we have a Logitech C920 over the table on a bracket, and then we have that coming to our computer in the back with a feed. We also have a webcam on top of our computer in here, and then we are streaming off of OBS. So that's what I can tell you. Other than that, had a lot of help from the fantastic David Bradbury in this setup, who was able to provide a lot of help. For those of you who are joining us who may not have, be sure to hit that follow button. We do this stream several times. Our schedule is below, and I think this way.
I think that's right.
Yeah, and you can see our schedule. Join us for more things. They're all Pacific time for the times listed there, and it is always a good time. Always looking to improve and have some fun. We did just see Burn pull out a very nice win against Tron. Tron able to start sideboarding a lot better, and that's one of the nice things. And also just good to see Tron in the field right now. Certainly it has... it's taken a little bit of a hit to its numbers.
I don't have that issue.
Really?
I do not want to see Tron.
I like Tron
as a deck. I do not like Tron.
I like pretty much every modern
That is the one thing that I'm glad about this Eldrazi list. It's pushing that Tron deck out of there, because Tron's just a bad Eldrazi. Although, funny enough, there is a hybrid going around.
Is there?
The Tron Eldrazi deck.
Personally, I'm a fan of all things modern.
I'm a fan of all things not named Tron. I'm not bitter. Why would I be bitter?
Or Psionic Blast.
I just need to have a Ruined Halo constantly in play naming Psionic Blast.
Yeah, easy.
Yep.
Easy. Life becomes much simpler at that point.
Or just have a Gaddock Teague in play. That's pretty good against Tron.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, but nonetheless, we're having fun. Stick around, and we should be getting anything else. All decks are Eldrazi decks.
The good Eldrazi decks are not bad Eldrazi decks.
Yeah, no kidding. But it is going to be a fun time, and really, I'm just excited to be doing this today.
Yeah, me too.
I rarely get to stream outside of the normal schedules, and so it's a huge amount of fun for me. I'm sure you've heard me talking about it, and I climb back here and do this 3 times a week, and it's certainly not for the money, which isn't there. I can tell you that much. It is because I just love doing it. Okay. Oh, there's 2 Troys here. Interesting.
Ooh.
All right.
That's ripe for some miscommunication.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yep.
But certainly, conversation that Zarak Zero talked about the multiple mana lands, and that is kind of an interesting point in that lands that produce more than 1 mana, inherently powerful.
Definitely.
And so we've seen that time and time again. Is field destruction or hand destruction better?
I think that depends on how early you want to play, because in the early game you want the hand disruption, your Inquisitions, your Thoughtseize, your Duresses, but as that's the problem with playing hand disruption, is as you get into the late game, those cards aren't going to be good, so you're going to play off the top, you're going to play, you're obviously going to draw Thoughtseize when your opponent has no cards.
Mm-hmm.
So in that scenario, you'd want to have your Doomblades, your Maelstrom Pulses, your Ghost Quarters even. So I think if you're talking about the mid game, I think that's entirely up to your playstyle.
I think it. You know, when you're building any deck, and even when you're playing, and this can change a lot, I think that the biggest thing is to make sure that what you have is a plan.
Yes, definitely.
And so you need to have some sort of plan in your game plan, and I think that question comes down to what is your plan. If your game plan is to make 1-for-1 trades all day,
yes,
1-for-1 trades, then I would prefer hand disruption.
Yeah,
because that keeps those cards that you're picking. You get to trade your hand disruption spell for theirs. You are normally ahead on mana with that, and you also get a lot of information, and you get to piece apart the best pieces of their hand without actually needing them to commit to the board for that.
That's true.
Now, if your board plan or if your game plan is more about outmatching them on the field and just establishing board control, and heading a bit into that game, and you're looking for something more like 2-for-1s, things like that. Jeskai Control being kind of the iconic one that is sometimes looking for those efficient 2-for-1s through Electrolyze, Supreme Verdict, things like that.
Yep.
Then what you're trying to do is go for a bit more of that board control, because that allows you to take at least all of that they have developed, and instead that's actually forcing them to develop that mana to make that board.
Okay.
So hand disruption allows them to still put that mana towards other things. So while it makes for better 1-for-1 trades, you're paying the cost more than they are.
Okay, that's fair.
Whereas for those board sweepers, you start both paying that mana cost, but you are getting the more efficient out of just card value in just raw numbers.
Okay.
So it really has to do with the plan. My personal vote is for hand disruption, because that plays a lot more into my playstyle.
All about the 1-for-1 removal game.
Yeah. Hopefully that was a reasonable answer.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you know, their opinions.
Yeah.
And certainly if you guys also have opinions, feel free to toss that into the chat. Because,
definitely.
An active discussion is important.
Yep.
And it's something that I like about this stream as opposed to other ones, is that we do interact with the chat a lot.
Yeah.
And it gives us a huge amount of opportunity to learn from you guys and just interact with you on a level that at least I don't see in many other streams. And that's something a lot of fun for me. And that a lot of that has to do with if that's something that you guys are interested in, being part of that conversation. What is wrong with Damnation these days?
I think it might be that all the decks that want to play Damnation are just not good right now. Because the Jund decks, I don't think are very good right now.
Oh, I like Jund right now.
I just don't like them matching up against Eldrazi. Because I see a Reality Smasher, and I just look at the Jund player's hand of, Maelstrom Pulse, Abrupt Decay, Lightning Bolt.
Mm-hmm. I've actually heard of some Jund players having some positive matchups against Eldrazi, actually.
I don't think I could.
This was before the green, red, and blue, white came out. It was more the colorless and the blue, red one.
Yeah.
They were able to kind of outgrind them and certainly tune their board to be prepared for it.
Sure.
And Jund always this versatile deck that can provide a lot of versatility to itself, just in a deck building perspective.
But that and then maybe 8-Rack. 8-Rack is the other deck I could see playing Damnation.
The only issue is that they might just, normally you're keeping them from getting the board. I think Grixis Control is one that could start running Damnation.
That's true.
But what's wrong with Damnation? Really nothing. The biggest issue with Damnation right now is the fact that you are landing it turn 4.
Yep.
And that means that, again, we're talking about having a plan.
Yeah.
And so you kind of want to have that hand disruption game plan. Because if yours is all about that 1-for-1 trades with removal, at a certain point, if you're going to be dropping Damnation turn 4, you expect to get at least a 2-for-1. But at the same time, in this current meta,
it's really hard to get 2-for-1s right now.
Well, it's even like you can get it with Damnation, but if you are going to survive until turn 4, you need to be enacting some earlier board control anyway. So that means that you're already using some removal on the board, and that really lessens the chance of getting that really giant benefit from Damnation.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because you made it to turn 4 by using some of that earlier disruption, those abrupt decays, lightning bolts, whatever it is that you have in your arsenal. You were able to remove that, and so they might be down to 1 creature on the battlefield that they just played, and your Damnation loses a lot of value as a 4-mana destroy target creature.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. It's just, I guess Damnation's in that spot that's currently filled. That's, I guess, also being filled by cards like Tezzeret and what's another really good one? Maybe something like Baneslayer Angel. In that they're super, super powerful, but no one's really, really found a good place for them.
Yeah, there are a lot of cards that are absolute powerhouses that just don't have a home.
Yeah.
Someone asking you, is taking turns the best non-interactive combo deck in Modern Red?
I don't think so. I think it's probably Angel's Grace or Ad Nauseam.
Ad Nauseam?
Ad Nauseam. I think Gristlebrand has a Gristlebrand or something like that. Some Goryo's Vengeance deck probably has a little bit of a better matchup against the field. I enjoy taking all the turns in the world. But the deck is easily disruptible because you need a Howling Mine in play to go off. Or a Howling Mine effect. And you also are kind of subject to your draw steps.
Now, let me ask you something. We have not had the ability to play out this matchup.
Sure.
If I were to step up to the field with a Vinny and you were to step up with taking turns, not knowing a little bit about your list, but not the whole thing, I'm going to toss up. I feel like I'm favored.
Yeah, you
off
are.
the bat.
You are. Especially game 1.
Because before you start going off, you're giving me Howling Mines.
Yeah.
And I cannot tell you how happy that makes me.
Yeah, there are, I'm not happy to play it. It's not 100-0. It's about 70-30, which I'll take. It's better than the Merfolk matchup.
That's true. Mono Blue just can't handle Affinity. No. That's the lesson to be learned here.
But with my list, since I'm playing for Exhaustion.
Okay. I like that card.
Yeah, Exhaustion, especially when you end of turn Giga Drowse, and then you untap Exhaustion.
Yeah.
You basically have bought 3 turns.
And then you are not running Cryptic Command.
I am playing 2 Cryptics.
2 Cryptics, so that also gives you another capability to perform some kind of lock.
Yeah.
Sometimes a little bit slow against Affinity, but if you have those earlier pieces, you can start chaining together these locks.
That's true. Also, if the Affinity player keeps a slow hand, like they have just a bunch of Edge Champions, I feel super, super happy.
Okay, yeah.
Because as long as you don't have play a million things on turn 1 plating, that's fine. Just you let me develop. I'm gonna take a while to do some stuff, but then when I go off, you can't win.
That's pretty reasonable. So, I guess since that subject is up, what, in your opinion, is the best non-interactive combo deck in... and when I say non-interactive, I mean hyperlinear, as in, you're looking at Storm, Ad Nauseam, probably not Dos Equis. That one has a little bit of interaction.
Yeah, a little bit.
As sweet as that deck is, right?
Yeah.
Bubble Hulk, KCI Eggs.
Oh, I forgot about Bubble Hulk and KCI.
Some things like... I would even consider like the Gristlebrand Reanimator deck to be in that one. Personally, I think I like the Gristlebrand Reanimator a lot. It feels a little bit less consistent than some of the other pieces.
Yeah.
But I think that it definitely has the highest level of just...
I mean, you can win on turn 1.
Yeah, it has that highest power level, and it also just seems like with the amount of dig that is in that deck, innately, it's able to get through some of that hand disruption.
That's fair.
The biggest thing that hurts it is its own consistency, in my mind. And I could be wrong about that. I certainly haven't played the deck a ton.
I think I'd still take Ad Nauseam, because all of the people who have played Ad Nauseam since it started, I've seen way too many games with Ad Nauseam that I just don't know how they've won. Like I've seen a player have a Leyline, a Pithing Needle, naming Lightning Storm, and like an Eidolon of Rhetoric in play, and then the Ad Nauseam player just goes, okay, bounce your Eidolon, kill your Needle, kill you, and like do something to your Leyline.
Ad Nauseam does have a really big thing going for it.
Yeah.
And that is that it gets to run the only instant or sorcery in the game with an activated ability.
That's very true.
And that is awesome.
Yeah. Although there is another player that I've run into a couple times playing Death Shadow.
The Dos Equis one?
Yeah.
That is a very sweet deck. Where you, what is it, Spoils of the Vault?
Spoils of the Vault.
With
is
Angel's
it
Grace?
Rite of Consumption?
Sometimes, yeah.
I know he is a very, very good player, and I don't think I've ever beat him.
Really?
Yeah, because Abs and Company, you can gain infinite life, but they stop you at some point. You just gotta... sometimes when they have an unlife, you just can't do it enough.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Another question: in 4-player games, can it truly be fun if everyone plays any card from their hand without paying its mana cost? Let me point your attention to Hypergenesis.
Let's not. How about we? Yeah. How about
Or
we
Sneak
not?
and Show.
Oh yes.
How about Show and Tell?
Show and Tell?
Basically, whoever is enacting
Oof.
that effect, they are enacting that effect for a reason.
No one is playing Show and Tell to hit their 4th land drop.
Exactly. So, can it truly be fun? It really depends on your play group. Fun is such a subjective word.
It's fun for me because I'm putting an Emrakul into play.
Right? I mean, like, fun for me when it comes to Modern, fun for me is playing some really nice, like, competitive games and having a really solid, close game.
Yeah.
When it comes to EDH, what I'm looking for is a 2-hour Dirtle Fest, which unfortunately I don't play much EDH anymore because I just don't have the time to.
Yeah,
more than anything.
that's...
And I don't like the EDH that goes extremely fast. So...
That's fair. I don't play EDH anymore. I got burned out on the format very quickly. You can only handle so many times being attacked for a rebellion on turn 4.
Alright, now we are going to take a quick moment. Dragonbane asking us, what is the turnout of decks? Well, we do have a list, so I'm going to read out those decks that we've got here. We have got Jund, we have got Modern Zombardment, Jeskai Control, the blue-white Eldrazi is here.
The Scourge.
Obzon Company. A mono-white Taxes.
Yep.
It's called
it's
mono
W2.
Mono W2 because
Yep.
it's mono-white and then W2 for Taxes.
Yeah, I like it.
Pretty
I like
clever,
it.
actually. Lantern Control. Selesnya Hate Bears.
Yep.
Green-white Hate Bears. We do have Burn. We have got a Death and Taxes.
Yep.
We have Obzon Midrange. Merfolk. Green-red Tron. Naya Burn. We have got... The Jeff Hoogan Kiki Cord
Ooh,
is in the room.
look at that. And it's
not 63 cards, though.
No, but he does have it all typed out, which
Yep.
means a lot.
We do have Green-White Boggles and Naya Zoo. Biggest thing that is surprising to me for a lack of deck, no affinity.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought there was going to be more affinity here.
No. Michael is not... Nathan is our Lantern
Yeah,
player.
Nathan is on Lantern. I don't know these players.
It's okay. I got a list. So, Troy. Different Troy.
Ooh.
Sorry, gonna try and get these out. That Troy being...
I think he was on Burn, if I remember right.
He is actually, yeah, we are gonna see another
Okay.
Naya Burn on the right side of the battlefield. And then we are gonna be having them go up against Chris. And Chris is, I think, on Jeskai Control.
Ooh.
Yeah, I actually like this a
Yeah,
lot.
this could be really cool.
Alright, so...
You're not the only Troy in the world, man. There are a bunch of Troys. They all have names like Troy.
Alright, so we're getting ready for round 2 here of our 5 rounds and then a cut to top 8 again. Any comments, questions, or feedback, feel free to toss in there and we will be talking about it, having fun with it, and hopefully learning something from these players.
Yeah.
Let's have some fun with it, and we will see you down there. Okay, so both players getting ready. On the right, we are going to be having Naya Burn going up against Jeskai Control. Let's say, oh, sounds better than the 40% for Eldrazi Day 2. I'll tell you what, you guys go ahead and let people know in that Star City Games that there's an Eldrazi free. Well, I guess one Eldrazi deck, but there is a non-swarmed by Eldrazi, and let's get everybody from Star City into this chat.
Let's get Cedric Phillips on our case.
Let's get the underdog to perform an upset. Okay.
Well, when we hit 500 viewers, two things are going to take place.
Two things are going to take place.
One of them is significantly more exciting than the other.
I'm assuming that we're talking about a different one, though.
We are talking about... You and I have different expectations of what's going to be good.
We do have a revised starter pack that will be opening on the stream when we do get to 500 people. And then the other thing is that I will eat a delicious Tibbleton Alfredo sauce. But that will not be on the stream that happens. That will take a little bit more preparation for me. But
we will. I promise it will be shown on stream at some point.
Oh my goodness. Love it. I guess.
I will figure out how to make it a playlist, and it'll just be that.
Delightful. Also, if any of you guys are interested in it, there is a post in Modern Magic, our Modern Magic, about this stream. That is an excellent place to put some feedback and always to hopefully generate some kind of conversation.
Yes,
and that's
definitely.
a great place to leave some feedback for me that is a little bit more permanent than a chat that is continually rolling up. And also get some publicity on it, maybe get some more fantastic and amazing people into this stream.
Yep. Also, Twitter is a good place to find us.
Yeah, absolutely. Eventually, actually, I might just make another account that is just for the stream eventually. But in the meantime, at Red Baron MTG, probably your best bet for that.
I try to get back to Twitter things, although I just made it, and I'm not on it very often. But
so,
I'll try to get there as fast as possible.
So a Bloodstained Mire into a Stomping Ground for Troy. The fact that he's going for that green one over the white one tells us a couple of things, and it means that we might be seeing... Okay, and there is the Wild Mikado, certainly what we could be expecting. I'm going to hand you Chris's list if you want to talk about some possible notable things in that one.
Well, Chris is on 4 main deck Spreading Seas, which is very interesting, and he has an Ajani Vengeance.
And Ajani Vengeance is very cool. I think this deck is pretty tuned for an Eldrazi Menace, which, oddly enough, was not here.
And the most exciting thing to me is 1 copy of Sphinx's Revelation.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So, a Celestial Colonnade from Chris back to Troy, who's going to play a basic mountain, play down a Goblin Guide, still a 2/2, so hasn't gotten the white source.
That's a lot of creatures.
But a swing for 5 with a trigger, revealing a Lightning Bolt.
Which is not a bad thing to flip here.
Certainly not a bad thing.
There are no tops in this format, Troy, you know that. It's a different format.
Now, here's some interesting things. This Naya Burn, I'm almost tempted to call it close to a zoo, because there's 2 Curdapes in this deck as well.
Ooh.
Yeah. A little bit unusual, really going for the creature heavy, but 4 Searing Blaze, 4 Lightning Bolt.
That's a very interesting one right there.
2 Mutagenic Growth. This list seems to be very similar to some older ones back when they were doing that Zoo Burn hybrid, and really trying to maximize that creature-based damage with those Mutagenic Growths.
If he suddenly played a Steam Vents, it's remarkably similar to a Treasure Cruise Burn.
No Steam Vents in the deck, though. And we have got a Ghost Quarter being revealed off of the top, with Troy getting a swing in with all those. No prowess triggers as of yet.
No.
And I think right now Chris looking to respond in some way, or at least debating if he wants to before taking that damage, because he does have that bolt.
He also has a Lightning Helix.
Yeah, and how many Helixes does he have in that main board?
I believe it's 2 Lightning Helixes.
And unfortunately...
He does have the Atarka's Command, unfortunately.
And Atarka's Command is going to be preventing any life gain to this... Life gain and dealing 3 damage. So that creature is still going to be removed, not able to do 3 of them.
Unless he targeted the Swiftspear.
If he targeted the Swiftspear, still would die, actually.
Well, it'll be a 3/4.
Because he chose players can't gain life.
Oh.
No, and it looks like he dealt the 3 damage as well.
That's what I was thinking.
Yep.
Okay. I'm just so used to seeing Atarka's Command as +1/+1.
So went for the Wild Mikado, and then ended up taking damage from the Prowess for those Goblin Guide and Monastery Swiftspear for another 4.
Yeah, well, this is much more manageable than last turn, I gotta say.
Yeah, and with another Bolt in hand, Chris has the means to really disable this board. Being at 8 life is a dangerous place. Looks like a Searing Blaze...
Looks like a Searing Blaze.
Boros Charm, and a Lightning Bolt in hand for both players.
These he does have. Oh, he also has access to triple Cryptic Command, which is just very. It's higher than I thought it would be.
And we got a Monastery Swiftspear as our draw, probably going to be followed up by a Bolt for the Prowess triggers. Strifle bringing up a good point, which is main phasing that Lightning Helix, especially when you burn decks these days tend to be mainboarding a lot of Skullcrack effects.
Yes.
This one only having 4, but sometimes up to 7.
Yeah, I think I also agree.
So in the main phase, while they're tapped out, certainly not a bad play there. With only 1 mana up, not the incorrect play to just deal that right now, and very likely we're going to be seeing that Lightning Bolt to trigger the Prowess and deal a little bit more damage. Well, so that's going to be a total of 7.
I'm not sure I would have targeted that Goblin Guide with the Lightning Helix. I think I would have tried to go after one of the Swiftspears.
Especially with only 1 mana and not knowing that Troy has those mutagenic growths.
Yeah. Mostly because he doesn't have access to Verdict in the main.
Yeah.
Without Verdict in the main, those Swiftspears are probably going to represent more damage in the longer.
Now there is a Path to Exile, and I think still has the Bolt in hand. So right now would be kind of the time to enact that. But it looks like passing the turn back, allowing for some of those Prowess triggers. At 4, needs to have some sort of answer to this Boros Charm, however.
I think he might be getting into the, well, these are instants, I shouldn't cast them on my turn.
It is possible, and you know it's hard to really claim that someone is making.
Oh, I'm not saying he's making. I'm not saying he is.
I think there's more just a line that
I don't know his hand fully, so he could obviously. He could have the mana leak, and he's just been.
And now here's the part to where we are about to see fetching for that white mana. Because we saw that Scalding Tarn, that's going to be going for a Sacred Foundry. Probably untapped, going to be going down to very likely down a bit. And this Boros Charm, basically, if Chris doesn't have the answer to the Boros Charm...
he will die on the spot.
That is the end of the game one.
Yep. He does have Spell Snare, so that's an out.
Spell Snare.
Remand will buy him a turn. Mana Leak will counter it on the spot.
Alright, and presenting that Boros Charm...
doesn't have anything.
Nope. Unfortunately, I think I might have seen a Remand in hand, but clearly, we probably would have seen that.
Yeah, probably.
If that was the case.
Not dying is preferable to dying.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Okay, so Naya Burn taking a quick game 1 there. Interestingly enough, I think this is the only deck that there is a repeat in the room.
Oh.
Out of all of our decks, I think we just have 2 burn, and we just happen to get them both.
Huh, weird.
But, I mean, unless you consider, like, Kiki Cord and regular, like, Abzan Company to be the same deck, I personally do not, because they even operate in different color schemes.
One gains infinite life, the other one deals infinite damage.
There's a difference.
They're primary options, I should say. But out of the sideboard for Chris, we've got... I have to imagine we see these Lightning Helixes.
Timely Reinforcements.
The Dispel, probably. And maybe some copies of the Negates.
And the Spell Pierce will be coming in. Oh, Negate will absolutely be coming in. Things out of this burn deck, Deflecting Palm, not going to be fantastic, but maybe as an option. Basically just counter some of those burn spells. Unlikely, because it has to deal damage to you, and those will be most likely pointed at the creatures. Does have Leyline of Sanctity, Path to Exile, Skullcrack, Dragon's Claw, Ancient Grudge, Destructive Revelry. Not a whole lot of what he's looking for. Biggest thing at this point is I'm expecting some number of those Skullcrack to come in, but everything else not particularly incredible against this deck. And, that's not the worst place to be. Nyburn already pretty decently positioned against this deck.
I think so too, yeah.
Especially being such a creature-heavy version, if he can keep Jeskai from getting any of those board wipes out, and I think all that we have is a one of.
It's a one of Rev.
There's 2 Supreme Verdicts which might come in.
They might. If I was Chris, I would definitely board out these Spell Snares on the play.
Now let's talk a little bit about one thing that is very unusual about this deck. On the right, which is a complete lack of Eidolon of the Great Revel in the main
That
board.
is very interesting.
And as I was looking at it, I was trying to think about, like, man, where are all these card slots coming from?
Yeah.
As I saw the 2 mutagenic growths, as I saw the 2 Curd Apes, and everything else seemed kind of unusual, going up to the 4 Searing Blaze, and I kept thinking, like, now what's missing here? And this deck is actually not running any Eidolon of the Great Revel, which is a pretty interesting call, possibly in response to the Eldrazi meta.
That's true.
A little bit less effective against that deck.
Yeah.
Still, I'm not sure if I ever want to be leaving home without those.
I don't think I would either. I don't think, especially in the format ruled by 2s and 3s, it seems like.
Yeah, and I think that this might be a response that possibly we'll end up seeing some more often to this Eldrazi deck. Because if this continues to be dominant, that's actually not a bad play. It ends up just hitting Eldrazi Mimic and Dismember, which they're already taking damage on. But everything else...
depending on the list, Matter Displacer.
True.
Yeah.
And some of those things, but certainly less effective. I'm not sure about entirely cutting numbers, but it is an interesting approach to take. And it falls right in line with that adaptation that I love so much. And if that is kind of the angle being taken, then that's a really cool. And I'd like to talk to him at one point and just see how that's been working out.
Yeah, I would love to know the process.
So game 2 going to be starting off with Jeskai control on the lead, which is right where they want to be. Unfortunately, even if it's successful, they will be on the draw in game 3.
Yep.
But still, a great start to retake Jeskai control in game 1. What are some of those turn 1 plays that we can expect, or what do you think is going to be the key card that Chris is going to be looking for?
Well, I would love to see a Celestial Colonnade tapped. That will fix his mana. Also, to see a Path to Exile Lightning Bolt to take care of the 1-drop, because I always assume there's a 1-drop. But barring that, I would assume these Spreading Seas got cut.
Here's an interesting thought, and certainly it wouldn't surprise me, but it has been pretty popular lately for people to bring in either Molten Rain, or I've even seen Blood Moon coming in against Burn, because it cuts them off of both green and white entirely, which means that no Destructive Reveries, no Atarka's Command, no Boros Charms, no Path to Exile, no Core Firewalker, no Deflecting Palm. And it can just do a huge amount to inhibit their board.
Okay.
Certainly, I think it's so hard to come back to this line, and I feel bad always kind of making this as my caveat applies, but it needs to be as a part of your plan.
Yeah, I agree. You need to always do stuff.
You can sideboard Silver Bullets all you want, but I think that they depend on your plan.
Definitely.
I think 2 Lightning Helix.
I think that hand is. That is fine.
Yeah, no Colonnade, but pretty close.
No.
And what do I think of Reality Hemorrhage out of Burn sideboards? I certainly don't. I kind of like it. I'm not convinced that it should replace Path. The biggest thing that you get out of it is taking down Edge Champion.
Yeah, that's very true.
And it's certainly something that I would like to test more, because it also deals damage in a vacuum, which is not bad. So Reality Hemorrhage, basically the trade-off that you're making is get no longer hitting Wormcoil Engine for hitting Edge Champion. And I actually might see myself making a swap of 1 Path to Exile, 1 Reality Hemorrhage, to add a little bit of versatility. Both can come in for that mirror match.
I mean, it's obviously better than Ghostfire.
Exactly. So, Strifo, I do like the card. I haven't done enough testing with it yet to be convinced one way or the other. But I'm certainly more open to the idea than I was when I initially saw it.
Hey, bear.
And a Goblin Guide off the start, hitting what appeared to be a Sacred Foundry. Did I see that right?
Yep, that is definitely a Sacred Foundry.
All right.
And if I was Chris, I would probably just bite the bullet, Lightning Helix on my own turn.
I have to agree there.
So this way you don't get Skull Cracked.
And looks like learning some lessons from the previous game.
Yep.
Now, one thing to keep in mind is that I actually spoke to Chris before this tournament started, and one of the things is that he is a very long-term playing at Obzon Company.
Oh, he is?
Yes. And Jeskai Control, a new deck for him.
Okay.
So, I think that what we're kind of seeing is a situation in which he is learning this deck
Life total
as he is going.
Right.
Okay.
21 does not seem right for his life total. As Shock... Take 2. He should be at 19? Does that sound right?
That's kind of what I'm assuming that there might be something that we're unaware of, but you may want to go out and just let John know. more than anything, since
Yeah,
it is a
I am going to see what's up.
Yep. Okay. Otherwise, we're just gonna check on that life total discrepancy. Definitely a great question on is it better than Pyrite Spellbomb. I guess the only issue is that you would use it at one time as opposed to spreading out over a period of time. But that is an excellent question to approach with it. And a Monastery Swiftspear and a Monastery Swiftspear coming in from Troy and a swing 4-2. Putting Chris down to 19, though that may actually be 17. And I think that they are currently handling that discrepancy right now. So, Chris down to 17. So when he gained the 3 life, I think there was a little bit where they forgot that he shocked.
Okay, we got it all fixed.
Yep. All right. MTG Master, the big thing was that there was also a swing from that Goblin Guide. So,
Yes, definitely.
Chris putting in a Steam Vent tapped and going to be using that other Helix. Again, doing this on the main phase.
Yep.
A great job at really kind of learning the lessons from the last game.
Definitely.
And proactively removing those creatures before those prowess triggers, before those prevention life gain kind of things can start playing havoc with it.
Definitely.
And for those of you who may not be totally sure on addressing the burn deck, one of the biggest things is I get people wondering, do you turn one Path to Exile a creature like a Goblin Guide? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you do. The reason why they are playing that card is because it is going to hit at least twice.
Yes,
they
definitely.
rely on that as a basic fabric of the deck. Every card needs to deal 3 damage. And if you can inhibit that in any way, that is going to be a huge factor in slowing the deck down in any way that you can. And again, burn deck, its greatest weakness is running out of cards to cast in hand more than it is than running out of lands to play.
Yep.
So, would you... I mean, if you have other removal, use that first.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But remove the creature. So, a Ghost Quarter coming out for Chris. Going to be a little bit relevant, actually. I'm curious to see if he'll start using it, but I'd like to see him take down, that green, that Stomping Grounds, because that's going to inhibit a Tarka's Command. It's going to... And you might want to do it once it's tapped. It's going to turn that Wild Nicodle into a 2-2.
Although if he has a remand, this would be a perfect target for a remand.
That Wild Nicodle?
Yeah.
That Wild Nicodle would be an excellent target, especially if you can then Ghost Quarter and cut off that color.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Although I think he has a Cryptic Command in his hand, and he wants to save that Ghost Quarter for himself. And looks like he did bring in... He still has the Spreading Seas.
Okay. And that's, could be saving the Ghost Quarter target. And again, I like that because cutting them off of colors ends up being a huge factor in this.
And let's not forget, it also cantrips.
And it also cantrips, and that's really nice and important.
He's double Ghost Quarter.
So right now, Chris starting to stabilize. Being at 13 here in turn 5 against Burn, that's where you want to be. And Burn certainly still has a handful of cards that are useful. One of them being a Searing Blaze, which is not great.
Yeah,
I was expecting, it's possible that some number and just kept in an amount.
It's probably
Snapcaster Mages, things
2
like that.
or something.
It's a 4 of in the main board, and it's possible that he kept in them, but I would expect to see at least some of those being moved to the sideboard for this game, too. So, that Rift Bolt putting Chris down to 10, and then going to be trying to replay that Wild Nicodle.
Funny enough, he only has 1 red source right now.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't go for the Spreading Seas on that Stomping Grounds, knowing that he has the Wild Nicodle. But it may have actually been trying to force him into a trap of having to cast that Wild Nicodle, develop the board, or cast a burn spell. It seems a little bit unusual as opposed to you could just, cut him off of that color.
Yeah. He also might be respecting Boros Charm and Lightning Helix more than a Tarka's Command.
Okay.
But I agree. I think you probably want to go for the Stomping Ground.
And we have got a swing for 2 from that Monastery Swiftspear.
Especially since you have the Boros Charm covered with that Spell Snare.
Yeah, and depending on what Chris has got in hand, may have been wanting that Wild Nicodle to come back out and then wipe, get a 2-for-1.
That's true. If he has a Verdict here, it's actually pretty good for him.
Yeah, and again, still not sure what those cards in hand, but we have a Path.
Drawn a Path.
A Tectonic Edge, so land destruction.
Yeah.
coming in droves at this point.
But
Doesn't have the triple blue at this point.
yeah, I'm not sure I'm a fan of Cryptic Command and three lands that don't produce blue that you can't search for.
And Troy, signaling a little bit, and we do know that he just drew a 4th land, so if he plays it, the target is probably going to be going for that Stomping Grounds. Is there a specific deck that can counter burn? And if there is, what would it be?
I believe that is Abzan Company.
Abzan Company, a great one.
That's a great
Mono White
matchup.
Soul Sisters is a decent option. Actually, Affinity has a positive. I mean, it's not a blowout. It's like 60% Affinity.
That's fair.
There are certainly some cards that counter it well. Okay. So we do have more lands out.
Yep, Soul Sisters, definitely.
And with getting more of these basic mountains, this Ghost Quarter, I would expect it to
Oh,
really
funny
be going
enough,
for that green
that
source.
path is, if he searches for land, he's going to turn on Tectonic Edge.
That is a great point. And that Tech Edge, just take down the green source and
Yeah.
not give him the option to rebuild.
I would love for him to go after this, go after it right now.
And that's a...
While he's still in combat.
I think that's going to be a really nice heads-up play out of Chris here.
Restoration Angel also fine.
And actually tap in a little bit differently, but certainly I think probably the better play. The only issue at this point is that if he does block, this Searing Blaze is now active.
He has the Spell Snare for the Searing Blaze.
Does he have a Spell Snare in hand?
I believe that's a Spell Snare.
Excellent. Alright, and Linkmaster, congratulations on your GPT win.
At least, I assume it's a Spell Snare. It might, yeah, that is definitely a Spell Snare.
Yeah, so the Spell Snare taking down the Searing Blaze, that's going to also just trade positively with that Wild Nikata, leaving just a blue mana for Troy. And this burn deck, let's take a look. It is running three mountains.
3 base mountains.
So one of those Ghost Quarters is essentially a strip mine at this point.
Yep.
One of them is going to get out another basic. But now, unfortunately, playing out that fetch land means that you can't quite cut him off of green.
That's true. That is a great draw off the top for him.
Was that the timely
That
reinforcements?
is a timely reinforcements.
Oddly enough, not going to get the 1/1s.
No,
but that's not really the worst
I
place
think
to
that's
be.
fine where I'd be right now. The first thing I'd want to do is I definitely want to...
You want to bait out anything that you might have, because he is holding up 2 removal, and granted, anything they does, it's going to cost him life, and he would be going down to, 8 just to Skullcrack or something like that.
I would definitely not tap the Tectonic Edge here.
I think you are correct. Being able to cut off any... I mean, green, hard to cut off at this point.
Yep.
Especially since it looks like the number of Stomping Grounds in there is 3. So being able to run him out of that Stomping Grounds, unlikely. And I think we are getting the response that we kind of expected of a Skullcrack. One interesting point. Fetch Shock actually counters this spell. And that's a really interesting point.
Wow.
So Strifo bringing up a really solid point, and also Beakers.
Yeah.
If this Fetch Shock happens, then this Timely is going to basically be a 3-mana nothing.
Yeah.
That is pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's... Look at that. Our resident Pro Tour competitor.
And unfortunately, only went for the basic button.
He probably has a Skullcrack.
Likely has the Skullcrack. And right now, that Tech Edge, unfortunately tapped the Tech Edge for that.
Yeah.
But the Skullcrack going to happen, so it's still not going to do anything and also deal 3 damage.
Yeah.
The big issue at this point is that Chris, unable to cut him off of green, white gone, and that Ghost Quarter, I'm really hoping that it gets pointed at that.
Yeah.
And it does not.
No.
And
he drew the Atarka's command,
and that's
too.
actually a win. If there's no counter spell, that's the win.
Oof. Rough way to go out.
Certainly, and it's not a guaranteed thing at this point.
Yeah. 3 to you, +1/+1.
But this is the opportunity to win, and now Chris needs to have the removal spell in hand.
He still has a cryptic command.
So an unfortunate sequencing there.
Yeah.
Certainly something that can come about when learning the deck.
That's definitely true.
But hopefully the lesson learned. The biggest thing at that point would be just wanting to use those, land destruction actually is useful against burn, which is completely against conventional wisdom.
You wouldn't want to board in your Stone Rains against the Jackal Pup deck.
Exactly. And I think Chris also a Legacy player, so maybe used to, you know, not winning any of those against Burn.
Yeah.
And
He also might be used to straight Strip Mine. And, or I guess Wasteland.
Okay. So, we are going to take it back to us, and we're going to see if it is possible for us to get another match. And if we can, we will get that. But in the meantime, stick around, hang out with us. We're having fun, and we will see you in the booth. Hello.
If it's life total, you don't have to get me.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we just weren't
feel
sure.
free to
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
You guys
but-
are like actively watching it, so it's okay.
Oh, okay.
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 Just
If
just
it's
wanted to
something
check.
bigger, come get me. But other than that, it's fine.
Okay. Sweet.
All right.
Well, today I learned.
No kidding. But this Grand Prix trial off to a good start in round 2.
Yep.
If we can get another match, we will. But in the meantime, if you guys do have any questions, comments, or feedback, please feel free to let us know. And if you are new, be sure to hit that follow button. We do this stream 3 times a week. Not normally on
Should
Sundays.
be about there.
Right? It's
God.
there-ish. Somewhere down there.
I'm not used to the left-right switch.
Yeah, no kidding.
Over there?
Uh-huh.
Yep, right
So-
over there.
Yeah, it's over here.
Yeah.
Beneath me. Nonetheless, it's a good time.
Yeah.
But thank you all for joining, and
Yes.
also, if you feel like it, it's still very weird for me, and it almost like makes me uncomfortable to say it, but there's a donate button at the very bottom of this page.
Yeah, yeah.
If you want to use that, that's up to you, but again, entirely,
Yep.
that's your guys' thing.
Yeah. leave that decision up to you.
Exactly. So, in the meantime, getting ready for round 3. Saw a burn taken down Jeskai
Yep.
Control. Those are the 2 burn decks that we had, so we should be moving on to some other matches going forward.
As long as we don't see the burn mirror.
Exactly. The burn mirror, pretty unlikely, and would certainly be a theme, but so far, pretty much avoiding the Eldrazi menace.
That's very true.
They might be getting close, but with only one of them in the room. And let's go ahead and read off that list of decks again.
Yeah.
So, for those of you just joining, hello, my name is TJ,
I'm Coleman.
and we are out of Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Thank you for joining us. It is a blast having you, and these are the decks that we have for today's GPT. We have got Naya Burn, which we just saw, Jeskai Control, which we just saw. We have Jund, a Modern Zombardment, which for those of you who...
That is my personal favorite deck here.
For those of you who know the people in this store decently, you will recognize that as a Joe deck almost instantly.
Yeah.
But Modern Zombardment, Blue-White Eldrazi, I think the only Eldrazi deck in the room.
Yeah.
There is an Obzon Company, which was actually designed by you.
That's my deck.
We have got a Mono-White Taxes, and then we also have... oh, and yes, the Jeskai Pilot, somewhat new to the deck, still learning some of the ins and outs of the deck. We too have Lantern Control.
Which
in the room.
explains why our round 1 went to time.
Yes, it is Jones.
Yeah, it's Joe.
Lantern Control out there. Again, it is Jund colors for Sprouting Threnax.
He is playing some cards, man.
He is playing Magic cards.
Yeah.
We have got a Green-White Hate Bears.
Yep.
We have got Burn, one of our 2 Burn decks.
Yep.
And actually, the other deck that we have multiple copies of is Michael, who is on a mono Death and Taxes deck as well. Though I am somewhat hesitant to call those the same, that mono-white deck the same. They both operate on a very different axis than the other, as far as the way that they go.
I can tell you that Michael is playing a very interesting card that I can guarantee no one else is playing.
And is that the Inquisitor Exarch?
Well, it's that, but it's this card right here.
Ah, the Eldrazi Displacer in that deck. Very cool. Okay, other than that, we do have an Obzon mid-range as well. Basically, the Jund, based around has the value of Lingering Souls and Path to Exile.
And Siege Rhino. Can't forget Rhino.
Absolutely, Rhino, always a good one. We have got Merfolk in the room. Very, I'd like to see that deck do well. Without any affinity in the room, it might be very well positioned.
That's true.
We have got Green-Red Tron, which we saw in round 1. We have got a Kiki Cord, the Jeff Movement version, though not 63 cards main board.
But it is on the 61 cards. So it's pretty close.
He is pretty close. We have got a Zoo. We've got Naya Zoo.
Let me see
And
this
then
deck
we've
list
got
really quick.
green-white Boggles.
Let's see if he's got anything super special.
Is he playing Blasting Station? Let's take a quick look. I don't believe so. What things that we can expect out of that? What he's using as his sack outlet is Greater Gargadon with the Suspend, and then it is an uncountable sacrifice.
Yep.
Has Summoner of Faithless Looting and also Viscerous here.
Yep.
Other than that, Blister Pods, Gravecrawlers, Bloodghasts, Sprouting, Thrinax, kind of the main targets.
Oh, he knows what's going on.
Absolutely.
Oh, that sideboard is all teched out.
And then we've got Blood Artist and Zulaport Cutthroat as the main things that kind of get the value off of it. Grim Haruspex and Perforos also playing.
Although Grim Haruspex, not very good with tokens. Unfortunately.
Certainly true.
Right.
Two... I'm going to say, I'm not sure if it's Jinka or Yika, but nonetheless, any decks that can counter a mill deck. The only mill deck that I can guess is maybe a conventional one, and the biggest thing that can counter those ones is an aggro deck or anything. Basically, you don't want to be a combo deck against mill, because then they might mill your pieces.
Yep.
But if you're anything that has a pretty solid threat density,
Yep.
then you, in general, would have a pretty solid matchup.
Also, the card Leyline of Sanctity is going to be very strong.
Leyline of Sanctity will be very strong. But your biggest thing is that in aggro, so Burn would be an excellent tool to use against that. Affinity, Zoo would be really good.
Yep.
Anything that has that really dense threat count.
Or play a deck that uses your graveyard very well.
True, a Dredgevine deck, anything like that would be excellent. Possibly even Living End would be incredible.
Oh, that unless they mill your Living Ends.
But if you were looking for a strict counter to that deck, Living End would be a lot of fun.
It depends on the combo, the specific combo matchup. Like if we're talking about like old school twin, I would 100% agree with you that you would definitely want to be twin against mill. But if you're something like, I don't know,
Or also if you're a Reanimator,
Yeah.
then absolutely.
yeah, if you're a deck with well, we all know you want to play against mill all the time.
Certainly, but I guess when I say combo, I mean anything in which you are looking for certain pieces.
Yeah.
It's not awful to be against mill,
Maybe ad nauseum.
but you at least run a risk going against those. But when you're like ad nauseum, where your win conditions are one-ofs in that deck, and you don't have a huge plethora of way to get them back in, you have options for it.
Yeah,
But
they
it
aren't
slows you
great
down
options
significantly.
though.
Yeah. So anything in which like you have one card that you're really trying to dig for
Yep.
can be problematic against it. But aggro going to be your best bet against it. So I apologize. As a wide swath combo can be great against Millie, especially if you're running on Burial Rites and Gristlebrand. Then it's okay.
Yeah, or if you're just playing Gifts Ungiven, I hear that card's pretty good against mill.
You know,
Yeah,
Gifts Ungiven is pretty solid.
it's okay.
Yeah, that card's fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic card. Gifts if I wasn't such a strict red mage, then I would be all about that card.
I do enjoy me a Gifts. Gifts piles are some of my favorite things to work out.
As an opponent, I disagree.
Well, as the person making it, you have I've always been a fan of a snow-covered forest because you could search for them with gifts.
Yeah, the worst part about is when you're looking at those gifts piles is that most often you look at it and you think to yourself, man, I can solve this and I can give them the worst possible option. Then you realize that, wait,
there is no bad option there.
This is all exactly what they want.
Or it's 3 Wrath of God effects and a Snapcaster.
You can have some of those.
Yeah, you can have the Snapcaster, probably.
See, and it's usually like, I'd rather just give them the 2 Wrath effects so that the Snapcaster can't hit something else in the graveyard.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it all just kind of comes down to...
The Snapcaster can't hit the gifts.
Certainly. So, Gifts Ungiven, really fun card
Yep.
if you're the one playing it.
That's very true.
Thanks for joining us. Stick around. We do have more Magic coming. It is going to be a fantastically long day. Down the line, we might get hungry.
Not having Snow-Covered Swamp.
Really?
He said he didn't have Snow-Covered Swamp.
I think Troy and Michael's deck lists.
Okay.
Oh,
Troy P.
Okay.
the 2 people that... Oh, okay.
They'll be table 2.
It's alphabetical.
Why did I look at it like this?
All
So
right.
you need Lundino?
Yep.
I think he's the only Michael here.
He should be right ahead of that. And there's Troy.
Alright.
There's Troy.
And I'll get Michael's for you.
And I think... Are we going to gate round 3? Okay, so round 3 about to start. Thank you for joining us, and looks like that timer just a little bit. Looks like some matches, at least the Lantern player finished.
Oh, hey, look at that.
I know. We're very proud of you. So, thanks for hanging out with us. We lost a couple of our deck lists, though they might come back. I think they're just doing some deck checks, and we should be getting our round 3 lined up pretty shortly. I am excited. How about you?
I am super excited.
We're excited. How about you? Oh man, that was awful. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
They don't come here for the great wordplay.
You know,
they should, but they don't.
No, they come here for the sweet magic plays.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they do.
Nonetheless,
they come here for drawing back-to-back skull cracks.
I mean, that's why I play Magic at all.
Oh wow, I enjoy casting small green creatures. Clearly, I'm on the wrong side of this.
Clearly. Do you have any idea of who is on that table currently?
I will double check.
Excellent.
It's like Pete. I know we have Peter.
Okay, and is he facing the wall?
Yep. Peter is going to be on the wall.
Okay.
I do not recognize his opponent, unfortunately.
That is okay. We should be finding out pretty shortly who that is. So Peter currently on Jund. Always a big fan of his Jund deck, and it is absolutely the shiniest of decks.
Yeah, it is definitely shiny.
And other than that, I guess would you be willing to take a quick jot and just ask him what his name is, and we can find out what his deck is from his list, just in case. Sorry, it's
man, this.
I know. Well, I'll tell you what. Okay. So, let's see what we can get here. Looks like his opponent is going to be Corey, and as these players get ready, what we're looking at is Merfolk. So actually, this is our Merfolk,
there's the Merfolk
going up against Jund. I'm actually pretty excited about this matchup.
Yeah.
Corey Monahan.
Something on the stream?
No, I think that's just our internet. If you guys are not having any trouble, please let us know.
Yes.
If it is running slow, let us know as well. But in the meantime, we're going to head on down. Round 3 begins now. Let's have some fun. Okay, so these two players getting ready. We've got the Merfolk and the Jund deck list. Let's take a quick moment as they get ready to talk about some interesting things.
Yeah.
I'll give you Merfolk, and I will take Jund. This Jund
I will
deck,
take the tribal deck every time.
certainly, you know, it's got your basic core of 4 Tarmogoyf, 4 Dark Confidant. Actually, this one's running 2 Kalitas as its 4-drop slot, so I kind of like that. 3 Liliana as opposed to, I think sometimes 4. The spiciest thing in this deck is a 1 of Jund Charm, which is super cool. Jund Charm offering a lot of versatility to the deck, acting as sometimes a Pyroclasm, sometimes some +1/+1 counters, and always as something pretty cool.
Yep, it has 3 modes. They're all pretty good sometimes.
Yeah. Basically, exiling all cards from target player's graveyard, 2 damage to each creature, and 2 +1/+1 counters on a creature. All pretty nice.
Yeah.
And, you know, as a 1-of, it can really get you some percentage points in a wide variety of matches.
In terms of the Merfolk side, there's an interesting inclusion in the main, and that's 2 copies of Kira.
Interesting.
The Great Glass Spinner.
Interesting.
And other than that, 2 Curse Catcher, bunch of Lords, 4 Curse Catcher and 2 Harbingers is the other interesting one. And in the board, we've got 4 Tectonic Edges. That's I would assume that's gonna get boarded in here. Also, he's on snow-covered islands. I gotta give him props for that.
Interesting. Alright, well, let's see what we can do to fix that. So we have got 3 islands off of that Inquisition, Akira the Great Glass Spinner, a Marrow Regery, and a Spreading Seas. Just taking one of those Spreading Seas and passing it back. And I'm going to see what we can do to fix that internet.
Alright, so we've got one of the snow-covered islands. Didn't draw the vial off the top like I thought he would.
Oh, naturally. And
Yep.
we have got a
There's a
Wooden
Thoughtseize.
Foothills into a Thoughtseiz's. Probably going to be going for that other that other Spreading Seas.
Yep.
Really seems to be prioritizing that one.
Although he did draw the Kira. So that Kira might be something to look at.
And let's see if we can stop dropping some of these frames.
His frames are not something we need to drop. Looks like he took the Spreading Seas again.
Okay.
So
Sorry, having some technical issues. And a third Spreading Seas
he
off
drew
the
it
top.
off the top. What a player.
No kidding. So let's take a look, see if we can get that internet back up.
Well.
See. So Spreading Seas on that basic swamp. He did have the fetch line, so now he can go up and grab what he needs. Probably going to be... Okay, so going for a Stomping Ground.
These seas, they're spreading to the stream.
And we're just going to try and reset our router. Okay, we might go down. Please stick around. And we'll try and have it back up and running very shortly. So, apologies for that one. Came up across some issues. I think maybe we just had some people... are you on our Wi-Fi right now?
I'm not on the Wi-Fi at all.
Alright, you're not part of the problem.
No.
And another Thoughtseize from Peter, going down to 14, really destroying his life total, but not at that big of a cost. Able to take, looking at 2 Rejuries, Akira, and a Lord of Atlantis, with 3 lands in hand.
I have to imagine he'd go after that Kira.
The only other one at this point, it depends on the removal suite in hand, but that Lord of Atlantis being the other one, just
That's
because
true.
it will give them the Island Walk.
Yep. I think, well, especially since he has double Rejury, he's going to go after the Kira. Okay.
Yeah. So, getting rid of that protection, I think what he's expecting to have is a decent amount of removal.
Thank you.
Okay.
And floating that black-green off that Twilight Mire.
Yep, to land down that Tarmogoyf.
Yeah.
Tarmogoyf currently a 4/5. Hopefully this stream is improving. Goodness.
Hopefully, jeez.
Oh no, how are you with internet stuff?
I know some stuff, not a whole lot.
Okay. And a lightning bolt on that Marrow Rejury, and I think we just got a little bit of a blip, so we might be coming back very shortly.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
That would be, as they say, the bee's knees.
Though Peter down to actually just having lands in hand, so coming up against a wall.
He is on that Goyf to ride, hopefully ride it to victory.
And as a 5/6, you know, there's a decent chance of it. So dropping down another Rejury. Right now his best removal spell, just continuing to swing with this Tarmogoyf more than anything.
Abyss is a pretty good removal spell.
Yep. Okay.
So let's hope our frames aren't dropping anymore.
Okay, but nonetheless, I mean, now you're writing it basically rave magic.
That's true.
It's like watching, you know. So if any of you
You're
just want to
desperately
dance to us,
raving here.
dancing pixels, we'll stalk raving mad. So a blood crypt.
Looks fine. So right now, looks fine.
So
right now on my
far,
phone.
it is better. Thank you.
I'll have my phone up here that way we don't concentrate.
Okay. Thank you for sticking with us. Had a little bit of issues. We ended up resetting the router, and hopefully that has improved things considerably. Sorry about that. And thanks for sticking with us. You guys are amazing. Okay, so Corey taking a big swing going down to 10 off of a couple of swings from that Tarmogoyf, and drop in a Harbinger of the Tides to bounce back that Tarmogoyf.
He does also have a Vial he can follow this up with. So, I would imagine that this Vial is going to come down.
Mm-hmm. Biggest thing is that that's buying just a turn more than anything. Does have that Lord of Atlantis to start applying pressure with that Harbinger next turn.
He does. Looks like Peter drew a Terminate off the top.
And that Terminate going to be excellent. Most likely going to be targeting that Lord of Atlantis, knowing that that's in the hand, more than that Harbinger of the Tides. Because then you make it to where, in a race, you are just going to be outclassing all the time.
But the one card that Peter doesn't know about is Master of Waves.
Is that currently in hand?
Yep.
Okay.
He's got 2 cards. One of them is Lord of Atlantis, the other one is Master of Waves.
Now that Terminate not going to do a whole lot of it.
No, cannot target Master of Waves.
But if he ends up getting into this 4th land, though, that is a phantasmal image.
Yep. Or as they've been known to say, the Fantastic Image.
The Fantastic Image. Love it.
Yep.
So that Phantasmal Image, a card that we could expect to come down next turn, probably off of the Vial.
Definitely.
Going to prioritize some other things at the moment. The biggest thing is, if you're Corey, do you read the Terminate in hand? Because if you wait until next turn, that gives you the option of playing out a Lord of Atlantis, and then using the Vial to copy it with that Phantasmal Image, and it gives you a lot of protection from possible removal. Looks like that's not the case just once you start applying that pressure, which is going to get hit
I think if
quickly.
I'm playing as Merfolk, I think I've got to expect that he's got a removal spell in his hand, because that is what basically all of Gem is.
Mostly you just have to really provide pressure against this deck. And the Spreading Seas are nice, but looks like going for that basic mountain, while pretty nice in the position that he had, you know, not actually cutting him off of a whole lot of colors.
That's true.
With Peter. And part of it's because he just happened to draw a ton of removal.
Yeah. Turns out when you have a bunch of creatures and your opponent has a bunch of removal spells, it's going to match up pretty well.
Exactly. Okay. And I think he actually drew another Tarmogoyf, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. Okay.
Yeah, I believe it's another Goyf. Yeah, that is another Goyf.
So that Tarmogoyf going to help apply pressure, and I like keeping up this Terminate at the moment. Basically needs what Merfolk needs is a basic island to drop down, and actually got the Mutavault.
Mutavault also works.
So that's going to be excellent.
Yep, I would slam this Master of Waves.
Mm-hmm. Especially with Jund having no way to deal with it as it currently
Especially with that Vial on 2, and you can copy it with the Phantasmal Image.
Oh, that's going to be beautiful.
That is...
And this actually might very quickly turn into a win for Corey. Looks like he's actually going to respond with a Terminate. Not a bad play.
No, you basically prevent 2 elementals from coming in.
Prevent 2 of the elemental and a huge power boost to both the Master of Waves and the Harbinger of the Tides.
Yep.
As well as that Mutavault, which would get +2/+2.
Yes.
Because it is an elemental.
Yep.
So...
Look at him using those elemental tokens.
Look at them. They're so nice. So preparing some of those elementals... Going to be pretty solid. And again, sorry for going down for a moment. We had some issues with our internet. And unfortunately, we took a decent hit and some people ditched, which I can't really blame them for.
Yeah, I can't blame them a whole lot.
Alright.
Alright, so you're going to get 3 4 tokens.
Let's see.
But this, these... Tarmogoyf has a lot of things. One thing it doesn't have is Trample. Thank God.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. I mean, at the end of the day, as good as it is still just a 2-mana vanilla creature with a lot of other things.
He could have gotten... Yeah. This is where...
because if he had brought it in...
In response to that Terminate, he could have gotten an extra 2 tokens.
He also... Okay, yeah, gotten the 2 tokens off of that, and also wouldn't that mean that the Merfolk would check? And they would each see each other? Because it's like Grey Merchant, you used to be able to remove Grey Merchant.
Yes.
So you actually could have gotten plenty more tokens off of this. Right now going for 9, but if you had brought that in response, I think the other Master Waves would have seen the Phantasmal Image in addition.
Yeah, he probably should have an extra 2 tokens. Or at least
just 1. Because if you had done the Vial in response to the removal, you wouldn't have had the Master Waves, it would have been on the stack.
Oh, I guess if he's doing it in response to the Master and not response to the trigger. That's fair, I suppose. Making a Master Wave slightly worse.
You know.
I mean, we're taking it from a really dead on board to only slightly dead on board.
And right now, I mean, Peter is in trouble.
Yeah, that is an understatement.
But he is the Jund Charm actually in his deck, the biggest thing that he's looking for.
That's
right
true.
Now. That Jund Charm, which is just a 1-of in this deck, able to deal 2 damage to the board. Other than that, there's not a whole lot in this main board that can actually save him as far as a sweeper. So pretty much all that Peter can do is, if he can survive this attack, a Jund Charm will do it.
If he can somehow instant speed Maelstrom Pulse, that would be an out.
An instant speed Maelstrom Pulse on the Phantasmal Image.
On the Master Waves, that way they're both
power 4.
Maelstrom Pulse?
No, Master Waves is a 4-drop. So
Maelstrom Pulse is not a Brooke.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of Brooke. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Maelstrom Pulse would be fantastic, however.
Instant speed Maelstrom Pulse.
Yep.
And in that scenario, you would want to target the Master Waves, not the Phantasmal Image.
Exactly, yep. Okay, so a large swing. All of those are 3/2s, however, because of these 2 Master Waves.
I'm very interested to see why he's not firing up this beautiful.
I think it's just to keep it as a blocker, which is pretty resilient. And with all of those, he's, that would present a kill on board if he did swing with it. However, but may just want to be playing to some of those outs. He's going to be putting Peter after blocks down to 3.
Yeah.
And so he's got to kill next turn regardless. Maybe just playing around some of the possible removal. But I agree that firing with that Mutavault would have given him the at least pressured kill.
Although I think Peter might actually be dead right now. Those are 5 tokens. They're all 3 power.
That's 7. So is that a swing for 21?
I believe that's 21 damage.
Yep.
Yeah, he's actually dead now.
So that is still very much a kill. Merfolk taking game 1 against Jund, a little bit what we could have expected.
Yeah, especially I think that game showed nothing else if not the power of Master of Waves.
Master of Waves is an excellent one. There's a famous saying, or infamous, let's say infamous saying.
I think it's infamous.
Among the Merfolk, and one player, or one person actually on Reddit almost taking full advantage of it, which is, that's not what Fish wants to do.
No.
Being a very common statement when it comes to any kind of new card, and immediately when people say, how about this for,
he don't worry, he got it back. He saw it. Different sleeves.
Right.
It's
and
also
so
not foil.
for them, and they just did see that now.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing is, people say a new card comes in, like, how about this for Fish? And people immediately respond, that's not what Fish wants to do.
Yeah.
And that was a huge response to Master of Waves when it came out.
Yeah, that's...
And, I think Master of Waves has certainly earned its place in this deck.
I think so, too. I think Master of Waves deserved every spot it ever gets.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
But that might be the inner mono blue devotion player talking.
He does not have the Spreading Seas anymore.
No, we,
Oh. Okay. But no, after picking up his cards, he was able to hand back that Spreading Seas. He noticed the different sleeve.
Yeah.
It was pretty much right after picking him up.
Yep.
Okay, so for sideboarding, let's take a quick look for Jund. Things that I'm expecting. Golgari Charm, not likely, but as a maybe. Maelstrom Pulse, going to be bringing in, going up to 2 of those Maelstrom Pulse. Anger the Gods, how do you feel about that one?
I think it's probably fine. It will definitely kill all the Master Wave tokens, which is something you need to worry about. Will not actually kill Master Waves.
Yeah.
But...
Damnation in the board, we're going to be seeing that come in. And,
hey, the one guy asked about Damnation. We found it.
Exactly. Here's a deck with Damnation in it. Things to be coming out. Kalida's maybe not fantastic in this matchup.
I could see Liliana the Veil boarding out.
Liliana, yeah, maybe. Or possibly, looks like actually on 4 drops, there's also 2 Huntmasters of the Fells.
Oh, yeah. I could definitely see Kalida's coming out in that case.
So Kalida's keeping those Huntmasters because that 2 damage might be able to take down one of them. And those Scavenging is also not doing a fantastic amount of work.
Definitely.
Almost no graveyard interaction in these decks, so I'm not expecting those Scavenging to... the only reason to keep them in at that point is because of their value just in, being a beater.
Yes, definitely.
As a potentially larger than a 2/2 creature. But Mostly just going to be bringing in as many removal spells that he can.
Yep. I could see him boarding an Ancient Crutch to kill Vials.
I
would
maybe one.
Yep.
I
would assume it's like one of the last cards to board in.
Yeah, and you certainly wouldn't want to have two of them.
Maybe Fulminator Mage go after Mutavault. Again, we're grasping at straws here, though.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of matchup to where you might almost want to make sure not to overboard.
Yeah.
Because you don't, when you're going to be on the back foot in a lot of this matchup,
Yeah, definitely.
then you don't want to find yourself with a lot of reactive spells that don't go against what's killing you. And so I think the biggest thing is that he wants to make sure that his deck is loaded with actual answers. So Damnation, Maelstrom Pulse, maybe Anger the Gods. I'm a little bit unsure about that.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on the Anger because the entire deck is Lords.
Exactly. But, those two Damnations and that Maelstrom Pulse, that's three cards that when he draws them will affect the board. And I think that's what Peter is really going to be looking for out of this, because he just doesn't have time to have those maybe answers.
That's true.
Okay.
For Merfolk.
For Merfolk. Tidebender Mage.
Tidebinder Mage, Relic of Progenitus.
4 Tectonic Edge in the sideboard. That seems a pretty bold move.
That's normally that slot is for more dismembers. I would assume.
And I would accept probably those negates.
Yeah, I could see the negates.
Maybe the Tidebender, or the Tidebender Mage is the most likely one for me.
Yeah, definitely. Then it's the relics, and it's the negates. If you're super worried about a removal spells, maybe the dispels, but I wouldn't board them in here. And I think I would probably cut these Vapor Snags in the main.
Just because of the amount of enter the battlefield. There's not a huge amount of enter the battlefield. It's mostly just inevitable creatures.
Yeah.
But those dismembers fine.
Maybe the Image, since it doesn't really survive against anything.
Possibly the Image. I could see that one.
Because he's on the set of Masters, though. That's really interesting.
For Crunchy Bubbles, that question is actually a question that we could probably talk a decent amount about. And so let's go ahead and hold on to that one to be between rounds, because that's certainly something that we can dive into a decent amount of discussion about and get some thoughts from you guys as well. So I like that question a lot. I don't want to imply that I'm ignoring it. I do see it, and I'd just like to address that later when we can get into more in depth into it. But I like it, and hopefully we can remember it and address that more in a bit. Okay.
Looks like Corey is on a mulligan, though. So it's not where you want to be. Playing against Thoughtseize deck is taking a mulligan.
Okay. So, Merfolk going down to
that's
6.
Sure, you go to 6, not 7. That's not how we would want this to end.
Peter keeping his 7 on the play. Do we have any Storm players? No Storm in the house tonight. We had Storm last night.
I honestly thought Donovan was going to play it, and he was going to play Storm.
Oh, but we didn't see him. And I expected Donovan to be on Affinity if he was going to come play. So no Storm, unfortunately. But
when I walked out, I saw you had a Dictative Crucifix in play. So
somewhere.
Yep. Looks like Peter boarded in the Kitchen Finks.
I kind of like that play.
Yeah.
It gives him a lot of edge as far as applying pressure. Might be better for applying, maybe bringing those in over the Scavenging Ooze.
Yeah.
It's one spot later on your curve, but it'll probably gain you more life than what Scavenging Ooze will, and it acts as a really nice aggressor and possibly as a blocker.
I was about to say he could have boarded out Bob, but clearly I was mistaken.
No, I don't like siding out Bob. I mean, if he really wants to hit those removal spells when he has the opportunity to, I like that a lot, keeping those in. And that's just such a powerful card.
But we do have the Silvergill Adepts in here. And there's a reason that card was once called the best creature in Legacy.
Mm-hmm.
Cantripping is a hell of a drug.
Okay, so Silvergill Adept. Did you see what he revealed off of it?
I believe it was a Goyf.
Okay. For the Silvergill Adept?
Oh, no. So the Adept revealed an Adept.
Okay.
And the Bob revealed a Goyf.
Okay, so Peter down to 17, and then a swing for 2, putting Corey down to 18. Because he took 2 off of that Target Life, correct? Yep. Okay,
Yeah,
updating his life total now.
Yep.
So going down to 15 for this Overgrown Tomb. Currently
and then
has...
his Goyf is going to be a 3/4. So, That is not an insignificant clock.
No, and I think pretty much anything bigger than a 2/3 is where he wants to be against this Merfolk deck.
Yes.
Especially with it not having any board presence at the time. No Nightfall, no. But we
Yeah.
can read out our list of decks again between rounds. And a Relic of Regendus, so that is one of the cards that came in.
Yep. So that's going to be pretty good at keeping this Goyf in check.
Absolutely. At this point, do you take out the land or the instant or sorcery?
I think I'd take out the instant because it doesn't look like he has another land in his hand.
Yeah, and I think he's much more likely to start refilling that with instants, both from both players, than it is to be starting to fill it up with land. Okay.
And it looks like Corey has a Harbinger actually in his hand.
Harbinger going to be a nice card. I'm not sure if I'd want to use that on the Dark Confidant, and may instead want to save that to hit the Tarmogoyf. But we've got a Silvergill Adept revealing a Master of the Pearl Trident, and also does have the Master of Waves
Yeah, he
in
drew
hand.
that Master.
So,
That Master is very good.
yeah, Peter really needing to have one of those...
Jund Charm has 3 modes, and we're going to pull that up for you right now.
And my hope is that he doesn't fire off that Jund Charm too soon. That is going to be a huge card for taking on this Master of Waves.
Yes, definitely.
But Jund Charm able to exile all cards from target player's graveyard, deal 2 damage to each creature, and put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature.
Yeah.
So what reveal did we get off of that?
That was another Goyf.
Interesting. So loading up on those cards.
Yeah. And he still has the Scavenging Ooze in his deck.
Okay, so maybe just trying to get more threat dense and
Yeah.
maybe respond.
Yeah,
maybe with his own.
I would be really interested to see what Peter boarded out.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes after the matches we're able to see.
Yeah.
And that seems to have a Kitchen Finks, a Tarmogoyf, Jund Charm. I think I see a Huntmaster in that hand as well.
That is definitely Huntmaster.
So going back up to 15, playing the Kitchen Finks now gives him a lot of breathing room as far as just gaining some capacity to have wiggle room. Because going up 2 and also having that as a blocker, nothing that's going to give them that unblockable at the time. And if he plays the Lord, he won't also be playing a Spreading Seas as the board currently sits. Okay. But
you don't have to worry about Eldrazi mirrors here.
No kidding. And the Jund Charm would actually, I think, only provide a +2, giving a creature and an instant. I don't think that it would do a whole lot outside of that.
Well, it would be the land in the graveyard, so it would be +2 counters on the Goyf.
Yeah, it would end up giving another 2. Or there's already a creature in there, so it would just be taking down, putting an instant in there.
Well, it would be +2 counters on the Goyf, and then there's an instant in there, so technically it would give the Goyf +3.
Oh, if he wants to do that mode
If
as
he wants
opposed
to do
wiping
that
the board.
mode, yeah.
Gotcha.
I would personally not do that mode.
Personally,
Yeah.
I'd rather wait on that one.
Yep.
Okay.
Especially with that Relic in play, you don't want to do that.
If I have to watch Eldrazi Mirrors until April, you're going to poke. On the bright side, there will be no Eldrazi Mirrors today. We only have one Eldrazi deck, so the mirror is impossible.
And you didn't hear this from me. I think he's losing.
Also, Guy Montag's nailing it with the pun. That might be one of my favorite one in a while.
Yeah, Merfolk.
So, a Dismember aimed at that Kitchen Finks. A little bit of an unusual choice there.
Yep, he's going to pop the Relic in response to that.
Yeah, so drawing a card doesn't gain him the 2 life. Still seems like a pretty interesting, aggressive use of that Dismember.
Yeah, that's...
Really valuing that card highly when there's a Tarmogoyf and a Dark Confidant on the battlefield.
Yeah. Well, that Goyf is now a 0/1.
That
for the
Goyf,
moment.
now a 0/1, but certainly that's liable to change. So nice, taking 0 off of that. That gets him to still missing some of the green. So only a single green source, and does have that Maelstrom Pulse, so all kinds of answers.
Yeah.
Basically, Peter just needs to keep playing lands, playing out these threats.
Yep,
because
he has the basic swamp here.
he is in no pressure as far as
None at
removal.
all.
Maelstrom Pulse and Jund Charm, both fantastic answers to whatever Corey can do. That Maelstrom Pulse is going to deal with any number of Lords.
Yep.
That Jund Charm can deal with Master of Waves, and to get both of those cards going to handle Master of Waves in a pretty nice, succinct way.
Yeah. The Maelstrom Pulse is particularly elegant.
Absolutely. It just doesn't handle the Master of Waves itself, which can act as possibly a Phantasmal Image target.
Yep. Well, it wouldn't be a target since you don't target with Phantasmal Image.
True. And we have got Peter going back up to 15 for this Huntmaster of the Fells. Huntmaster, pretty sweet card. It's a 2/2 that whenever it enters the battlefield or transforms, you end up getting a 2/2 wolf and you gain 2 life. And then, of course, if players play no spells,
Yep, it's no spells and then 2 spells on the back end.
it becomes a Ravager of the Fells. Okay.
Yep, I'm not seeing Liliana of the Veil so far. At least, I think he probably boarded out Liliana.
I think Liliana does lose a decent amount of this matchup, especially knowing that Master of Waves is in this deck.
Yeah.
That she's not going to save you a huge amount. If you can, land her on turn 3 after doing a lot of removal, she will have value, but she doesn't have that same constant value against Merfolk that you would like
That's
to have.
true. Yeah.
They have a lot of cards in hand, so you're not going to be keeping them in top deck mode.
And they have a lot of creatures.
And a lot of creatures, so that minus ability. Not fantastic. Certainly not a bad card, and I'm not sure if I would board out all of them if I was boarding out any number of them. But, it's still a card that may not be doing as much as you want. It's doing everything that she does, just a little bit worse.
That's true. And I believe we have a judge call. I don't know what it's about.
No, but it has to do with that Huntmaster of the Fells, I believe.
Yeah, I think he might have maybe a Vapor Snag or something.
Possibly.
Oh, I think that's what the thing. It's Tidebinder Mage.
Tidebinder Mage wondering what would happen if the card flips, I bet.
Well, I can tell you right now, because this has happened to me before. I've had transform cards being flipped. It's not a new creature. It will stay tapped.
Oh, okay.
Because all it does is flip over.
So that is Tidebinder Mage, which is not a waterbender.
Nope.
As I learned. So when it enters, you tap target red or green creature an opponent controls. That creature doesn't untap during its control, is unstepped for as long as you control. So yeah, I don't think that it even requires that the creature remain green after it targets it initially. So I think that's kind of the question, to if it had to have a remaining green. So that Huntmaster, gonna be flipping a little bit, and actually has the capability of, actually that Master of the Pearl Trident coming down, buffing the team, dealing 3 to Peter, and also giving the whole team Island Walk. So Peter under a little bit of stress at this point. But right now, this Jund Charm is going to eliminate this board.
Yeah, this I've never seen a Jund Charm look better.
Jund Charm, it would deal 2 damage to the whole field. Now granted, that would leave his Tidebender Mage alive. Except 2 damage marked on it, that Lord dies.
Yep.
And that 2 damage is enough to kill the Tidebender Mage. So I'm really expecting to see Peter go for that this turn.
And because of that, the Goyf is going to live at being a 2/3. Because those creatures are going to be in the graveyard before
Yeah, now if you're Peter, do you wait and see what Corey does? Because Jund Charm isn't instant.
That's true.
And he can wait to
also,
see maybe...
by waiting, you do get to flip the Huntmaster.
So you can flip your Huntmaster, get out. Now your Wolf is going to die anyway, but you get to deal 2 damage.
Yep, you will be able to kill that Master.
You would be able to kill the Master.
That way you also get to surprise anything that
if they
Corey's
follow up with
play.
maybe another Lord, then, if you take down this Master, he goes for it, boom, you just wipe the board in response.
If he follows up with a Master of Waves,
wipe the board in response.
Yep.
Now you're left with just a 2/1
against my 4/4.
Exactly. So, all kinds of potentially really cool things going on there.
Yeah, if I was Peter, I might attack with. I don't think I wouldn't do anything. I'd just be content.
Yeah, I mean, attacking, not super necessary at the moment, because you've got a 0/1 Tarmogoyf, which might be the funniest thing that I get to see on a daily basis.
You don't see many dragon or bio dragonfly Tarmogoyfs.
No.
It's not even Noble Hierarch. It doesn't have Exalted.
The Spreading Seas currently keeping Corey's board unblockable, and there is the flip, so we're going to go for a Ravager. And I'm going to try this. I haven't actually tried searching up a flip card.
It should be... I think if you click it... there it is.
So, a Ravager of the Fells now on the battlefield. A Trample 4/4. Those stats not mattering hugely by the current, because it is tapped down. But whenever it transforms, 2 damage to target opponent and 2 damage to a creature they control.
This Jund Charm is just going to be killer.
And this Jund Charm, yeah, I mean... With nothing else happening, probably just cast that at the end step, and even still, that is actually going to be... Oh no, it's only if one player casts 2 or more spells. Yep. That is unfortunate, because if it was... nail the board.
Yeah. Actually, I think with this Jund Charm, Peter's going to have lethal damage on the next turn.
Because his Huntmaster would untap, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
And then 2 from
5,
the Goyf,
6,
and then
7,
2 from the
8.
Bob.
Yeah, that is 8 damage, so you are
Actually
correct.
lethal damage.
And we do have a creature in that graveyard right now, so that Tarmogoyf, yeah, pretty interesting in that it would actually survive this Jund Charm. So that's going to be pretty sweet. And yeah, actually, I can totally bring up that Jund Charm again. You want to do card Jund Charm for future reference, but I can just bring that up. Okay.
He didn't go for it.
And a Kalitas? Right.
Peter's sideboarding decisions always baffle me.
That Spreading Sea is giving him 5 of those tokens.
Yes, that's very true. Because
So a Kalitas in hand, taking 4 off of that, going down to 8, and I still loses a little bit of the capacity for the win there.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to do that Maelstrom Pulse and catch him off guard that way.
I mean, I guess he's trying to play around something like Vapor Snag.
But Vapor Snag wouldn't do a whole lot because you still have the Maelstrom Pulse.
Yeah, and even if he tries to bounce your Huntmaster, that's better for you.
Yeah. So, taking down that Master of Waves clears the board of those elementals as well, actually.
Yep.
So that is a nice job of eliminating the board. Your Tarmogoyf goes up to a pretty nice size there. And at this point, do you just start getting aggressive with that? Because he might just be trying to save a Gym Charm. It is an instant. Doesn't have the capacity to cast it at the moment.
True. I definitely would attack with this Goyf.
Yeah, because even if he tries to double block it, that means that your Ravager with the Palace will be untapping next turn. Which, I mean, that's hardly the worst place to be.
Yeah. I think I would also attack with the Bob.
Yep. Start offering some full board trades. Basically, Corey's only outs at this point are to flood the board with like another Master of Waves.
There is also the hope that Peter flips an Emrakul off that Bob, which sometimes can happen.
You know, if they actually were to run that card.
Well, yeah. I mean, he flipped Kalitas.
Either that or someone snuck.
So,
Troy just snuck an
Emrakul. So, I mean, Corey is not out of this. He's going to take 6. He's going to go to 2.
If he chooses to do no blocks, which is somewhat of a risky position to take.
You are playing against a Lightning Bolt deck, so
yeah.
There's that.
And I mean, there's even things such as
maybe even Colligan's Command.
There's all kinds. I mean, it doesn't have the 3 mana. Only has 2 mana at the moment. But red presented and Abrupt Decay presented.
That's true.
So could end up going for one of those creatures if he wants to.
Yep.
But still, I think mostly he's just kind of playing this patience game. From Peter's side of the battlefield, trying not to walk into a trap. When so far he does kind of have board control as it currently sits.
I like the shout out. Look at that. Moving up in the world.
Alright. Got you covered.
Look at that. Although, I think Corey has a Merfolk of the Pearl Trident? No, it's not Merfolk of the Pearl Trident. It's Master of the Pearl Trident.
It is Master of the Pearl Trident. Merfolk of the Pearl Trident is significantly more underwhelming.
Hey, it's better when there's a Murg and a Petroglyphs in play.
That's fair. You certainly have have the truth there.
That is the go-to card for protecting vanilla creatures against everything else in the game of Strictly Better.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So this Ravager out, no 2 spells, but if Peter ends up casting another spell, that Ravager will be flipping back to being a Huntmaster.
Yep.
Gaining him 2 life, pretty solid, and getting him another Wolf, which will be acting as a blocker.
Yep, I think that Wolf might be the more important part.
Certainly the Wolf will be pretty important, because he is tapped out, and granted, that's not a huge amount of pressure being applied, especially with the Silvergill blocking.
Yep.
But I'm curious to see what we get out of Peter, whether he just chooses to tap, just to pass the turn, keep it as is, or if he has got some kind of play to try and flip it.
That is one interesting block.
Going for that Tarmogoyf instead, not offering a trade.
No.
Okay.
Though, is the Goyf +1 now because of the land? So it would be 3/4?
That is correct, and a Terminate on that Tidebender Mage to flip the Huntmaster. And you know, maybe you just want to say, like, check your Tarmogoyfs.
Yeah.
Or check the Tarmogoyf dice.
Peter, can you check your Tarmogoyf dice? Peter, is the Goyf die correct? It should be higher than a 2-3.
Well, it is now.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, they do have that. Breeze, please, that is correct. I think what he was doing was playing around the bolt, basically, because if he had taken that 3, especially off of that fetch, like with it potentially going up to that 4 or 5 there off of that instant and sorcery, then that actually was presenting a kill there.
Yeah, that's,
and
I guess that's fair, I suppose.
So, playing around that one, I like, because, you know, unfortunately Merfolk hugely on its back foot.
Yeah,
and,
especially here.
While in theory not out of this game yet, he's pretty close.
Yep. He's got to basically hope he draws running Master of Waves, and even that I don't think will get him out.
It'll get him 2 Tokusi who'd have 3 blockers, and even that's just not enough to survive at this point. Okay.
Yeah, Kermeg Angler off the top, 1 time. Will still not kill Peter.
Would be glorious, though.
He will take 7, go to 2.
And then double Vapor Snag. Boom.
Yep.
Live the dream.
Yeah.
So another Tidebender Mage coming out. Probably
tap that Goyf.
And actually, that Harbinger of the Tides, bouncing back another creature, one of those wolves. So, not
Take 0.
an interesting play here. And, I mean, like, all things considered, Corey's still playing to his outs.
Yep.
Does, theoretically... no, I don't think he actually even survives an attack right now. Or he has got 3 attackers, so he can survive an attack.
Yeah.
It just takes Peter...
Oh, no, Corey actually is dead right now because of the Jun Charm.
And also is dead because if Peter doesn't cast a spell this turn, that Ravager will flip.
Yeah.
And deal 2 damage to him. So he just needs to deal 2 damage, which he will.
Well, he can also just put 2+1/+1 counters.
I mean, sure, and with that colorless being presented, I
Although,
think
to be fair, maybe you don't want to tell him you have Jun Charm.
For game 3?
Yeah.
And when you have the win already presented, you're going to take the win that way.
Yeah.
But otherwise, your Ravager flipping would have... Or actually, it was about to die to this Harbinger. So, I guess, if he hadn't blocked the Harbinger, that's the way to do it. Still, Peter getting the game 2. So this is going to be going to a game 3.
Yeah.
Pretty solid match so far happening. Both players fairly adept at their deck.
Yep.
I'm not sure how long Corey has been playing.
Would you
Merfolk.
call Corey a Silvergill adept?
Nice.
Yep.
Nice. Pretty adept at his deck, and Peter certainly knows how to play his deck with a lot of charm. Yeah, I'm ashamed. Why do you ask?
It's too bad the card foil is not modern legal.
I know, they really foiled us there.
Yeah.
So it looks
Only
like...
I could get a foil.
So I think we've got some Game 3 sideboarding, and again, I cannot stress this one enough. Game 3 sideboarding is such a powerful option.
Yeah.
That,
You came to the wrong neighborhood if you didn't want puns. Sorry. I'm not really sorry.
Kolagon's Command, how many are in this deck? Actually, are there none?
Ooh.
There are no Kolagon's Command in this deck.
I don't think I'd leave home without Culligan's Command.
No, certainly some interesting choices.
Yeah.
Maybe didn't expect a huge affinity meta, and certainly paid off.
Yeah, he got paid off.
But no Kolagon's Command in this deck. However, there's a mainboard Grim Lavamancer, which is awesome. Alright.
I know exactly who you are. We're still gonna make puns.
What is this, an Inquisition? Goodness.
Yeah. I wore the wrong shirt to make that pun. I actually have a Spanish Inquisition shirt.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Delightful.
And it's red, too.
Oh, I have a red. I wore my red shirt yesterday.
Yep. I wore the partially green shirt. My head was discombobulated.
Yeah, you didn't realize that you were going to be talking, rocking, getting some trees on your neckline.
Yep.
So we have got a Bloodstained Mire from Peter into a Wanderwine Hub, revealing a Master of Waves, and then casting that off of an island and a Wanderwine Hub. So not a bad start from Corey, missing a turn 1 play.
It's interesting that he has Wanderwine Hub and no white spells.
That's actually pretty common these days.
Yep. Just play around choke.
Yep. Pretty much Merfolk decks these days, you're seeing Cavern of Souls, Wanderwine Hub. Not as many as you would normally expect. Because sometimes they tend to like make this commitment of also running Oboro and also running just other things.
I've seen Oboro, I've seen Minamo.
Yep, and sometimes they run all of those, except, my response to that one is usually to bring in Blood Moon.
Yeah, sometimes you Blood Moon the super basic island deck.
Yep. I mean, basically, yeah, it depends on what
this
you see.
Kira is going to be very good, except for that Jun Charm.
That Jun Charm, pretty much now might be the time to fire it off. Wait the turn to maybe see what Corey does. But actually, it looks like Peter
might be interested in that Kitchen Finks.
And
Brought in Back to Nature, too. Ooh, I don't agree with that choice.
takes down Spreading Seas. And I think one
but
of his only outs to enchantments. And as a one-of, that's a pretty interesting inclusion.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the axis I want to fight this deck on. Like, I mean, this strategy is all about killing you quickly and disrupting your lands, and I just don't think you have time to go after those enchantments.
Jun Charm about to have a really nice payoff.
Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes you have it. Sometimes your cards match up very well against your opponent's cards.
It actually has the Abrupt Decay as well. It doesn't want to use that, so hopefully we see this Jun Charm get fired
really
up.
not use that Abrupt Decay.
Though it can't be countered.
Ooh.
Getting spicy.
Yeah.
I actually like that a lot.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Yep, I've seen... Yep, got a lot of those cast against me, too. Man, this is just bringing back all sorts of bad memories.
No kidding. So Kitchen Finks applying 3 damage there. Corey down to 17, though they haven't updated that dice, but also dropping down to Dark Confidant, which is going to start giving Peter a lot of card advantage.
Yep.
Also having a Bolt, an Abrupt Decay, and a Jun Charm in hand means that he is pretty set to take on whatever Corey plays down.
Yep.
Kira not being a Merfolk means that even if Corey starts dropping some of these lords, it's not going to save Kira from that Jun Charm.
Yep. Although a Marrow Regery here will actually be pretty good because it'll allow this Mutavault to attack through the Bob.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and apparently...
Tell them to adjust the die. Corey, can you adjust your die on the top? Can you adjust the red die to your life total? Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you.
And... I wonder why it was...
18 doesn't sound right.
Okay.
Should be 17.
Oh, the Golgari Charm. All creatures got
right,
this one.
right. Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Dark Goyf Mystic, thank you. So, Peter at 14 right now, taking some damage from that Dark Confidant, with Corey at 18, taking some off of that Kira Great Glass Spinner, and also dropping a Merfolk Regery. So...
ooh, we missed that trigger.
The Abrupt Decay, and no, it actually just can't be countered.
Oh, that's funny.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
So can't counter the Abrupt Decay.
Huh.
And then that Bolt taking down the other one.
Oh, Modern. You and
Peter-
your strange interactions.
Peter establishing a really nice board state at this point. And then we have got a
That should
swing.
definitely go after that. Yep.
And actually, did he have the Back to Nature in hand right now? Or was that just something that you saw in his deck?
That
when he
was something
fetching?
I saw in his hand when he was fetching.
Okay. So Peter now cut off of red sources.
Yep.
So that Jun Charm sitting pretty empty in his hand.
And
at
if
the
I was
moment.
Corey, I might consider using that Tech Edge to go after that Overgrown Tomb.
Okay.
Or maybe the Twilight Mire, just restrict him on mana even further.
I think I would go for the Twilight Mire before the Overgrown Tomb, since that restricts the double black.
Yep, that's fair.
And
So, I know it's bad, but man, I want that image to copy a Bob.
Dark Confidant doing what it does, just revealing the lands that you want.
Yeah, it's a better Tech Edge target. You got me. He draws the Raging Ravine. That's a better Tech Edge target.
No kidding. Still does, it also gets him up to that red mana, which, again, if he saves that Tech Edge for it,
Yeah.
really going to provide that one. 5 damage, so even with Corey presenting, a pretty nice impersonation of mana restriction, what's on the board already, he needs to actually respond to that.
Yeah, it's not looking good for the Merfolk player.
Mm-mm.
Even if he does not want to update his die.
No. I think they're life total pads. They're just kind of letting those ones work.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Peter.
Peter's certainly more used to being on our stream.
Yeah.
And down the line, still looking at getting an app that can actually they can just use like the tablet, have it go to a text file, and then
Oh, is this gonna copy a Kitchen Finks?
Nice.
All right, I like this plan a lot.
Now here's an interesting question, because I'm sure people will ask what happens when a Phantasmal Image copying a Kitchen Finks dies.
Okay, well, I actually know this because I played both of these.
Yep, it's a really cool interaction, so that's why I want to mention it.
Yep, so Phantasmal Image will copy everything about Kitchen Finks, including the persist trigger. However, it's going to come back into play with a -1 counter, and you get to choose a new target. You get to choose a new choose a new creature for it to copy. So it can copy Kitchen Finks again. That's fine. It'll gain 2 life, but it'll have a -1 counter on it. It can copy Dark Confront if it wants to,
and then die.
Because it has a -1 counter on it.
Phantasmal Image, very cool when it's copying a creature with persist. Okay.
If he wants, he can animate Mutavault. He can copy Mutavault.
Yeah. All of these are options.
Yep.
So, for those of you who play Phantasmal Image, persist leads to some pretty fun times. And Undying especially.
Also, every clone
if you
with a persist or Undying.
If you have a creature with persist and Undying, both, and a Phantasmal Image, you have an infinite blocker.
That's very true.
So, Peter, getting a bolt off of that Dark Confidant, but still not having any red mana. So, 2 bolts and a Jund Charm stranded in his head right now.
Yep. Although, funny enough, the Jund Charm will wipe the board entirely.
If he can play it.
Yep. Because of the way active player, non-active player works.
So just taking the 3, not offering the trade yet, because Corey right now is winning that race.
Definitely.
And if you're Peter, are you going to try and trade with that Mutavault next turn?
I think I am.
Preserve the life total a bit. But really, on the flip side, if I'm Peter, all you need is a red source. That's it.
True.
That's it. And then this game becomes so much more manageable.
Oh, wrong door.
And a Grim Lavamancer in hand as well. So maybe keep that. I think he's deciding right now what he wants to do. And gonna throw that in front of it.
Yeah,
so,
I like that. I like that block a lot.
Yeah, the only reason to not is to give yourself 2 chances to get to that red source.
Yeah.
But he has a Verdant Catacombs, which I did not realize. I thought that was an Overgrown Tomb for some reason.
They do look pretty. The new art looks really similar.
Yeah, so I think he's going to be going for a Blood Crypt, or which is going to. Oh, actually, going to go for a Stomping Grounds.
Yep.
Take extra green mana. He does have that.
He's got a lot of black mana, especially with that Twilight Mire.
Exactly. So I can get behind that, and it gives him the red to really start taking back control of this board.
That was a Golgari turn? No, it was another Verdant Catacombs.
Okay.
I think I would really like to see just an attack and just a pass.
Alright, so we've got a swing for 3.
Yep.
Going to offer blocks.
Okay, we got to persist. There we go. This is the best interaction.
And
so Peter is the active player, Corey is the non-active player.
Which means that Corey's is going to come back first.
Yeah, it's going to come back with persist and have nothing to copy, so it's going to die again.
And I think what we are now learning is that problem.
Yep.
And I think they're getting the judge over there to explain that to them.
Yep.
Again, some pretty interesting interactions here.
Yeah.
So, Peter going to get his, and unfortunately Corey not going to have one. So, huge tempo, or I mean, it's not even. I don't want to say tempo. That's just kind of an auto, but just a huge swing in Peter's favor.
Yep.
Just in that single interaction, wiping him of that card, taking away any of that possibility of even gaining life at 7. Right now, Peter is winning almost any race that gets entered.
Especially with that Jund Charm.
And now they are on turns. So a Lord of Atlantis coming out. Both these players on turns, and Peter really just has 2 turns to swing in. So he needs to really be getting some removal in hand.
I think if I was Peter, I think I'd shock myself to bolt this Lord.
You know, you have 2 bolts in hand, so that puts him functionally at 1.
That actually.
So all you have to do is swing next turn.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Or you could just activate the Grim Lavamancer.
Yeah. So right now, I agree. You want to get this red source, go for the bolt, and you have a kill next turn.
Yep.
Because just by attacking with both creatures, or just activating your Grim Lavamancer, you're enabling that win. So going to be going down to 7.
Probably.
But again, pretty much on turns at this point, and it is about to be a shutout. Jund taking it in turn, I think 2, maybe 1. I'm not sure at what point
It'll
they
end
call
up being
turns.
turn 2 if Corey doesn't scoop.
Yeah.
But this was a very interesting match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really liked this match in a whole lot of ways. Peter, I'm not, I can't actually speak to the experience of Corey with Merfolk.
Neither can I.
But I do know that Peter has been playing this deck for a long time.
I can tell you, Corey has a very cool hat.
I mean, if nothing else.
If nothing else,
Then
he's gonna win the hat war, and as I can confirm, hats matter.
Hats matter.
Hat lives matter.
Someone drafted Innistrad.
Yep.
Okay. It does have another bolt in hand. So, Peter has that other bolt in hand, and actually also has
He's going for the attack.
also has a Jund Charm.
That's
So
true.
he could have even attacked with the creatures going for the +1/+1 counters. All kinds of things happening here,
Deal 2 damage to you.
and then present the bolt.
Would have loved to have seen him. Oh, look at that! Corey is at
negate.
1 life though. I think no, he's at 2 life.
He's at 2 life.
Ooh,
Oh my
Oof.
goodness.
ooh! Here we go. I don't know what else Corey has, but that's not one of them.
Okay. So what have we got here? That Kira no longer on the battlefield. I can go ahead and bring that off. But that Kitchen Finks putting back up to 9, still presenting a kill for that turn 4. So Corey needs to get something on this battlefield. But right now, this Grim Lavamancer needs to be removed. Otherwise, that's just going to close out this game more than anything.
Oh yeah, that Finks actually might have. I don't think I would have played that Finks. Because if Corey draws an image,
Drew a Phantasmal Image.
yeah,
Man, that would have been...
that would have actually. Oh yeah, that would have been an out.
That would have been the coolest way to...
Yeah, that would have been
to finish this in a draw of ever.
Yeah.
So actually, that's a really solid point
Yeah, that's
to
fair.
Mikey and Beakers.
Yeah.
Really good question. So we're actually getting close to going to round of 4. So let's just go back to us for a quick moment.
Yeah.
We can introduce ourselves to all of you. So we'll be seeing you in the booth in just a moment. Thanks for joining us. Stick with us, and we should have more magic very shortly. Ding, ding, ding. We actually just got over to 100 people.
Hey!
Woo! Thanks for joining us. I'm TJ,
I'm Coleman.
and we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. A Grand Prix trial today, a little bit outside of our normal streaming schedule, which is on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. But thank you for joining, and if you ever do have any questions, comments, or feedback, please feel free to put it into that chat. One of the things that we like to do is interact with you guys through that and respond to your questions, anything that you kind of have for us. It's something that we have a lot of fun. Getting ready for round 4, but for those of you who are brand new, be sure to hit that follow button, and for those of you who are hanging out and who are being here with us, you guys are all absolutely fantastic, and we greatly appreciate you joining us time and time again. And Jin tossing out a compliment to all the fantastic people in the stream. So,
Yeah. Take those 100% of the time.
round 4 getting tossed up since we actually had our final match up there. And we should be getting into it. But so far what we have seen is Burn against Tron, a different Burn, up against
Jeskai Control.
Jeskai Control. And then Jund going up against Merfolk. Jund finally grabbing the edge right at the end of the game.
Yeah.
In a pretty...
We had a very very tense draw step there.
Very tense draw step. And that was a pretty interesting point, which is they were talking about, the right play of playing that Finks. The two options at that point come down to, is it better to risk getting hit by a Vapor Snag or a Phantasmal Image? Both of them not very large.
I think they're
in the
both
deck.
2-ofs.
Both of them are 2-ofs. So actually playing around the Vapor Snag, probably the safer bet since you already saw an image. And there's
That's
2
true.
copies in the deck as opposed to 1. Whether or not that was going
It's
on...
pick your poison either way.
It is very much pick your poison. Ended up making the right choice because there wasn't really a wrong choice.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And that's the easiest way to make a right choice in a lot of these situations.
Sometimes the best choice is the one that doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, having a good time. Coleman here joining me for the first time doing a full stream.
Yeah, this is very not normally here for the first part.
No kidding. And just as we get to 100 people, it seems like when we don't actually have Magic itself, immediately they all run away.
Yeah.
But they'll be back. They always are. On the bright side, a quick point as we were waiting for the next round, just to read out the decks that we have in the room. Again, we have Jund, which we just saw. Modern Zombardment in the hands of Joe. If
I
you
hope
can't
it's doing well. I really hope so.
Right. Jeskai Control. The blue-white Eldrazi, our only Eldrazi deck in the room. Obzon Company, designed by Coleman here.
Yeah.
A mono-white Death and Taxes called Mono W2.
W2.
Kind of, I like it. It's a
Yep.
clever name. Lantern Control. Selesnya Hay Pairs, green-white Hay Pairs.
Yep.
Burn. A Death and Taxes, which is a little bit different than that W2. Both operate pretty
Yep.
separately, so I would be hesitant to call them the same deck. Obzon Midrange, Merfolk, which we just saw, Green-Red Tron, a Naya Burn are the other deck that there's 2 copies of. Kiki Cord, the Jeff Hoogland version,
With the 61st card.
of course, Naya Zoo, and Green-White Boggles in the room. So far the biggest lack is affinity for me.
Yeah.
When do we get to see Zombardment on camera? That's a great question, and I think it comes down to if he ends up on the stream. And actually, we are going to have one Eldrazi match. I know.
You can't get through a tournament without one Eldrazi match.
And I think it's because they are one of the top performing decks. Well, not actually. Interestingly enough, Bryce on Eldrazi currently 2-1.
Really?
Yes.
Ooh.
So, Bryce 2-1 with Eldrazi, going to be going up against a 2-0 deck in the hands of Troy, who is on...
I believe he's on Burn.
Okay, so Burn again. Good. So,
You're really liking the lightning bolts today.
apparently, but nonetheless, I'm always a big fan of lightning bolts, so I can certainly get behind it. So, let's do that. And let's see... Oh, of course, yeah, he's also had a 63 card version, but it is one of the Jeff Hoogland versions.
Yeah.
And if you could see who's on which side.
I believe Bryce is against the wall, and they're shuffling up right now.
Okay, so round 4 about to begin. Just gonna hit some buttons so that we can head on down.
Is a 2-1 versus 3-0. We are going into round 4.
2-1 versus a 3-0. I may have misspoken. So let's head on down and watch the magic. We'll see you guys down there. Okay, so the opening hand from this blue-white Eldrazi. Let's go ahead.
Doesn't matter since he's mulliganing.
Indeed. Let's go ahead and... Would you like the Eldrazi deck?
I guess if I have to.
I mean, I can talk about Burn significantly
Yeah.
better. So,
It's always weird to see the Urborg in the non-black deck.
agreed, and I think it's mostly just to enable... I believe that there's some number of Dismember.
Yeah, and it turns Ayavugan into functional Mishra's Workshop.
Sometimes better, actually.
Yeah. But, I mean, everyone knows what this deck is. There's not really anything new.
So...
A second Disenchant in the sideboard.
Well, actually, let's talk a little bit about this deck, because
Okay.
Blue-White Eldrazi is a fairly recent one.
Okay,
Only showing up maybe in the last week.
That's true. So the big difference between this list and especially the ones that took the Pro Tour by storm, is the addition of Eldrazi Displacer,
Okay.
which is the card that has significantly broken the Eldrazi mirror in half. If you played against this in Limited, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It is almost impossible to beat in a board stall. You can blink your own Displacer, Drowner of Hope. Sorry, not Displacers. You can blink your own Drowner of Hope, and since it's when they come in or when they enter the battlefield, they'll get an additional 2 Scions. You can blink your Sky Spawner. You can to get a Scion. You can blink your Thought-Knot Seer in their draw step to go after more cards. You can blink your opponent's Reality Smashers so they don't the exit combat. This card is absurd when it works.
And a Goblin Guide swinging in, revealing a Reality Smasher on the top. We have a Fetch Shock into a Sacred Foundry by Burn. Going for that white source, signaling the Boros Charm in hand, and also signaling that he doesn't have one of those Atarka's Command or the Nacatl.
Yeah.
One unusual thing about this deck is that it is running Curdape as well as a 2-of, and no Eidolon of the Great Revel, and this is kind of the situation in which you don't want that Eidolon.
That's very true.
So an Eldrazi Sky Spawner coming in off of, so we have a Hallowed Fountain, and going into a Sky Spawner, which also gives us an Eldrazi Scion. Alright.
I didn't know we all wanted Corn on the Cob, because if we do, I'm in.
They want it as a background.
Oh, I can't do that.
No.
Can't put everything on the Cob.
Cannot. And we have got the Reality Smasher coming in off of that Eldrazi Temple and that Ivugan, and a swing for 7 coming in against this Burn deck.
Somehow the Burn deck is at the lower life total than your opponent. That's not a good plan.
Yeah, and this is pretty much exactly what Bryce could have hoped for.
Yeah.
Tossing that down for 2 just to offer a trade with that Goblin Guide, if nothing else. But right now, Troy's options extremely limited.
Well, you didn't see the Eldrazi mirror, Montags. You only saw it. You only saw the one side of it.
All right.
Don't worry, you will not see the mirror today.
And a Boros Charm to the face at the end step. Again, probably. There's so little. Burn has so few options in response to this Reality Smasher.
Yeah, it's...
So, gonna be probably a quick match. Enough on board to present the kill, so even if Troy tries to get into an aggressive position, it's not going to pay off well.
There's just something so flavorful about the guilds of Ravnica trying to band up and trying to take down the Eldrazi, and then... Nope, Reality Smasher, attack you. I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Alright.
But no, this matchup seems to be practically over now. It's...
Alright.
Yeah, there we go. This was all planned.
And actually, I am asking about possibly getting Joe as a backup match.
I can 100% confirm Troy does not have Roast in his deck.
Nope.
No.
Unfortunate. Dude, there is one Path to Exile in the sideboard, however. So Riftbolt coming out.
He's fighting the good
Troy.
fight. Gotta give him that.
Absolutely, and he does have a bolt in hand, so right now presenting 6 damage.
Ooh.
Without
Don't care. Lava Spike you.
Lava Spikes, that's 6. Bryce technically at 8 functionally, so if he can find a way to deal 8 damage next turn, which is not unreasonable.
No.
And survive. Surviving is also a key
surviving's
piece.
the big one.
But if he can survive and maybe deal 8 damage,
Pretty sure this Drowner just kills him, though.
and that Drowner eliminates
5,
a lot of the
6,
possible
8,
options,
9,
mostly
10.
because that Goblin Guide is no longer able to just chump block,
I count 10 damage.
and that is enough.
Yeah. Funny enough, I think Troy might have been able to do 8 damage next turn. I think he had Bolt Lava Spike.
Did he really?
I think so.
So yeah, that was, I mean, playing to his outs, definitely not a bad idea when the game wasn't over. Didn't get it fast enough, and
unfortunate.
So Bryce taking game 1 with that blue-white Eldrazi. Let's take a look at the sideboards. Burn pretty much at the disadvantage here.
Yep.
Things to be possibly coming in. 3 Deflecting Palms.
That's going to be very good against Reality Smasher.
Possibly the Path to Exile.
Yep.
Well, most likely the Path to Exile. Those are really the main ones. I don't think that Leyline of Sanctity has enough targets in this.
No.
Mostly just the Thought Knots here. Not really worth it. Things to come out. Maybe Searing Blaze. It's not fantastic.
Yep.
They're pretty much the mimics. There are some options, so maybe not that. But maybe those 2 Curdapes, Grim Lavamancers, some of those cards just aren't great right now.
Yeah. But this all depends on how familiar Troy is with this Eldrazi list.
True.
Because Bryce has in his sideboard that I guarantee is going to come in 2 copies of Worship.
Oh, yeah.
So, if he's familiar with the deck, then Troy is going to be bringing in those Destructive Reveries.
And, of course, that Worship basically being the reason why this new blue-white one is popular. Because if you want to talk about breaking the mirror match,
Yep.
this is the other way to go about it.
There's only 4 cards of Worship in the name this time. Worship is a enchantment for 3 and a white that says, as long as you control a creature, your life total cannot go below 1. Doesn't matter what type of damage it is, cannot go below 1.
Oh, I brought up the wrong card. I'm sorry. Got distracted trying to get that backup match.
Doesn't matter if you're at 2 and you get shocked, you'll go to 1. If you're at 1 and you take 10 damage, you'll stay at 1. Now, the thing about this, well, if you thought Eldrazi couldn't beat Ensnaring Bridge, they really can't beat Worship.
Pretty much, and that's actually why the green-red version came out, because World Breaker is pretty much they're out to that.
Yeah, and the new blue-white lists are just playing it because it beats Eldrazi.
Yep. And when if you're looking at the day 2 meta, especially at the Star City, I'm so happy that we only have one Eldrazi deck.
Yeah, me too. I don't think it could handle Eldrazi
day to day,
mirrors.
because 47% of day 2 at that Star City one. Feel free to have them all come over here, because this is the only Eldrazi list that you will be seeing.
Yeah.
The rest of them, all kinds of fun stuff.
I think he might be showing himself. Do you just want to concede now?
Probably not.
I like the rub-in. The rub-in is very nice. I gotta appreciate the just sheer cheek of it all.
Oh no! It's the weirdest thing to where I have very high energy level.
Yeah,
that's pretty noticeable. When you get to know me, and then the second that I sit down to actually play, immediately I basically flatline. Immediately, it's just like no, yeah.
Whenever I play against someone, I always talk out everything that's in play. It's like, oh, you weren't supposed to draw that card. That card's really good.
Yeah.
I'm like one of those people, and I've had people just tell me, no, you just stop doing that.
I know, and I get weirdly just silent, and which is completely out of character for me. So, different styles of play, certainly.
Yeah. Oh, I remember when someone was talking about banning Ensnaring Bridge. How times have changed.
Mostly, I don't know. As always, I remain a fan of less bannings than more bannings, and certainly not of cards that are just irritating, because they do a lot just by threatening with their presence to keep some strategies in check. Maybe not doing the best right now, but certainly we're glad to have Ensnaring Bridge as an option at the moment, even if it's unfortunate that we're in that position. Yeah,
well, this is the format. You got to adapt to it, basically.
Exactly.
I'm just happy that GPLA is going to take place after the ban restriction announcement.
Yes, because I will be down in GPLA. Yeah. That's going to be an absolute blast.
Oh, I'm going to have a lot of fun.
I already found a couch that I can sleep on.
Oh, look at you.
I know, thanks to my sister.
I'm going to be in a hotel room.
Nice. My sister lives down there, so I'm able to... Granted, it's going to be a little bit away. I'm going to have to get Uber or a taxi to take me, but all things well.
I was not able to find a Dodgers game around that time, unfortunately.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Still, we'll have fun. I'm sure we'll hang out while we're down there.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Mary Bands, hello. I'm not sure if you're responding because I said I'm not a big fan of bands, and you're like, Mary Bands.
I am a fan of bands.
Or if you just happen to show up. Nonetheless, welcome. And if you haven't joined our stream before, happy to have you. As always, any questions, comments, or feedback are more than welcome. My name is TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we are from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Alright.
So I guess another thing Bryce could possibly bring in is the Stubborn Denials.
Stubborn Denials, possibly. I actually like Stubborn Denial. It'll just be a tax effect. The only other thing, those disenchants, not going to be doing a whole lot.
I can't see those disenchants coming in.
Pretty much his main board is solid. Good. Worship and Stubborn Denial are the two cards.
Maybe the Gut Shot if you're super worried about literally Grim Lavamancer. I cannot imagine a scenario where... Ooh, that was not a good Goblin Guide for for Troy.
No, a basic mountain into a Goblin Guide for Troy on the play puts Bryce down to 18 and reveals an Eye of Ugin for him to start slamming down some creatures.
Oh, and a Mimic.
Eldrazi Mimic coming out.
Man, sometimes these starts.
At least it wasn't 2 Mimics. And we have
Yeah.
a Bloodstained Mire, a fetch from Troy, going to be probably going to fix his mana, and what we see him going for is going to reveal a little bit about his hand. Going for a red-white one, so that tells me that he doesn't have that Wild Nakad, although we didn't see that turn 1 play, which is also telling.
Probably also does not have Vitarka's command.
Okay.
I think I might have seen a Deflecting Palm.
Deflecting Palm, also a really good one. It's going to
Oh, that's really good here.
And Searing Blade is going to do a huge amount to disable those really hyper-aggressive starts.
Yes.
Deal it, put him down to 3.
That is the perfect card I would love to have here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Path Deck's on not doing a whole lot here.
No, and Searing Blade definitely loses value as this game goes on, so being able to fire it off on turn 2, excellent.
Yeah. Ooh, that's got to be a pump of the fist if I'm Troy. Your opponent went Eye of Ugin.
Reveal Eye of Ugin again.
Eye of Ugin into Eldrazi Temple, pass.
And with another Eye in hand.
Yeah.
And look at that. Troy now
cannot cast that Worship.
Cannot currently, but it's still definitely a concerning card if I'm Troy.
Yeah.
Okay, now they're updating that to 13, down to 11.
Oh, yeah. I think Troy realized he might have gotten away with this game here. And he even has the Destructive Revelry in his hand for that Worship.
So I actually did realize to bring it in.
Yeah.
So pretty much at this point, if I'm Troy, I'm hoping that all Bryce is trying to do is land that Worship. But with lots of colored spells in hand...
I would not show that Revelry at all.
No, and no colored mana.
Nope.
Pretty much...
Yep, he's got double Worship. It's easy to spot because they're whiteboarded.
Pretty much. So Troy pretty much needs to start applying pressure because every one of these Goblin Guide swings threatens to reveal the land that could end up putting him in a dangerous position.
That's the Darker Wastes.
Now, that is going to end up dealing him more damage, so dealing down to 5, functionally at 4. If Troy has a Boros Charm in hand, he has the win.
Yeah, well, there's a Suspended Riftbolt. So, we are getting kind of close.
Okay. So Bryce, functionally at 2, ends up drawing the other land, but can only play 1 per turn.
Yeah.
And probably going to go for that Adakar Wastes, play the Eldrazi Sky Spawner.
Actually, I think does he have enough mana to play Drowner of Hope?
He does not have enough mana to play Drowner
Oh,
of
he
Hope.
doesn't. He's one away.
Nope.
Unfortunate.
So, in a pretty dangerous position, that Sky Spawner not going to do enough because Troy needs to basically have any kind of removal in hand. And maybe going to the pass, maybe trying to keep up Path to Exile, but again, not going to be...
No, if he was trying to keep up Path, a Darker Waste was not the land to play.
Exactly, so probably going to play the Sky Spawner. It gives him some chump blockers, but it also puts him within basically a killable range.
He is dead to any non-Grimlockmancer card.
That or, any, basically if it's not a creature.
And I guess he's not dead to another Destructive Revelry.
Yeah. Any non-creature is basically a kill at this point, and I think he has some of those.
I don't know. That looked like a Swift Spear.
Swift Spear, not bad, and the fact that he has this Destructive Revelry, more than likely, Bryce is going to be powering out this Worship next turn and sealing his own fate.
Yeah.
Which is super unfortunate.
Funny enough, he cannot actually cast this Worship next turn because he has to block with the Scion.
And actually cannot get the double white.
Yeah.
Because the Adakar Wastes no longer...
Worship is just 1 white. It's 3 color.
It is just a single white.
But it does not matter. This Drowner of Hope is going to be pretty good, though.
Drowner of Hope is going to be
He also cannot cast Drowner of Hope.
Nope. Only at 1, tapping it for a colorless mana and keeping up a path. That's about as good as you can get and hope that they don't have something.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Got to fade about 7 draw spells. Or draw steps.
Good for Affinity, taking down the tournament.
Yeah, there we go.
Boom. Hype.
Yeah.
It's not going to show up here. Might as well rep somewhere else.
Yep.
Alright, and that means that hopefully, if you guys want to... Man, someone tell SCG to host us and just dump all those people into ours.
Yes, please.
So, and the Searing Blaze going for the win there.
Yep.
So, Burn taken game 2 in a fantastic go. Looked really bad off of the start because what we saw him do was Goblin Guide revealing him into
into the eye.
Into the Eye of Ugin. And then, you know, seeing that Eldrazi Mimic, following that up with a Searing Blaze, following that up with revealing him, I think, another Eye of Ugin.
Yeah.
And ended up just not being able to do anything else.
Yeah, I think if I'm Burned, that's the exact start I want to see.
Oh.
I want to see Goblin Guide into Searing Blaze, into... I mean, he doesn't have Molten Rain, unfortunately.
No. But even more notably, he has those Destructive Revelries in Game 2.
Yes.
Still has them, and didn't have to reveal them.
That's very true.
So, Bryce still maybe operating on the fact that Troy may not have those in the deck, but knowing that he did reveal that to Troy, probably going to be playing around it, at least a little bit, but he doesn't have that as known information.
That's true.
Looks like some of you are just joining us. If you are brand new to our stream, hello, I am TJ.
I am Coleman.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. I'm getting much better at that
Yeah.
spiel.
Oof.
I know.
Rolling off the tongue.
Ah, man, it's almost like I improve over time. Doubtful. But thank you for joining. As always, if you do have any questions, comments, or feedback, let us know in the chat. Having a discussion with you guys is one of the great things about this stream, in my opinion. That's why we put it up on screen, so that when people see it later on YouTube, they can realize why we keep addressing on any of the questions that you have. Because what we like to do is interact with you guys. So if you do have anything for us, let us know. It's one of the ways that hopefully we kind of set ourselves apart.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
I mean, even feedback on us interacting, is that a good thing? That's information that's also important.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of stuff. And also, if you guys would like to provide feedback that isn't going to get buried in this chat if I don't happen to see it, there's currently a Reddit post on our Modern Magic that I put on there letting people know about the stream. So if you happen to find that one, that's another really good place to leave me any kind of feedback. I mean, if you want to talk about interaction.
I play a lot of interactive cards.
Absolutely. So,
Stonehorn Dignitary is very interactive.
So, as we are here watching, looks like some of you are joining. Don't worry, the Eldrazi Madness is not taking over this store. I'm even going to update with these decks' records. And this is our only Eldrazi deck in the store. Currently getting on stream, but otherwise, will not be a whole lot of Eldrazi on the stream, which I'm sure will be enheartening for some people who may be coming from Star City.
Yeah. Don't worry, we don't have 40% Eldrazi in the day.
Exactly. Okay. Still, currently in round 4 of 5, and remember, stick around after that because we are going to be having a cut to top 8 afterwards. A lot of Magic to be played here today. We're having an absolute blast with it, and again, definitely stick around. Rain of Trains, hello, good to see you again. You certainly joined us before. More than happy to see you, and I'm going to guess that some of you are just joining us from Star City Games, so thank you. And looks, actually, as I was saying, like, feel free to leave us. Some people populated in there.
Yeah.
Any questions, comments, or feedback, feel free to let us know. And as always, hit that follow button, join us again. We do this 3 times a week. The schedule is beneath us. Down here, all of those times are Pacific time.
Well, TJ's always rooting for the burn deck.
Gotta walk the troop. Have you seen my belt?
Oh, he's got... You guys can't see it on stream.
And I don't really want to, like, stand up in the field, but I've got a red mana symbol belt on.
Yep.
It's awesome.
It's definitely there.
Really revealing myself for the nerd that I am.
Yeah. Oh, boo, Bryce. Why do you have to have that hand?
Has he got the powerhouse?
I think he's got the Temple and the Mimic.
Not a bad start. We do have a...
Boo this man. Boo.
This is gonna get weird, but I'm just gonna... I can just take off the belt and then show it. So, we have got an Eldrazi Mimic from Bryce. Eldrazi Mimic, one of the cards that really enables their most explosive starts.
Yep.
And going for a Fetch Shock off of a Steam Vents. Alright. Excellent Dim Sneaky Shorts. Oh, that's a fantastic one. That's awesome. Great username.
Yeah.
But thank you for joining, and thank you for the positive feedback. That is, oddly enough, my favorite form of feedback. But honestly, it also does help, because it means that we're doing something right.
Yep.
This is the sweet belt, by the way.
Yeah.
Totally am not weirding out Coleman.
Nope, not at all.
Like to give my commentators trial by fire. So, a lightning bolt in the main phase... Or, actually, no, that's just a second main. Lightning bolt... Revealing these cards in hand.
Ooh. Oh, and he has only a one-lander, too. A one-lander with a bunch of 2-drops.
2 Searing Blazes, a Boros Charm, an Atarkos Command, a Rift Bolt, and a Wild Nacatl. Alright. Unofficial by design, well, check us out on Fridays at 7:30 Pacific Standard Time, where you can see our weekly Legacy tournaments, which we stream. Alright.
Thank you, Reign of Trains.
We appreciate that.
Yeah.
But unofficial by design, Legacy streams Fridays at 7:30 Pacific Time. We usually have about 4 rounds of Legacy, in which I commentate with usually Joe or sometimes someone else out there.
Normally, we try to mess TJ up with these cards that he doesn't know.
No kidding.
Yep.
No kidding. I'm still learning. I've gotten significantly better at Legacy. I'm going to give myself a little bit of credit, but
That's
certainly
true.
something that I'm improving on. So a Rift Bolt being played by Troy, that Wild Nacatl getting exiled. Pretty interesting that he chose to exile that Wild Nacatl more than anything else.
I think it might be because this is the only card that Troy could cast immediately.
Yeah, but it still strikes me as odd against this deck that doesn't really care about that 3/3. He's about to have a 2/1 flying, a 4/4, a 1/1 Scion, and another Eldrazi Mimic. And just these things don't concern me if I'm Bryce.
Yeah, that's fair.
And so I would have really expected...
I would have taken him that Rift Bolt, actually.
Even the Rift Bolt is feels like a better option to me because it's a guaranteed 3 damage.
Yep.
So...
Let's see. If I'm Troy, how do I win this game? I think it involves killing the Thought-Knot Seer.
I think...
you kind of have to hope for a land off the top.
Yeah, I mean, unless you have, like, the Deflecting Palm, that might help. But Bryce, huge advantage.
Yeah, I think you just gotta hope. I drew Lava Spike. Super unfortunate.
Yeah, and again, you know, you really need that second land in a lot of ways.
This should not be the way that this game ends.
No, unfortunately. So, not a whole lot happening.
Even has the Worship.
The Worship going to be a pretty nice card here.
Why does everyone have mismatched lands?
Swing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Going to be going down to 4, going to very, very dangerous territory for Troy. And I think this is pretty much close to the end of the game here.
Draw a land, show him the Destructive Reverie, tell him you had it. Goes to 2. Please, just do it. Please, show him you didn't need these stupid cards.
Alright.
He had the Revelry in his hand, too.
Unfortunate. Now, would you like to do me a favor, Coleman?
Sure, what is
we
that?
have the rare opportunity. Normally, we are not able to really get a whole lot of matches over since this is a GPT moving them, but I believe Joe and Vince have volunteered.
Ooh.
And we are going to be able to get Modern Zombardment. So I will prepare the deck list. If you could do me a favor and just go out and ask them to move over if they're still willing to.
I will do that.
Excellent. Stick around with us for just a moment. Certainly the magic is not done for this round, and we are going to be getting a sweet deck. So if you're thinking to yourself, man, there's Eldrazi everywhere, TJ, where can I go to get something else? Because I just saw it there. We are about to get the cure to what ails ya. It is Modern Zombardment from Joe, one of our amazing brewers of the store. And we're going to be trying to have some fun decks happening here in round 4, which will also be going to a cut to top 5. So I'll see you guys in the booth in just a moment while that prepares. Hello, and thank you for joining again, doing this intro again because it seems like more of you are still joining us. Hello, my name is TJ. Coleman is my co-host. He's out trying to get another match to move on to that stream for you all today. But thank you. Sunday, a little bit of an unusual stream for us, doing a Grand Prix trial here at Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. If you do have any questions, comments, or feedback, please let us know in the chat. We do like to interact with you guys. It's one of our most fun things. I've got it up on, plus we have it up on the display just to right there. So, always happy to do whatever I can to interact with you guys. But we've got a lot of Magic. We've been doing this since noon. It's about 3 o'clock where we are. And we are going to be having 5 rounds and then a cut to the top 8. For Rap Game Audio, I think we had just shy of 20 players, a little bit less than I expected, and I feel like maybe the way that the meta is discouraging a couple of people and some of our regulars unable to join today. But we do have around 20, and while they are moving over, let me give you a quick run-through of the decks that we have here in the store today. We have got Naya, Burn, the Blue-White Eldrazi. Those are the 2 that we just saw. Other than that, we have got Jund in the store. We have also got Modern Zombardment, which should be moving over in just a moment. We have got Jeskai Control, Obzon Company, Mono-White Taxes, Lantern Control, Green-White Hate Bears, Burn, Death and Taxes, Obzon Midrange, Merfolk, Green-Red Tron, Kiki Cord, Naya Zoo, Green-White Boggles, the main decks out there. Altered State of Confusion. Unfortunately, we do not have any Loampox here tonight. Certainly, I am a big fan of the deck, and if we can get it into the store, I'm more than happy to show it off, because that deck is super sweet. Okay.
So I do have an unfortunate thing. Joe already finished his match. No. I know. We're going to try to see if we can get him on camera to start next round, though.
Okay.
But
actually, we might want to go for the close to the finals if we can get to something close to the cut to
That's
top
right.
8.
For the last, I gotta take off. For the Texas this year, for the last round, just come out and pick whoever. I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of draws, so I'll have to figure out who's not.
Okay, so I'm gonna put you in charge of that,
That's
Coleman.
Taking
Unfortunately,
off, he may need you.
all right, peace out.
excellent. So unfortunately,
I did get a new match on there.
oh,
But
so we do
we
have
have a new match. It is Nathan against Mason. Nathan is against the wall, and he is on Lantern.
So we are gonna have Naya Zoo going up against Lantern in what I assume is Game 3.
Yep, we are going to Game 3.
So anyway, stick with us. It is going to be an interesting matchup. Comes down to can Bridge beat out the aggro.
Yep.
But nonetheless, it is going to be a whole lot of fun. Let's head on down to that one and catch the end of this Game 3. Okay, so both of these players getting ready for their Game 3 as I am trying to pull out their deck lists and do a bunch of other stuff since we have everyone's deck list, which is very exciting
Yeah,
and new
this is
for us.
This is new. This is all the technology.
Absolutely, and it looks like a bunch of people joining us again to do just that quick intro, and certainly, actually, Rap Game Audio, thank you.
Oh, we're getting rated from Star City. Yay!
Thanks for rating us, everybody. I am certainly happy to have you all. You guys are incredible. Thanks for joining us.
Get him.
Thank you for the positive feedback. I'm certainly working on improving, and if there's anything that I can do to
Any rate is a big rate.
certainly, I would be more than happy to take any kind of ups for I'm always down to doing this better. I would love to do this better, and I feel like I have been improving, and that's certainly true. But by the way, for those of you here,
no,
if we do get to 500, which might happen,
is that a real?
I might end up having to eat a Tybalt.
Hold on, let me double check this viewer number because I'm looking over there.
I know. Apparently, enough people joined that our viewer count got wiped out. Enough so it doesn't even know what to do. So, Nathan Gay dropping a Lantern on the play here. And we have got a fetch with this Windswept Heath into a Stomping Ground for Mason. Yep. So going down to 17, starting at a pretty low life total here. But Nathan off to a nice start. That
Go Affinity.
Leyline of
Go
Sanctity.
Affinity.
Oh, Affinity all day.
Yeah.
Oh, big fan.
Yeah.
So, let's go ahead and get this zoo list. I'm going to hand that to you here in game.
I get the much cooler deck.
You know, I'll be honest, I've dabbled in Lantern Control, and I certainly have it put together.
Yep. Well, I can tell you, Mason has one of my favorite cards in his deck in his hand.
And we have got an Inquisition.
Let's see it. He's gonna. Nathan's gonna take it. unfortunately.
So
I
Alanor
think.
wastes from
Oh, he
Nathan,
doesn't have it. Sorry.
and we are looking at a Back to Nature, a Knight of the Reliquary, a Grim Lavamancer, an Ancient Grudge, and a Lightning Bolt. What is... I mean, so if you're
love
Nathan,
this.
you're looking at this,
Yep.
Burn not being one of your bad matchups, but Ancient Grudge, possibly an issue. He doesn't have a second land. That's
Yeah.
a very important thing right now. Creatures are going to be the way that he wins this game, and
Yep.
you're kind of safe with that Leyline of Sanctity. So what do you end up going for?
Ooh, that is a good question. I think I might go after that Back to Nature, actually, now that I think about it.
Because right now, if you can inhibit, and he does have an Ensnaring Bridge in hand,
Yeah.
so all you need to do is inhibit
Aiden.
that Ancient Grudge, because that disables the burn game plan, and if you can get this Ensnaring Bridge out, it's going to do a whole lot
Yeah.
to do, basically win this game 3.
And Mason drew the land on the top.
I mean,
Ooh.
certainly that's what you're hoping to see.
Yeah. And it's a land so that is Mikado attacks for 3.
Okay. So,
This Lavamancer is going to come down. And there's one card in Mason's deck that I really hope shows up because it's going to be really, really good in this matchup.
alright, tell me about it.
And that is Burning Tree Shaman.
Burning Tree Shaman will be a
Not
pretty
Burning
interesting-
Tree Emissary. Burning Tree Shaman.
Alright. Though, as a heads up, they are over there.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
They can hear us.
Yeah.
So, Burning Tree Shaman, the sideboard card out of Mason that we're hoping to see. We have a Lantern, or a Ghoul Caller's Bell, and a Lantern of Insight on the battlefield. Seeing Quasali Pride Mage on top for Mason,
Yep.
exactly what he's looking to find. Because
exactly, yeah.
his Ancient Grudge and his Quasali Pride Mage, that's 3 artifacts that we're looking to take down at this point. And
Immediately shuffling.
yeah, even getting rid of the Lantern just to prevent that card coming out. Pretty interesting, and I think part of the reason for that is because it gives him so many possible outs to that Ensnaring Bridge that is
Yep.
currently in Nathan's hand.
Yep. Also, it's gonna be pretty decent against this this Leyline in play too. And if it comes down to that, also if Nathan draws this this Leyline, it's gonna be pretty awkward with the bridge because he's not gonna be able to play it very quickly.
No, it is not, and also it's just going to remain at a pretty high mana,
Yeah.
as a high mana cost card in his hand. He's not going to be able to play a decent amount of pressure coming in from Mason. So off to a great start for this game 3 for the win here in round 4 of 5, and then we will be doing a top 8. So thank you to all the people joining us.
Yeah.
Again, if we do end up getting to 500, a lot of fun things going to be happening there.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a fun thing.
A Ghoul Color's Bell
Ooh,
at the
milled an
upkeep.
Ancient Grudge.
At the upkeep, I like this Ghoul Color's Bell happening because it can get him to that other land. But Mason, an Ancient Grudge in hand, an Ancient Grudge in the graveyard, that's 3 artifacts. Shuffled his library to get rid of a Quasali
He
Prime
is
Mage.
not happy to play against artifacts.
No.
Whew.
Unfortunately, I have tested with Mason a lot on Affinity, and so he's certainly prepared for it. And okay, so
Okay,
a Spellscape.
Spellscape. That's probably going to get Ancient Grudged.
Yep, I like that a lot right now. Get rid of that, and then it enables your other card to deal with whatever comes out. So,
And you're being mana efficient, too.
yeah, mana efficiency is always a huge part.
Yeah, and then, man, these Grim Lavamancers, they're doing a lot more than I thought they would do.
Only as attackers, because that Leyline of Sanctity
Yeah.
is still an issue.
Turns out, Grim Lavamancer still attacks.
Still a 1/1 for
Yeah.
1. Don't forget that, kids.
Hey, Merfolk of the Pearl Trident, that was some good beats.
Is this new Affinity Lantern? Nice. So we've got an attack 4/5.
5. Ooh, that's
Getting into pretty dangerous territory.
funny enough. That is a 3-turn clock.
2-turn clock.
2-turn
yeah.
clock, actually. Sorry, I
Yeah.
apologize.
Goodness gracious. Coleman, you are out of control.
Yeah, I see Grim Lavamancers attacking. I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay, so if you're Nathan, pretty much your biggest out right now is slamming this bridge, but you're still taking damage from these Grim Lavamancers for another turn. And with Mason having this Ancient Grudge in hand, Nathan is running out of outs.
Yeah, Another Spellskite, it's not even going to be that much of an out.
No,
And
absolutely
this
not.
Knight of the Reliquary is going to be a really big thing.
Yeah. Right
It's
now,
at least a 4/4 right now.
I think we're going to be getting a little dice next to it. I think there's
2 Windswept Teeth, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a 4/4.
So it is a kill next turn.
Yeah, he's actually dead on board. Wow.
And even landing this with the Ancient Grudge, that's a kill.
Yeah, he's actually dead.
So Zoo about to get
Wow.
a great kill against Lantern Control. Certainly Lantern Control, a card that...
Sometimes they just don't have bridge fast enough.
Absolutely. And playing down that bridge, and let's see
I
that
think Nathan figured out his out. Maybe he just doesn't actually cast Ancient Grudge.
honestly, that is the out.
Ah, he found it. He found the line.
And a swing for 7 and a handshake.
Wow.
Okay.
Look at that. Mason didn't mulligan, Andy won.
No kidding.
Oh.
So, stick with us. We're about to head back up to our booth where we will say hello to some of the amazing people who have just joined us. Stick with us just a moment. Hello, everybody, and thank you to all of you just joining us. I am TJ,
I'm Coleman.
and we are streaming out of a store called Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. I'm guessing that a decent amount of you are joining us from Star City Games. Stick with us for just a couple minutes.
Yep.
Most of those games just winding up before we head into round 5. So that timer, while it says about 12 minutes, that's probably inaccurate
Yeah,
as far as
probably.
a realistic time thought. So stick with us. We are going to have more Magic coming around 5 and then a top 8. It is going to be a blast. For those of you brand new just finding us for the first time, hit that follow button. We do this stream 3 times a week. Wednesdays at 7 o'clock we do Modern, Fridays at 7:30 we do Legacy, and Saturdays at 6 o'clock we do Modern. All of these are Pacific Standard Time. That schedule is down here somewhere.
Yep, it's going to be below our faces.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but if you ever do have any questions, comments, or feedback, let us know. We do try to interact with this chat as much as we can, and it is always a good amount of fun. So interact with us, and if you do have any feedback, let us know. Another good place to give that feedback is I put a post onto our Modern Magic on Reddit. If you happen to read it, certainly don't tell everybody. You never tell someone that you read it. But there is a post there, and that's a great place to leave me any sort of feedback, because that is more of a permanent source that I can go back and reference as opposed to this chat. Siege Rhino 1 asking, what are our thoughts on the meta right now? You're running Naya Burn. This meta...
I would have figured you were playing Abzan because your name is Siege right now.
No kidding. But this meta is certainly in danger right now. There's no light way to put it. Certainly, I don't think that it's far gone to the point that it is unplayable, and part of that
not at all.
might be a bias because I absolutely love the Modern format. It is just so much fun for me to do. But we are seeing small adaptations. Unfortunately, we are seeing Eldrazi adapt faster than all the other decks that are trying to adapt to it. So a lot of potential issues with what is going on with Modern, and I think what really it comes down to is sticking to your guns, trying to do what you enact your game plan. Remember, and I think the biggest a fancy robe would be awesome.
Just make sure it's not a green robe.
No, a bathrobe. Certainly. But our meta here, definitely not the Eldrazi Swarm that was at the Star City Games. Only one Eldrazi deck. We already saw it. So we'll be trying to get some other ones in our round 5 there. And then we'll just kind of be picking from the top 8 based on what is probably the most interesting matchup.
Yep. Hopefully, Eldrazi loses out. Not going to throw my support behind one thing.
You know. But certainly this Eldrazi deck, too good. Basically waiting until April for a potential ban. If something happens to make it to where there's not a ban needed, I'll be happy.
That would be incredible.
But that data is not what is being shown to me. So
40% on day 2 is...
Basically, stick with it. Make sure that the format remains fun. Unfortunately, you will be coming up against a lot of Eldrazi decks, but at local levels, they certainly aren't as relevant. So maybe in April we can get an improved meta.
Yeah, hopefully.
As far as what I'm expecting, probably Eye of Ugin.
I think that's the card I would ban too, since it leads to the most busted starts.
As far as the multiple, and it also allows them to still do all the powerful things. They can still have the turn 2 Thought Knot Seer sometimes. But the biggest thing is that Eye of Ugin reminds me of Pod and Stoneforge Mystic.
Yeah,
in that once it resolves, you just get so much consistency.
And you don't even have a chance to counter it.
So that is at least what I'm expecting come April. Hopefully that changes in some way.
Those numbers are really concerning there. 20% into 48%.
Nonetheless, thank you for joining us. It is going to be an absolute blast. As we wait here for round 5, we're going to be trying to get some decks. We might see some splits into the top 8, which will be happening. This is a Grand Prix trial for GP Detroit. But we're going to try and get at least one of the interesting matches out there. Coleman's going to go out there and be my scout to try and find something. And in the meantime, feel free to interact. If you have anything, as we're kind of waiting for that round 5, anything that you would like us to discuss, any questions, anything like that, just put @GeekFortress into your question, feedback, comment, anything like that. That highlights it for us so that we can see it better, because there are a lot of you. Sometimes there will be, you know, if it gets buried. But do we think that Eldrazi will dominate Standard as well after Khans rotates?
I don't really play Standard all that much, unfortunately. But I can't actually see it dominating this much, because you don't have access to Ivugan. You don't have access to Eldrazi Temple. And I think Standard is much... I'm not going to say slower, because there are certainly some fast starts. More of the decks have much higher prevalence on bigger things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the biggest things is that without those land enablers, it's hard for them to be dominant, because if I were to describe to you a card, and this is what they designed, a 4-mana 4/4 that looks at your hand and takes a card, that's not bad. Until you make it a 2-mana.
Yeah.
Then it's absurd. But on turn 4...
Turns out Ancient Tomb and Mishra's Workshop.
But that card on its own, not nearly as busted as it is with those enablers. So I have a hard time imagining that they'll take it over. Especially if Innistrad ends up giving us some of those aggro cards that can really beat it. But right now, I don't think that there's enough of a tribal reason to go for the Eldrazi deck specifically. Because you don't have those enablers that pay you from playing multiple Eldrazi's. I think it's just... toss some Eldrazi's if they're good and you're playing.
I mean, Thought-Knot Seer is always going to be good. Reality Smash is always going to be good.
Yep. No Elves decks here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was sad, too.
Of course. But when Eldrazi gets banned, what do I think will be good? You know, that's a really interesting question, and I think a lot of it comes down to it's hard to predict an unpredictable meta. And I get that that's like the silliest thing to say in the world. Initial things that
my
stand
bold
out.
opinion, Affinity will still be good.
Affinity will still be good. Jund will definitely be making a comeback.
I think a company deck, I'm not sure if it's the Naya company deck, might be Abzan company, might be even Elves, is going to be very good. What else? Actually, I think a control deck could probably show up without the Eldrazi in the format.
Certainly, we might just see...
it could also just be the same metagame we've all played with for ever since right before Twin got banned.
And certainly, as people are suggesting, it is possible that it won't get banned.
Yeah, it's also possible.
And certainly we can't, you know, until it really proves itself. But since the Pro Tour, it has been putting up some really concerning numbers.
Yeah, it has.
And this Star City Open presenting a lot of, you know, it's continuing to show this thing. The biggest difference at this point, or the biggest thing that might change, in my opinion, is that we have those 2-3 Grand Prix coming up.
Yes.
Those will give me a huge amount of data, either to confirm my suspicions or to do away with them.
Oh, yeah.
When you start looking at that, because I agree. The fact is that this deck is very attainable online, which is why we have such a huge numbers of them.
Yes.
And if that continues, it could be that it's the new shiny toy, and that certainly helps out its numbers. But it's hard to argue with the power level of the deck. Maybe its power level combined with its numbers reinforce a lot of it, but there's certainly a lot of hard things to...
Oh, you have a time machine? Oh, I want to get in on this time machine.
Seriously, that is pretty cool.
If I could get into a time machine, I'd go back about, what, a month, 2 months, and I'd buy all the Thought-Knot Seers and Reality Smashers.
The biggest thing to me is why they would go for the Eye over the Temple, is that I think that both would have a pretty similar effect on that deck.
Yep.
But if they get rid of the eye, what would happen is that we might actually have a more viable draw-go control in Modern, with Tron losing the biggest thing that stops them.
Yeah.
Because they would still have a powerful endgame, an extremely powerful endgame.
Yeah.
Tron is going to be Tron.
Yeah, they're still going to draw off the top better than anyone in the format.
Exactly. But to give them that option to not draw the best possible card every turn, and instead it puts them into maybe running Crucible. Something like that, that gives them that one opportunity to do it. But the biggest thing is when you have any deck that's trying to get into the late game, they're not going to do it better than the Eldrazi, or than Green-Red Tron. Because that deck is just absurdly good at generating those game-ending creatures, and Ulamog is so good at them. So that is why I'm thinking that maybe the Eye over the Temple, certainly both of them might have some effect if they are banned.
We actually are coming to the end of the round, and I think there's just one person left on turns. And it's not the Lantern player.
Okay. Aki, I'm going to start with you as I generate some thoughts. What's your opinion on blue control decks, and if they have a future in this meta?
That's a very good question. I think actually there are a couple good blue control decks that just haven't been really well positioned. Like, I think Blue Moon is still a fantastic deck. I think there's probably some Jeskai deck that hasn't been built correctly yet, and I don't know if that deck can be built correctly. What was it? I can't remember who was playing it, but someone built a straight blue-white deck, and it just impressed me so much because you didn't lose to Blood Moon, and you played 4 Supreme Verdicts.
Okay. I can certainly get behind that.
Yep.
I think part of it is that they certainly do have a lot of options. You have to really know your meta, and I think that as we go forward, possibly in April,
possibly.
Losing that, we could certainly see some better things happening. Haven't looked at Modern. How is Burn doing in the format currently? I mean, so it depends on what you're. I mean, it's still a top 3 deck.
Yep.
But with one of the decks taking up 40% of the meta, that certainly doesn't put it in a great position.
Yep.
But Burn is still very good against a large number of the field.
I'm honestly not sure that if Burn will ever not be good.
Yeah, Burn. I mean, they don't call it red deck wins for nothing.
Yeah,
it's
not red deck. It's not red deck draws. No, the only way I can see Burn not being good is if literally everyone plays Absent Company.
Absolutely.
And Soul Sisters, but I can't ever see a format like that.
The reason I put Burn in the top 3 is just in numbers of play. As far as power level, it's really hard to judge anything objectively with power level.
Modern is very hard to judge power level.
It's entirely subjective based on the context of it. But right now, Burn is, I think, the 3rd most played deck. I tend to go off of Modern Nexus. And I think it's right now the 3rd most played deck, which is why I put it at number 3. But yeah, there are a lot of cool things potential in Modern right now. Certainly some things keeping it, and so whether we see that adaptation that we are looking for, or whether we see Wizards enacting some sort of change that really makes the meta a lot more open.
Yep.
Could be a lot of cool things.
What do I think about the future of Seance combo? I believe that's the question on everyone's list.
I mean, I would be brewing with it, but I burnt all my copies.
Yeah. They all just disappeared. I don't know what happened.
Is Elves good? Elves is a good deck. The
Yes.
problem is that all the hate cards that people are bringing in for
Yeah.
Eldrazi right now are also extremely good against Elves. So
And
Elves,
you also run into the fact of you're playing all these mana dorks, and Blood Moon is still really good against you.
so unfortunately, Elves in a little bit of trouble as far as just running into those hate cards, but can actually do decently against the Eldrazi itself. It's actually one of the few decks that can present a faster clock.
Yeah, if you're playing just to beat Eldrazi, go ahead and sleeve up Elves. I'm not going to stop you from playing Elves. I think everyone should play Llanowar Elf.
And Elves is such a cool deck anyway. So, Crixus Control, pretty sweet deck. All kinds of really cool things.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost unfortunate that the Eldrazi have cast this giant blanket over, the attention of Modern.
Would you say they've cast a shadow over the format?
Maybe a shadow over the Innistrad?
Yep.
Oh, look at you go. We're hyping a set that isn't even ours.
Wizards, hook us up.
Seriously. Man, we do... But, yeah.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, having a lot of fun. And actually, we should be getting to the next matchup
Yep.
soon. If you could do me a favor and just see what you can
I
find.
will try to see if I can put some sweet stuff on the stream.
Excellent. So, we're going to see what we can do. In the meantime, stick around, and we should be getting another matchup here in just a minute for round 5, and then a top 8 as I get ready to move into round 5. Okay. Land of Elves is the Green Eldrazi Temple. I would consider that false, personally, but that's just because you can't power out a 2-mana card on turn 1. Okay. But yeah, there's a whole lot of fun, and unfortunately, if you look beneath this blanket of the zoo deck, that 40%, then pretty much underneath that, there's a lot of really cool things happening in Modern. You have the Kiki and the Obzon Company and Cord decks doing a lot of really cool things. Aggro decks certainly in a pretty interesting position, but Death Shadow putting up cool numbers since it hasn't done that in a very long time. Burn continuing to do burn things, and I'm always a fan of the burn deck. And there's just so many cool... I mean, we have a Nauseum combo putting up some interesting numbers. So, a lot of fun to be had, and unfortunately it's really hard to shine a spotlight on that without fighting through the Thought-Knot Seer. So, that is a little bit unfortunate. 5-color Zoo with Siege Rhino and Tribal Flames. That is a lot of pain to be taking. At that point, you might as well also be running Death Shadow and things like that. But it's a pretty dangerous place to be, and the biggest thing that you get is a huge amount of versatility in your options. But Eldrazi, you will need a way to address that matchup. Infect, good right now. Yeah, I mean, Burn, pretty much the biggest thing that you have to watch out for. But Infect is definitely in a solid position. It just takes, I think, a little bit of a change in the way that you approach the deck design right now. So sometimes you might need to include a little bit of counter magic or the protection magic to avoid the burn, but with Bolt being at one of its lowest numbers ever right now, not a bad time to hop on that Infect train, and also allows you to win through Worship. Let me double check Worship really quick before I say that, you know, with absolute 100% certainty, but I think the wording on Worship is that, yeah, so it's also really good against Worship, which is at a really high point right now, and you can get underneath bridges by attacking and then using those pump spells. So, Infect, definitely in a decent position right now. Living End is favored against the Eldrazi decks, which is why a lot of them are starting to run Relic of Progenitus again, but Living End definitely has a nice spot against them. So, a lot of cool things happening with the format. Again, thanks for joining, and hit that follow button. We should be heading into our next matchup here very shortly, and then we'll be seeing some more Modern, definitely without that Eldrazi shadow over at least this next matchup. That's a great question. Always looking for some interesting feedback, and one question that I have for all of you is this background. We're currently using this forest. We certainly have some other options, but this green screen's still a little bit new to us, about 2.5 weeks, something like that. We chose a forest because it helps hide the green aura around us. But if you guys have thoughts on this background, let us know, with the one exception being that it will not be corn on the cob, which a couple seem obsessed with. But nonetheless, what kind of magic-related thing would you like to see as that background? Because we're certainly open to trying out some other things. Tron. On the bright side, I totally understand the idea of owning a bunch of cards and switching decks every 6 months. I have been on Affinity, Burn. I've actually had a lot of decks, so I guess I'm not the right person to talk. But I will say that Modern offers a really nice edge in which the player who is familiar with their deck has a pretty big advantage from the start, and can make even a big difference in those matchups that are pretty lopsided. So there is that option to where if you want to find a deck that has a little bit of game against everything, even if you just take that and learn that deck inside and out, you can really develop a huge amount of an edge against even some of those bad matchups by having it. Make it Eye of Ugin. Unfortunately, I mean, I'd consider it, but I certainly don't want to hit people with even more of these Eldrazi decks, which are already upsetting people enough. So, I'm not sure if I quite want to do that. I'm okay with a forest.
Alright, Joe is gonna be on the feature.
This is our round 5 feature?
Yeah, this is our round 5.
Okay, so we are heading into round 5, and what we who is he up against, and who's
Playing
against
it.
wall?
Joe is on the wall, he's playing against Chris.
So Joe on Modern Zombardment. Let's just call it Zombardment.
Yeah, it is a delight.
And he is against Chris, who is...
I believe he's on Burn? I'm not sure about that.
Is it Chris Corvell?
Yes.
Okay. No, this is...
Oh, this is the blue-white-red control.
Okay, so here has what we have got. Jeskai control going up against...
Patrick and Lewis.
Okay, they're oh, Deathless.
I need Deathless.
Yep. Right.
Okay, so let's head on down to the match, and we will talk a little bit about these decks when we get down there. Okay, so these players getting prepared for this matchup. This Modern Zombardment deck going to offer some pretty interesting things.
Patrick.
As soon as we get...
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
Looking for Lewis's status. And Lewis.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, we just gotta get some deck checks coming around here.
Okay, so I'm going to give you the Jeskai control. Fairly straightforward.
Yep.
Jeskai, but Zombardment, it is a port of the Legacy Goblet Zombardment in, and what it is doing is it is going to use things like, and I'm going to start using this card puller because a lot of these are going to be unusual. So, Greater Gargadon going to be one of the key pieces, engine pieces with this. Other than that, what else have we got? So, Greater Gargadon, it is a sack outlet that is uncounterable once you put it into suspend.
It's going to be very important against the counter spells out of the control deck.
The other piece is going to be, of course, there's more Viscera Seer acting as another sack outlet. Things that we can expect to be wanting to get sacked. One of them being Blister Pod.
As we know, modern powerhouse.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Corey and Bryce.
Okay.
Okay. You can probably just hand them all of those. We'll just collect them for the top 8.
Just
Yeah,
hand it
let's
back.
take a list.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Blister Pod going to be one of the cards that he's looking to sack. Another one going to be that Grave Crawler. Which is going to... Yeah, certainly this deck is going to be unusual. But we thought you guys might like mixing it up a little bit after seeing that Eldrazi, which is everywhere.
Yep.
If you're going to look for some eye bleach as far as that goes, this deck is going to cure what ails you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is exactly what you need.
There's also going to be Bloodghast. One
And
thing...
my favorite card in this list.
Sprouting Thrynax is going to be another card. And then using cards like Blood Artist and Zulaport Cutthroat is going to be kind of acting as like this drain life kind of thing.
Yep.
Other things that we can see... so Blood Artist going to be one of the big ones there. So whenever you sack one of those creatures, you're going to be gaining life. The other win condition in this is going to be... Dang it, I hit the wrong one. Perforos, God of the Forge, is going to be one of the win conditions of this deck. Every time a creature enters, it's going to be dealing 2 damage to his opponent. And then the other card that is pretty interesting in this is Grim Haruspex, which...
oh, that's a really cool art for it.
Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, you draw a card.
Yep. Looks like Joe is on a mulligan to 5, though, unfortunately. As is the story with Bruise. It's always on the mulligans.
So, otherwise, this is a Jund-colored deck. This is going to have Lightning Bolts and Abrupt Decays.
Oh, here we go. We got the Gravecrawler count.
So,
It's at 1.
that is a Grave Crawler. So, Grave Crawler going up against this Burn deck. Burn deck, or I'm sorry, Jeskai Control.
deck. Yeah.
Jeskai Control is going to be pretty interesting as far as being able to handle it, because a lot of their supers, you know, Joe can operate out of his graveyard pretty well as long as he still has one of those cards.
Yep. I was actually looking through his list earlier to see. He's got one of the paths. He only has 3 paths in his deck.
So one of the paths, that is going to slow that down somewhat, unfortunate. But he's going to go for a basic, which will be entering tapped.
Coming to play tapped, yeah. He'll figure it out.
If you guys are looking for a full deck list of Zombardment, I do have one, and I can certainly try and put that up onto Tapped Out, and then I will link it through my Twitter, which is right above my head.
Yep.
So at Red Baron MTG, I can get a deck list of this probably by the end of the day, if not maybe tomorrow, and get one for you guys to take a look at. But I've got one. Unfortunately, we don't have the means to post a full deck list.
Yeah.
So we've got a fetch from this Jeskai control player, fixing up their mana base. That's Celestial
true.
Colonnade and that Steam Vents. Now they have got double blue, they're red, and they're white.
Funny enough, he is playing 3 mana leaks.
Yeah, so I like that.
Yep. But he's fixing his mana because earlier in the day when we had him, he was having issues not casting Cryptic Command.
Yeah, so going for that double blue. Cryptic Command, definitely a dangerous spell to be playing right now.
Yep.
Certainly powerful, and it's hard
Yes.
to argue against that. But not the best positioned. But once you can resolve it, can do all kinds of things. So we've
That's
got a little bit of trouble with the mana from Joe, but he still went for the double black more than anything.
I think he's got a couple Bloodghasts in his hand.
So we have a Bloodghast entering the battlefield.
Ooh, this is not a... I don't think ooh.
And a Mana Leak from Chris, a little bit of an unusual choice
Yep.
to go for a Mana Leak there, because this operates almost entirely out of the graveyard.
Yeah, I think he just might not be familiar with Bloodghast.
Yeah, so whenever Joe does play a land, that is going to be entering the battlefield. He did miss a land drop, however, but seemed to be prioritizing that Bloodghast a lot, because... and if another Mana Leak would be...
Snapcaster. Oh, and a Path.
Okay.
Ooh, this I don't think is going to end up well for him if he finds a land, because that Bloodghast is going to come back.
Interestingly enough, the other one will come back, and he does have a basic mountain and a basic forest. I'm expecting the mountain at this point to enable the lightning bolts as well.
Hopefully Joe remembers his trigger.
Oh, of course. He's a pretty adept.
Oh, he missed. We're already on the next turn. Oh, he's still shuffling.
Yeah.
So.
My guess is that because it can't block anyway.
That's fair.
So, my assumption is that, and actually, he may have.
Ooh, we may have missed the trigger.
What a interesting. He may just have missed that, but surprising since Joe plays that Zombardment enough. So a little bit surprised to see that missed trigger.
That's unfortunate.
And I don't think he actually has the other land in hand to bring it back. Now, there is the other option, which is that since he won't be able to attack it, he may be just trying to keep it in the graveyard
Okay.
for to protect it until it'll be more relevant to bring it out.
Or he just has way more Bloodghast than we give him credit for.
It's possible, but I wouldn't be entirely surprised if maybe trying to protect that from another path to exile,
Sure.
and waiting until that life total is a bit lower and he can get more value out of that swing. That's basically the thought. Otherwise, it would be a missed trigger.
Yeah.
That's the other explanation that I have.
That Ghost Quarter is mighty odd looking right now.
Yeah, the Ghost Quarter kind of... I mean, he does only have a single mountain.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like this attack from Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Your opponent's missed at least 2 land drops. You just got to put a lot of pressure on him.
Absolutely. Alright, and between the games, I will do a little bit of a better deck tech on this this deck, because it is certainly an interesting one.
And
Though,
he definitely has some sideboard cards.
that are awesome.
Yeah.
Yep. Alright, but you are correct. Right now, there was a trigger that did not happen on that Bloodghast. So whether or not it was intentional to possibly save it, or if it was a choice, just a missed trigger, unsure at the moment.
Yeah, 2/2s that can't block. Pretty bad when your opponent is attacking with Celestial Colonnade.
2 2s and 2 1s, absolutely. A bit of a problematic position. Joe having some trouble with mana at the moment.
Yeah.
Alright.
And it also is a May trigger.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like it is... Yeah.
Yeah, this other card being a Gravecrawler coming in. They are the promo one, which is why they look a little bit unusual. And we've got a swing for 2. Can't block, not going for that Celestial Colonnade, so wanted to keep up something in hand.
I believe he has an Angel.
Restoration Angel?
Yep.
Alright.
Although if I was Joe, I would sniff this out immediately.
The fact that he didn't attack
Yep.
for that? Very likely, but at a certain point...
I mean, you can't play around everything at this point. You've basically got to assume your opponent's on nothing.
Or I mean, he's at 10 against a flying 4/4. He's running
with
out of
creatures
options.
that can't block.
All right.
We've got a Blood Artist in play, though. That will do something.
It will certainly do something.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Truer words were never spoken.
Yep. Let's see. He's going to blink the Snapcaster, I guess.
Okay. And doesn't seem to be going for much more than
No.
just getting the value of an untapped creature.
Yeah. He's going to target that Mana Leak. Because it's the only target in his deck. If he blocks, it's not going to actually end that well.
No, and I think he's actually going to use the Bolt in hand to finish off that Restoration Angel.
That's actually...
The only downside is that he did target the Mana Leak.
I was going to say, he probably should have waited until... gets 3 triggers on that Blood Artist, though.
True, that Blood Artist coming out does mean that Joe will be gaining 3, and I think Chris going down to 12, yep.
Yeah.
So, even though this board style is starting to enact, as long as that Blood Artist can stick around,
Yeah.
it's going to be a pretty good card for value.
Yeah, definitely.
So, we have got a fetch going down to 11. And this Blood Artist, for those of you, as we don't quite, as we'll be doing the deck tech between games, this Blood Artist, definitely one of the key cards along with Zulaport Cutthroat, to where as he starts doing a lot of sacrifice abilities, it's going to provide him a way to drain life and gain life to possibly go from, you know, defensive to aggressive.
Yes.
And being able to bring him back down to 11, dealing, you know, 4 damage that turn just off of a swing for 2, not a bad way to go, especially since that Gravecrawler and that those 2 Bloodghast can come back to the battlefield from the graveyard.
Yeah, I think I also would have leaked the Blood Artist.
I agree, because it's you know, there's something to be said that Chris may just have no idea what he's going up against, which is entirely understandable.
It's not unreasonable to assume that.
But almost any deck that is running Blood Artist, you have to assume that that is part of their main engine.
Yeah.
Because you don't just run Blood Artist because.
Yeah, you're not you're not in the market for a 0/1 for 2. That doesn't do a whole lot in your deck.
So we've got a swing for 7 here, which is a pretty sizable hit, going down to 6. Now, Joe does have a Bolt. Looks like choosing not to use it, but if he gets a land here, he's going to get a decent amount of value, but it doesn't look like he did. Looks like maybe an Abrupt Decay there. So
looks like he has a Looting, though. That Looting could end up doing pretty well if he finds a land.
Yeah, and maybe even put some other cards that will come back.
Yep. Although, crucially, that mistrigger on that first Bloodghast is actually coming back to haunt him.
Very much so, because he would have been able to swing for another 2 at that particular position, and he would have been at that sub 10, which would have enabled him to bring back those Bloodghasts and start getting aggressive.
And
no
did
land.
Not find any lands.
So land really being an issue at the moment. The deck is running 15, actually running 21, so a little bit of an unfortunate circumstance here, and only hitting basics when that is 6 cards in the deck.
Yeah.
And just picking up those cards doesn't have the win this game, so we're going to be going to game 2. So let's do a quick walkthrough on this deck. I'm going to name a bunch of cards, and if you guys have curiosities as to what they are, then we can kind of elaborate on them. So this deck is looking to basically be a sack engine based around using Blood Artist and Zulaport Cutthroat whenever your creatures die to gain value and deal damage to them, and using a Perforos, God of the Forge, to deal damage when they enter the battlefield. How you do this? There are 2 cards that are the main engines to recur, as well as some cards that get value just when they are sacrificed. The recurring engines are Bloodghast and Gravecrawler. Bloodghast able to return to the battlefield whenever a land enters the battlefield. You get a trigger and it can come back from your graveyard. Gravecrawler, a zombie that you can cast from your graveyard whenever you control a zombie on the battlefield.
Yes.
By having multiple of those, you can start chaining those. That's going to give you a lot of value off of that Perforos, God of the Forge, and the Bloodghast. But how do you sacrifice those creatures? Greater Gargadon, a suspend creature that has, you may sacrifice a permanent to remove those suspend counters from it. You toss it into suspend, it's a non-counterable sack outlet.
Yes.
So, you can start sacrificing those whenever you'd like. It does have a bit of a time limit, but at the end of the day, you can sacrifice more than there are suspend counters if you're going for one big final turn.
That is very true.
You also use Viscerus here, a much more known card that gains a lot of value from you be able to scry 1 whenever you sacrifice a creature, 1/1 for 1. Other cards that just get value from being sacrificed, you have Sprouting Thrynax and Blister Pod, both of which create tokens when they are sacrificed.
Yep.
So if you have a sacrifice engine, you can sack those creatures, Blood Artist and Zulaport get that value.
Yep.
Those tokens come in to work with Perforos, and then you can sacrifice those tokens to get the value. So that is part of what this deck is going to be doing. Its removal suite is 3 Abrupt Decay, 3 Lightning Bolt, and then it also has 2 Faithless Looten to dig to some of the combo pieces and fill up the graveyard. Things out of the sideboard that we can expect against this. There are some number of Surgical Extraction that he may want to use on like Path to Exile,
Sure.
anything like that.
You've seen that your opponent's playing Snapcaster,
Mm-hmm. There is Bitter Blossom.
which I would imagine is coming in here.
Yeah, to help outgrind and also just an endless source of card advantage that Jeskai Control doesn't have a whole lot of ways to do.
And
it.
especially Blood Artist plus Viscera Seer plus Bitter Blossom, you actually don't lose the life.
Yes, and also it's just an endless stream of attackers or blockers that you don't particularly care if they become blocked or end up dying. So that's what we've got as far as this deck goes. If you guys do have questions on it, more than happy to answer it. Some of you who are joining, hello, I'm TJ.
I'm Coleman.
We are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Round 5, and then a cut to top 8, so don't leave at the end of this round. We're going to be having a lot more Magic to come. And be sure to hit that follow button. We do this stream 3 times a week. The schedule is beneath us. Those times are all Pacific Standard Time. Always looking to improve this, so if you have any kind of feedback for us, always feel free to let us know. Some things we can do, some things we can't. So far, working on a budget that is absolutely in the red because we have a start of 0.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty... It's not a number to start with.
My budget started at 0 and has only gotten worse as I spend money on these things. So
if you don't have an unlife in play, it's bad to start at 0.
Absolutely. So any kind of feedback that you guys do have, I am interested in it. Absolutely. But some things I can do, some things I can't, just through the nature of the funding that I have for it right now, very slim. However, if you would like to help, there is a donate button at the bottom of this page. So, a Blood Crypt from Joe into a Faithless Looting, much more of what he wants to be starting off with.
This is exactly where I think I'd want to be.
Dropping,
Discarding a... Is that 2 Bloodghasts?
I think that is 2 Bloodghasts.
Oh, in that case, man, this looting basically just turned into draw 2.
Essentially, and with a land in hand next turn, that means that 2 of those 2/1s are going to be coming into the stream.
And I think he has a second looting, in which case you'd want to lead on the second looting first.
Mm-hmm.
So you draw more Bloodghasts.
Okay, so if he does have that second looting, I agree with that, but that might be the Greater Gargadon, if nothing else.
Yeah. Maybe.
Okay.
And it's a fetch land.
Nice, so those are going to be able to bring back some other things.
Fantastic.
As for when did the stream get to 276, a lot of people from Star City Games joined us, but hit that follow button, keep rejoining us, because eventually when we are able to get to 500, a couple of fun things are going to happen. We're going to open a sealed, revised starter pack on the stream, and also I'm going to have to eat a Tibble because I said it at one point.
Yep, we're forcing him to stick to that.
So, we got an Overgrown Tomb from Joe, really fixing his mana at this point, and off to a much better start mana-wise than he had a game one.
This is a much better draw.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Unfortunately, it doesn't get to attack with those Bloodghasts, because you can't have everything.
Okay. So, we have got a Zulaport Cutthroat and 2 Bloodghasts on the battlefield, along with 2 lands. Chris started off with a Celestial Colonnade, following it up with an Arid Mesa and just a pass. So, cards that may be in hand, I'm expecting removal at this point, maybe a Mana Leak, but with that Zulaport Cutthroat already out.
Especially with this, he's going to suspend this?
Yep, that is a Greater Gargadon. He's going to be able to...
this is going to make all of Chris's removal spells very, very bad.
Yeah. So right now, he can attack for 4, and then sacrifice
5,
them.
Actually, because he can also attack with the Cutthroat.
So we have a Path to Exile. Gonna sack it in response. He's gonna
trigger. Yeah.
And it looks like may have actually been so doing the life drain.
And you take 3. Yep.
Going down to just gonna sack that as well.
He's got the land.
And then if he has
they always have the land when they do this.
And this is exactly this deck starting to go off.
Yeah.
with
Here we go.
its value. So, playing that basic mountain, getting those 2 Bloodghasts.
Foolish fool.
And a Blister Pod as well, which is going to act as a blocker. Pretty interesting at that point. Though, if you are Chris, probably should have pointed that Path to Exile at
that cutthroat?
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
Absolutely.
I mean, I've played against it too much in Standard. I know exactly when to kill the Blood Artist.
That card is there for a reason. And
Yeah.
seeing him not counter that earlier in game 1 might just signal that he doesn't quite understand how this deck is going to be
Which
winning.
is fair.
But I think after just seeing that happen, I think he's at least aware of it now.
Yes, definitely.
So, offering a cut, and we are getting into turn 3. We do have a Helix in hand. Again, not going to be super effective.
No,
Because with the creature sacrificing...
and also, a 9/7 is really hard for Chris to deal with.
outside of a Path to Exile, when that does eventually come in...
Yeah, and it's
as
it's already 3 turns ahead of schedule.
Yep. And it's already got a huge amount of... Like, its value is in acting as a sacrifice outlet. It coming in as a 9/7 is just an upside.
Yep.
Which is, pretty interesting.
And, crucially, Chris does not have access to Rest in Peace.
Alright.
Or, I would assume or Graph-Digger's Cage.
Yep, neither of those in the sideboard. Not prepared for the graveyard decks. Focusing a lot of his sideboard slots for aggro and for Eldrazi.
Like, he has, between the main and the board, he has 2 copies of Verdicts. He has 4 Lightning Helixes after board.
Mm-hmm.
And the 4 main deck Spreading Seas.
And we've got 3 mana here. Is this the
This is Sprouting Throne?
No.
Oh. Ooh, that's actually better for him.
So this Grim Haruspex is actually a way for him to gain a huge amount of card advantage, because whenever another non-token creature you control dies...
Ooh, at this point, I don't think
draw
I
a
would have
card.
targeted that. I think I would have gone after the Haruspex.
Possibly. I think that was in response to the Haruspex, however.
Okay.
Yeah. So Joe going up to 18, his opponent down to 13.
And then he's going to attack for 5. Yeah, Greater Gargadon.
Greater Gargadon putting in a lot of work.
He's
and
not the Lesser Gargadon.
No.
He is the Greater Gargadon.
And Joe not having a land at the moment, but as soon as he gets a land, he still has a Sauk outlet just to get rid of those Bloodghasts.
And he's going to draw cards.
Exactly. So he can
Oof.
most likely... I wouldn't even be surprised to see him sack these at the end of turn.
I would assume he's going to sack at least that Blister Pod.
Because then you can even just draw into those lands.
Yeah. And he's also got Faithless Looting in his graveyard. You can flash back.
Mm-hmm. So a whole lot of options here.
And those Bloodghasts are going to have haste. Because his opponent is at 8.
So does the Greater Gargadon as well.
Yep. Suspend is one interesting mechanic.
Absolutely. As for him missing the draw trigger, that was in response to the Grim Haruspex, I believe.
Yeah. This is the only way that that he would not have drawn, because game 1 was an aberration. Joe does not miss his triggers.
Mm-hmm. And what have we got? I think actually he may have
That's a
hit
land.
that land. So he does also... he's at 8 right now.
Yep, those Bloodghasts are going to have haste.
Already used the Helix, so you would assume that he may not have another one, though I think he has 2... Maybe after siding boarding, maybe up to 4.
Yeah, he has, after board, access to 4.
Mm-hmm. And going for another Faithless Looting, I like this play a lot. Gives you a chance. And got into the Blood Artist, actually.
Ooh.
So if he casts this Blood Artist, sacks these cards, and then plays a land, huge, huge swing.
I think this game is pretty close to over.
Here's the Blood Artist coming out.
If I was Chris, I would definitely respond to this Blood Artist before it was in play.
Absolutely, because the amount of card draw that is about to be happening as well is going to be absurd. To anybody curious about this deck list, yes, I have it. Unfortunately, it's only the written deck list.
Yeah.
If you guys... of course, this is, like, unfortunately the only way that I can do it. But if you do want to follow my Twitter...
Unfortunate.
So a Mana Leak happening on that Blood Artist. If you do want to follow my Twitter, I will post this deck list onto my Twitter. I'll put it into a tapped out account and put it up there for you guys to find that list. So I can do that probably before the end of the day, if not very early tomorrow. And we have got a swing with that Grim Haruspex and the Blister Pod and those 2...
That actually is 8 damage.
Is that?
Haruspex is a 3/2.
Is it really?
Yeah. It attacks very well.
So Grim Haruspex, a 3/2.
And this path is not going to go well.
Okay.
I think if I was Joe, I would want to sack these blood ghasts right now just to draw 2 cards.
It'd be after damage though, or you would want to wait until after damage, wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, there's this. The path is going after the Haruspex.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yes, you can. Oh, he's going to sack the Blister Pod. Okay.
Okay, so that path targeting that at the moment.
Yep.
And I think maybe just trying to dig for a card at the moment.
He also gets a Scion.
Mm-hmm. And actually, I
That's
think
a second card.
I think that is a second Gargadon.
Ooh.
Okay.
He takes 4. He goes to 4.
And in a pretty dangerous position right now.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something about me that I would have sacked those blood ghasts to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, but you're more of a card drawer than a Mango
I
player.
do love me some card draws.
Me, I'm all about maximizing damage.
And then they would have come back from the land drop too.
So, that's 2 Bloodghasts, now the Eldrazi Scion, a Greater Gargadon with only 4 counters left, and Joe sitting on 4 lands, looking down a Jeskai control deck that has actually been missing some land drops, sitting with a Tectonic Edge.
This next turn, this Gargadon's going to come into play.
Possibly. I guess it has the potential to come into play,
sorry.
more than anything. And with haste.
Yep. It looks like Chris has a Snapcaster.
Yeah, and
So he
which
does
is
have
why
access to Snap Path or Snap Mailing.
the only downside to that is that even if he starts using that, he'd be putting himself down to 1 life.
Yeah. I like the aggressiveness here.
I mean, because you don't need the Gargadon right now. You're presenting a
not
kill.
at all. Yeah.
Make him continue to answer,
Yeah.
and that way that Gargadon acts as just more follow-up threat.
Yep.
So we're getting a Snapcaster. I like tapping the blue. Oh, actually, saving that blue mana.
Yeah.
I would actually like to hold up the red just in case, maybe signal a burn.
Yeah, me too.
And gonna sack that Bloodghast.
I think that's gotta block.
Probably gonna get another block.
Probably
Maybe
gonna have
on
to block that Bloodghast.
because you're gonna be offering a trade no matter what.
Yeah. You may
That's
as well conserve damage.
mm-hmm, absolutely. And actually blocking the Scion, interestingly. So gonna take 2 damage, go down to 2, and also remember that Joe is a Bolt deck at the end of the day. Down, sacking the last creature, playing the land to recur those Bloodghasts.
Oh, this is so good.
And that means that next turn, there's going to be a 9/7 Greater Gargadon.
And there's the second Gargadon.
Now, even if he wants to path the Gargadon, it's just going to sack for the other one. But a huge amount of inevitability from Joe at this point.
Oh, yeah.
And with...
you're going to attack me with a 4/4 flyer? I'm going to attack you with a 9/7 with haste.
I mean, just to take a quick moment, this deck is sweet.
I am just... this is everything I didn't know I wanted about Modern.
Absolutely. Okay, so... finally, a 5th land coming down, a Celestial Colonnade for Chris.
Does it resolve?
And we have a Greater Gargadon now being presented at the upkeep with haste.
I will cast it on my upkeep. Does it resolve?
It actually draws a Perfros. Perfros, a card that especially it won't be active if it resolves. Huge inevitability in just if Joe plays a card, he wins.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
But this is
Yeah. Okay.
And game 2 going to the Zombardment deck.
And we got at least 1.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we got 1.
So we had to swing with the 2 Bloodghasts in addition to the Greater Gargadon, which had haste. So just, against Jeskai control, which in a lot of ways tries to 1-for-1 remove and then get those 2-for-1s when they can, wasn't able to get enough of that. And especially, as many as he may have gotten, was not able to really keep those from coming back from the graveyard. Do you happen to know these players' records?
I believe they're both 2/2.
Are they?
Yep.
Okay.
And Joe was telling me this is actually winning in for top 8.
So, okay, so this actually is because we had a lot of draws for the top 8. So one of these players,
we're gonna have 2 spots open for top 8.
So one of these players may end up in the top 8.
But funny enough, one of the player with the best breakers had 2 buys this for tournament.
Interesting.
He's 2-2. His 2 wins are buys.
How do you get 2 buys?
And he has 75% on his breakers.
How do you get 2 buys?
I have no idea.
I'm actually a little thrown off by that.
This This is weird.
Yeah. I'm not convinced that this is a win-in, but certainly...
This is what Joe says. I'm not a tiebreaker wizard by any means.
Yeah. At least, apparently that possibility exists.
Yes.
So, not quite sure how true that is, but at least both players are playing, they're still playing for a reason.
Oh, yeah.
And then, definitely we will be having a top 8 coming about after this. So, we're Jeskai control on the play. Darkglyph Mystic certainly...
That's a Gideon.
Gideon, a pretty interesting
Gideon
choice.
and Jura.
A Restoration Angel. Looks like some number of lands.
Well, he drew 2 lands.
Joe looks like he has at least a playable hand. I didn't see how many lands he has, however. But both players keeping.
Okay.
Okay. So we have got a Celestial Colonnade and a sack with a Bloodstained Mire from Joe.
I would assume that this deck is going to deal a lot of damage to itself.
Zombardment?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Do not have access to the Legacy Duels. So, you got to make do with what you
Hey, when you're going to port a deck into Modern.
Yeah.
Alright. What decks are locked in for top 8? We actually don't know at the moment, but we can get that information.
I can tell you, Peter is our only undefeated player, and he's playing Jump.
Okay.
That is the only one I know 100%.
So, and otherwise we might just have some other ones. So, and a turn 1 Faithless Looting from Joe, almost exactly what he wants to be starting with. Drawing a Bolt and that Sprouting Thrynax.
Please tell me he's discarding some Bloodghasts. There's one.
Looks like one, and I didn't... And,
that was a Blister Pod.
Okay, so just a Blister Pod.
Also, his Elspeth Sun's Champion in his hand.
Okay.
Both those are in his sideboard, so it looks like he brought those in.
That absolutely true.
I don't think I would be fighting the deck that wants my creatures to die with an Elspeth.
Okay.
Especially Bloodghast. I don't think I'd fight Bloodghast with Elspeth.
Especially if they are able to start getting, if Joe's able to get that Blood Artist or that Zulaport Cutthroat, then that ends up as just a pretty poor trade in which every time that you block...
Although, crucially, Elspeth, -4, kills Greater Gargadon.
Even though it has haste. And
even though it has haste.
Definitely.
Yep.
So, Chris assembling now has a Celestial Colonnade and a Sacred Foundry. Dropping a Spreading Seas onto that Blood Crypt, which is actually, I like that play a lot. This Jeskai control deck running 4 mainboard Spreading Seas, really prepared for that Eldrazi deck.
Yep. He's really hedging his bets on playing against a lot of Eldrazi.
And having only one in our meta today.
Yeah.
Certainly a bit... So we've got a basic forest coming down. That's going to bring in that Bloodghast, but it doesn't look like he has a whole lot going on for that.
Looks like he's a Blister Pod, so...
Okay. Let's see. So a Blister Pod, and a Bloodghast, and actually that island, turning it into an island is a really solid way of dealing with this deck because it has not a whole lot of colorless costs.
That's true.
In this deck, tends to be very color intensive. But a swing for 3, and we've got a Helix in response. Not sure what it is pointing to, but looks like pointing towards the Bloodghast.
Okay.
Not a bad play. He does have a land in play. So we're going to see him drop that. He does have a Verdant Catacombs in hand.
I think he also has a Bloodstained Mire. So,
mana not a huge issue. Mostly just casting that to gain 3 life before that sack outlet is out.
Yeah.
So, cracking that one might end up dealing some damage to himself as well, just to fix his colors.
He's going for basic.
And that does help me confirm that he might have that Bloodstained Mire in hand, because that means that he's still able to get his red mana when needed.
Also, if he played all these basics and then Blood Mooned him, I would just actually walk out of this area.
Unfortunately, no Blood Moon in this deck. And Viscera Seer. I like this Viscera Seer. Now, unfortunately, that it didn't come down pre-combat, but I think that part of the reason for that is because then he wouldn't have had the landfall trigger.
Also very true.
But that Viscera Seer, able to act as a sack outlet for that Bloodghast and also that Blister Pod, so removal from Chris becoming significantly less effective.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, we are going to see the Sprouting Thrynax, which I am super excited about.
Absolutely, this Sprouting Thrynax is going to be a pretty sweet card. It's a 3/3 for 3, already at least on par with your baseline.
Yep.
And when it dies, you get 3 Saplings. Now, when you start assembling something like this Blood Artist Zulaport Cutthroat, that's presenting 4 damage and 4 life gain with just a simple sack outlet.
I can definitely remember all of these arguments about what one was better, Kitchen Finks or Sprouting Thrynax.
And we've got a swing for 4, but a Snapcaster coming in and targeting a Lightning Helix. So the biggest thing is probably that Helix will be targeting the Viscera Seer.
Probably. He might actually go to blocks first.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's interesting. Joe actually only runs 6 basics. He is on 4 basic swamps, 1 mountain, and 1 forest in his deck. And we have got a Bloodghast being blocked by the Snapcaster and firing off that Helix at the Viscera Seer. I would have actually liked to see him use the Helix before declaring blocks.
Yeah, me too.
Because that would have forced him to kind of make a decision, sack that Viscera Seer, and if he wants to get other sacks beforehand...
Yeah, if I'm Joe, I would take that trade every day of the week.
Oh, absolutely. You'd probably... But at least it just... You give them less opportunities to make their decisions, and you keep it to where you get to make the decisions. Okay... So, looks like 3 mana for that Grim Haruspex, and keeping up a fetch land. So Grim Haruspex means that as soon as some of these creatures start dying, he is going to be able to draw cards as long as they're non-tokens.
Gideon Jura. Wonder what that impact's going to have right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Chris, a little bit newer to the deck, to my knowledge. The other thing is that Joe, I think, built this last night. All right.
Going to 7. Okay.
So Gideon Jura going for a plus, forcing these creatures to attack into it. Only able to deal 4 damage, so not the worst play, and it's certainly not going to start killing any of those tapped creatures as it currently stands, at least very effectively. But that second land of Verdant Catacombs, bringing in that Bloodghast, not able to swing with haste yet.
Give it time.
Give it time. And right now, Joe really looking for a sack outlet more than anything.
Yeah, definitely. I think if he draws a Gargadon in the next couple turns, this game could swing in his favor.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And now that minus ability, not going to be super effective. It's a -2, but that just does set it up to end up dying next turn.
Yeah, it'll kill the... Although, crucially, if he has the land, he'll be able to minus Gideon to kill the Haruspex and untap and play Elspeth.
Yeah, now I think Joe's also holding a Gravecrawler in hand. I think he's keeping back a lot of these sackable creatures to play around the possibility of Path to Exile, to make sure that he assembles a sack outlet before really investing into all these cards that he wants to recur from his graveyard. And I kind of like that, because Jeskai doesn't have many ways to handle the cards in your hand.
That's very true.
Pretty much just once you start trying to interact with them, either on the stack or on the battlefield, is where they start highlighting their ability to interact.
Yes, that is a blister pod.
Yes. Absolutely. Well, where else are you going to see such diverse decks as Zombardment versus Jeskai Control?
Yep, he drew the land.
And Elspeth hitting the battlefield.
Elspeth, Sun's champion. You thought it was just a standard card.
Pretty powerful card right now. Luckily, I think I did line up some soldiers in there. So that's going to go for a +1. Grab some soldier tokens. And they might just be searching for those right now before tossing them in. Otherwise, we should be seeing them shortly.
Yeah.
And it looks like Gideon going for a plus as well to keep those creatures attacking.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
All right. Excellent. So, 3 of those soldiers now in play. I personally like that art. And we're getting the sack there. So going down to 15, trying to line up, and may just be digging for... I'm not sure what kind of answers that we could be looking for at this point.
I would say something like, I don't know. Actually, anything could be on Joe's radar.
A lot of things on Joe's radar. That he certainly knows his brews better than anybody else.
If I didn't have his deck list in front of me, I might have said he's going to search for a Godless Shrine and Orzhov Pontiff.
So right now, a lot of forced attacks into this Jeskai control deck. I think right now, if I'm Joe, I'm looking for a sack outlet or some way that actually gets value off of them dying. But it doesn't look like we have those right now. So just gonna block all 3.
He's gonna block all 3. That means he's gonna draw 2 cards.
Yep. Giving him a lot of options, and one of those recurable, especially with that Verdant Catacombs out.
I don't think that's how it would have blocked. I think it would have... Oh, that's Perforos.
And that's a Perforos and a Blood Artist.
Yeah.
And with Chris tapped out right now...
I think I would have double blocked that Haruspex and just let Gideon take 1.
If Joe happens to have another land in hand, now is a fantastic time to start also dropping that Blood Artist.
Okay.
So Perforos hitting the battlefield, inevitability in the game.
Yeah.
So if Chris isn't able to present a fast clock against Joe, eventually, you know, he only needs to land 8 creatures.
Yeah.
That's it.
And Perforos does have a second ability.
Absolutely. And a Sprouting Thrynax and Joe means that there's at least 4 creatures right there.
Yeah.
Especially since next turn he can drop that Blood Artist and that Sprouting Thrynax.
Yeah, that's very true.
So now all that Joe is missing is really the sack outlet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although there is something to be worried about this Restoration Angel.
Restoration Angel going to be an interesting piece in which it bounces a non-angel, but it's also one that you control, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So,
if Restoration Angel could target other people's creatures.
Right? That would be so good.
Wizards won't let me have that.
No, unfortunately not. And looks like destroying that Grim Haruspex with the Gideon, not a bad choice.
No.
Getting that value out of there, unfortunately, may not be enough, all
Yeah.
things considered. But it is going to do a lot. And we actually have 2 of those sack creatures now. So if I'm Joe, I might almost just want to be loading up on some of those.
Yeah.
Because that means that once you do that, between the sack engine once you land it, and, you know, you just...
That Elspeth ultimate is looking pretty scary, though. It's only 2 turns away.
It is 2 turns away, and with Joe...
Although, actually, no, I'm lying. The Perforos can actually keep track of those, Planeswalkers because he can deal 2 to them and redirect to the Planeswalkers.
If he wants to, before getting this
wants
engine built up. Yeah.
His opponent actually cannot sack anything.
Okay, so that looks like an enter, not redirecting to the Elspeth just yet. And yeah, I like this. So running out these 2 cards, he still has a Bolt in hand as well as an option.
And he has a functional shock in this land.
And so that Blood Artist also going to be coming down, putting him down to 11.
And he's going to search for another land. He's going to put him to 9.
Very cool at this point. And now just needs to land 5 creatures and also,
I think he also has this Gravecrawler too.
Yeah, and if he has a Viscera Seer in hand...
Oh, if he has a Viscera Seer, this game might be over.
That's a win if he has the Viscera Seer in hand. I don't think that he does. We would have seen that happen
either.
much sooner.
Although that Scion represents 2 damage.
That Scion represents 2 damage. So
attacking represents a lot of damage here.
Mm-hmm. Though they aren't forced to attack this time, and those, you know, any blocks that you have, 1 toughness all over that board. So even dying creates a lot of triggers. Joe might have just enough inevitability at this point to maybe close out this game.
Which is weird to talk about inevitability when your opponent has a Planeswalker that's close to ultimating.
Yeah. And I think we're just going to see this Gravecrawler, because now at this point, Chris, if he has a board wipe, has the capacity to win this game.
If he has a board wipe, he'll
But if he has a board wipe, he loses.
On the spot.
Exactly. Exactly.
So that's going to be 7. You can attack for 7 this turn, but like...
As for attacking with the conditional haste, I don't think that he saw a huge reason to attack. I think that he probably could have. Because,
he definitely could have, because it'll
either
deal
deal
2 triggers on the Blood Arts.
You either deal 2 damage or you deal 2 damage.
Yep.
And maybe doing that before fetching. You know, because he played a land, and then I think he had another fetch land up.
Yep.
So that probably would have been a nice play there.
Funny enough, this next turn, Joe can swing all out except for that Blood Artist.
And guarantee a win. If with no interaction from Chris.
Yeah, with no interaction.
And taking it up, so they actually all are going at Gideon. And that's not a bad... Like, Gideon doing a nice job of preventing that. So Joe really needs a sack outlet at this point.
Yeah. Maybe he'll attack with his creatures. I was gonna say we have the tokens. Use the tokens. Yeah, well, it is actually on the card text that Bloodghast can't block.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Neither can Gravecrawler.
Now, Perforos. Pretty interesting right now.
Yep.
As far as affecting the board. Man, a whole lot of just sweet things happening.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of weird interactions. But really cool interactions.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And Joe, with enough mana to pump the team once, could at least kill the Gideon.
Yep.
But Elspeth pretty close to ultimating. I think she ultimates next turn.
Yep. But, however, that Perforos will keep track of the Elspeth.
If he plays a creature.
If he plays a creature, yes.
Yep.
It's going to go after that red source, unfortunately.
Alright, so I like
Gargadon
that.
isn't out anymore, unfortunately.
Nope, looking for a Viscerus here.
Yep.
Joe does have a couple cards in hand. I think one of them is a Bolt. But a Viscerus here off the top does a whole lot of work. A whole lot of work.
Yep.
Also, casting, pretty much if he just casts a creature, he's going to be able to keep that Elspeth in check long enough. And this attack, either he's going to have to block with soldiers, and, you know, there will be deaths that could bring him closer to within that bolt range if he gets a red source.
Although, he is actually dead next turn. He's at 7 damage, he's going to go to 7.
Yep.
If he has the bolt, then this game's over. Assuming Joe doesn't draw a sack outlet.
All kinds of interesting going on right now.
It's another Blood Artist.
Another Blood Artist may not be quite what he's looking for. We just may have just enough. But nonetheless, a fantastic showing by both decks, and giving us a pretty solid round 5.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Bolt no longer an out because that red source is gone. Looks like still playing at least something. Playing out the Bloodghast, 2 damage. Redirect
5.
I see a redirect, unfortunately not going to be enough.
Oh my god, he's actually dead. He's at 3 and he'll sack the Scion.
Wow!
Drawing the 3rd Bloodghast, actually.
Amazing!
Wow.
Yes, there's a top 8. Don't worry.
He had the bolt too.
Yeah, stick around. We do have a top 8 coming up.
Ooh.
So we have got more magic coming. It's going to be a blast.
Ooh.
Absolutely fantastic there.
Ooh, I need to...
That was a sweet play. Oh my goodness. That was glorious and solid
Got
magic.
him with Exacxes.
Alright, we will see you guys back in the booth.
That is how I like magic.
Alright, so thank you for joining us. Looks like a lot of you have. My name is TJ.
I'm Coleman.
We are streaming out of Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, doing a Grand Prix trial. That was the end of our 5th round, but we do have top 8s coming up.
That's very true.
Don't worry, it's not as if we actually had things to do today except talk with you guys. But what we saw was two Gravecrawlers enter the battlefield. Both of them trigger that Perforos to deal 2 damage to him, putting him down to 1. And he had the Eldrazi Scion.
Oh, he put him to 3.
Or put him to...
And he was at 7 to start his turn. He played the Blood Artist to put him to 5.
Oh my goodness.
Played the
You're right. So
the Gravecrawler to put him to 3, and then sacked the Scion for mana.
For 2 Blood Artists
3
and a
Blood
Zulaport.
Yeah,
and a Zulaport Cutthroat to deal 3 damage with that Eldrazi Scion. What an out. I mean, talk about finding...
I forgot about the Eldrazi Scion.
I mean, absolutely beautiful play there by Joe. That was fantastic.
If that doesn't convince him to play 4 Blood Artists in his deck, I don't know what will.
If you want to see this list, here it is. That's about the best I can do for you.
Yep.
Or, if you want to follow me on Twitter, I will put this on Tapped Out, and I will put it onto my Twitter. That is the best I got. Otherwise, I can try and put it onto that Facebook page for the store as well.
I want to see Greater Gargadon spike because of all of you.
Yeah, so, either on Twitter, and also, there is actually the other place that I can put this for you guys. On, if you guys don't use Twitter, but you are Redditors, on our Modern Magic, the subreddit, there is a post by me talking about this tournament. I think it is titled, I know we're competing with SCG, but nonetheless, if you want to go to that one, I will make an edit towards the end, and I will put it up there. But I will be getting it either onto Tapped Out either tonight if I have time.
Yep.
Might have some school stuff, honestly, depending on how late it goes. And then I will be doing it on
Wednesday?
or
By
early tomorrow.
Wednesday.
Yeah, I will have it by tomorrow.
Oh, there we go.
Tomorrow at the latest.
All right. Since this round's over, I'm gonna go see what our top 8 is.
Yep, excellent.
Alright.
So we're gonna learn our top 8. If you could just take a picture of it, if possible.
I will definitely.
And then we will be having that. And then also, if you find that Reddit post, feel free to toss any feedback there. And also, I'll make an edit later to include that deck list. And also, we're trying to add our top 8 and their deck lists to that as well. I do not have an Imager account, however. Never actually used it. Okay, also, Magic Carpe Diem, fantastic. Yes, I will take off the number for that. That is a great point for that. So don't worry, I will be putting it onto a Tapped Out account, and I'll just be posting it from that as the way to get that list. So, a very fun 5 rounds now, just getting ready to head into the top 8. Should be an absolute blast. The meta today was, I actually lost my list of decks because I had to give them to the judge, but the weirdest things to have is, the weirdest thing is that we only have one Eldrazi deck. Love that. That is always exciting. And then the other thing is no Affinity tonight, today, which normally we have usually, you know, maybe one, at least one, sometimes 2 Affinity decks at our store. So just none of them showing up today, and me being the other Affinity player not playing. Other than that, pretty solid diverse meta, a couple Hate Bears decks, so all kinds of cool things happening. Ryorian asking, as of right now, what do I think is the best tech to take on the Eldrazi decks? I'm a little bit biased in that one. If I were to just, you know, if this is me making it up, or making up my decision there, I would take on Affinity. I think Affinity has a really solid potential against those decks. They have the ability to be faster and go underneath those really quick starts. And the sideboard, the fact that it's kind of a 5-color deck by its design, gives them a lot of options for what they want to do as far as addressing that issue. So, Affinity, definitely my first pick. Other than that, certainly a lot of interesting decks, and decks that wouldn't be good. If I'm expecting nothing but Eldrazi, I would take decks that would be different. Other than that, Kiki Cord and Obzon Company, the 2 other decks that I really like, that are decent against a pretty diverse meta, and really solid against those Affinity decks. Okay. Yeah, we did lose a bunch, and I think that's partly because we don't have Magic happening at this exact moment, but don't worry, we will have more Magic coming up. And again, I hate to do that shameless self-plug, but definitely hit that follow button. It is a blast to do this, and eventually, 2 things, if we do ever get to 500 viewers, I'll tell you guys this. If we ever get to 500 viewers, some fun things will happen. We do have a sealed, revised starter pack that we will open up on the stream, so that'll be a lot of fun. So far, we've gotten close a couple of times. And also, we unfortunately, I'm going to have to eat a Tibalt since I made that promise at one point, and I'm going to have to follow up on it. How do I feel against Merfolk against them? Really, I have to agree with Gibboism. Slightly favored. The 7 Seas version that has been getting a little bit popular from those Merfolk players, I like what they're doing a lot by adding in more of those ways to disable their mana base. Yes, there is a top 8. I'm going to make a little thing that says top 8 coming up, if I can. I don't think I can. But yes, we do have a top 8 that will be coming up, so we do have more Magic coming for you all. I guess I'll just make a little thing that says quarterfinals or something like that. As for donating a Tibalt, I can also donate a Tibalt to a member of the stream. If you want it signed by me, sure, but if you want me to devalue your Tibalts, I don't know. But I've got like 70 Tibalts, so I definitely have the means to also donate one. What I do is I'm waiting to just post it onto some kind of sites. But I have a bunch of Tybalts that basically anytime that I go to an event, I try and get as many Tybalts as I can signed by the pros, or other just Magic personalities. So that's what I've got, is a bunch of signed Tybalts. And what have we got?
They're about to announce the time.
Yeah, Coleman's out there, so he should be getting a picture.
He's on his way back now.
Okay, excellent. So the top 8 just getting announced, and we should be getting them pretty shortly. And actually, I'm going to ask him to get the top 8 deck lists. So we should be having this top 8 going. Isn't Tybalt really cheap? Pretty much, yeah. It's like $3. Yeah, this is a Grand Prix trial, for those wondering what GPT stands for. So Grand Prix trial for GP Detroit, which is, I believe, in March. A lot of fun. The winner gets some buys there. No, I didn't get real unlucky with opening Avacyn Restored packs. Tybalt, best dressed Planeswalker in the multiverse. I am a very dedicated red mage. I just like Tybalt and started off as a thing to I just started collecting them. And now that I can start getting them signed by people, that's becoming a thing to where I'm more than happy to keep collecting them. So, when we get to 500, it's going to be a blast. And also, just a quick note, thank you to all of you who are joining us for the first time. This, it means a lot to me. This is something that I've been doing for about 5 months, and it continues to just get better and better, and that is a huge part of it is you guys. You guys always interacting and having that conversation and those questions and showing up so consistently. That's a huge part of what makes this such a cool thing for me. And so, thank you. If you do want to hit that follow button, keep rejoining us each time. It's just such a blast, and I'd always like to continue making this a really cool product for you guys. And if you guys do have that means to enable that for me, provide me that feedback, it's always excellent, because I've gotten some fantastic feedback, certainly, and it gives me a huge amount of encouragement to keep doing this, because this started off as such an idea of, we happened to put it on Twitch so that people who didn't show up for that week for our tournament could watch. So I expected topping out at 10, and I remember very much the first time that we got to 20 viewers, and suddenly I was like, whoa, 20 viewers, and I was all excited, and it was all kinds of fun, and it's just done nothing but take off and amaze me since. So thank you to all of you. That's my little sappy moment in that, as we are getting ready to head into the top 8, Coleman doing some extra work for me in finding that. Anyway, if you guys do have any kind of questions, any feedback, anything like that, again, always feel free to toss it in. Interacting with you guys, absolutely, 100% the most fun thing that I have to do this. Maddie, thank you for that. Certainly I appreciate positive commentary, and again, those little ways that we can improve, always good. I've had some people provide some absolutely stellar feedback for me, and I really feel like it's allowed me to improve my product a lot. And actually, let's play a fun game as we're waiting for the top 8. Someone mentioning the UK. If you guys want to, where are you watching from? This is always something that's so cool for me, because I'm in Snohomish, Washington, United States of America. I would love to just see where some of these people are coming from, because you guys are, the lifeblood of this. And if I can see, so I see Germany there. That is super cool. Netherlands. Just some there always seems to be a bunch of Canadians. So this is just the coolest thing, and a lot of you are regulars, and some of you are new. And thank you to all of you people who are new. I love to interact with you guys, and I'd love to keep interacting with you guys. So always feel free to toss your thoughts into that chat, because that's what we like, and that's what I think sets us apart from other streams. At least, hopefully. It's not something that I've seen a lot on other streams. But I'm seeing Mexico, Sweden, Brazil, Pennsylvania. Really awesome. So, Wisconsin, Dirty Coast, North Dakota. So a lot of people, I've noticed that the East Coast also tends to be really popular showing up there. A lot of Canadians and a lot of people who are familiar. It's great to see you people who are coming on the stream, and also all you people coming from the UK, Germany, all those places. So cool to have you guys. And you know, sometimes I might skip over stuff because a lot of the people here are regulars. But if I ever do miss anything, or if you guys have questions for us, let us know. Just put at Geek Fortress so we can see it. Sometimes that stream, that chat fills up. But I love to answer those questions when people have them, toss out my thoughts. Certainly, I am not the end-all, be-all expert, and people are more than welcome to disagree with me. But I have those opinions, and if that's something that you guys are curious about, or if you just want me to discuss it, I'm happy to do that. Interacting with you guys, that's what this is all about. This is so much less a product that is made entirely by me and by my various cast of co-hosts. This is a product that is made by all of you helping me. Because, you know, if you guys were constantly silent, this product would not be what it is. I wouldn't have any of the feedback. I wouldn't have any of just the fun of interacting with you guys. So thank you. And certainly you guys have just as much of a stake in making this as cool of a thing. And you guys have been knocking it out of the park with that so much. So thank you. And hopefully you guys are enjoying the first time.
Okay, we got our top 8.
Do we have the lists?
I'll get them back from Joe.
Okay.
But we're going to have Michael and Troy. Michael is against the ball.
Okay. So, we are heading into our quarterfinals here. Michael on Death and Taxes. First time that we're seeing that one. We are currently getting some deck lists. Going up against Troy, who is on Burn. Have a good night.
Good job.
Thank you.
No worries. It's fine. You want on camera.
Okay. Excellent. So let's head on down to the quarterfinals. I'll see you guys down in our quarterfinals. Okay, so these two players getting ready. I'm just going to change that to say... And thank you to all of you saying that you are positive and, you know, hitting that follow button. I really appreciate the support of you guys. It's huge. And also, sorry for getting to the extra touchy-feely speech. But honestly, I don't want it to become a thing. Right? I don't want to get to a point to where, like, I come across as a diva. Because I certainly... this has been an extremely humbling experience to have so many of you be so supportive. So, I want to make sure that I don't ever come across as that. What are the prizes for this tournament? We have them written down somewhere. I don't have them at the moment. Like, certainly I don't have the prizes because I'm not there. But, thank you to the people who are saying that you enjoy this, and hopefully we can continue to grow this. This is basically a mono-white Death and Taxes.
Yes. It is definitely 100% mono-white. Those are darker wastes. Do not actually do anything.
Yep, and do you have those, or are these them right here?
Those are those two.
Excellent.
Just writing down these other ones.
Excellent. So this Death and Taxes, running things like Aether Vial, your basic things to be expected. Dryad Militant. One unusual card is Inquisitor Exarch, and also, a different one, is the Eldrazi Displacer.
Yep.
Now, against Naya Burn, not running a ton of options for this. 2 Kitchen Finks in the main, does have the Thalia and the Ringmare. Those are kind of the key pieces.
Yes, definitely.
But otherwise, doesn't have a huge, you know, the deck is already a little bit favored, but out of the sideboard, we're going to be seeing Leyline of Sanctity, Spellskite, possibly another Thalia, some things that really help this one a lot. Other than that, from Burn, again, this is a very creature-heavy Burn deck, so some of those taxing effects may not be as good.
That's very true.
You know, running the 4 Wild Nikado, and also... Can I start? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
And also 2 Curd Apes, really going to enable some creature-based things, and a lot of these creatures can outclass what is coming out of this Death and Taxes deck.
And then Troy is actually going to be on the play since he's the higher seed.
Okay, so Troy on the play. Just before they get started, let's toss out what decks that we've got. So, our Zombardment deck actually coming in at 8.
He got in on breakers, everyone.
We also have this Death and Taxes
Scion,
deck.
Scion got it.
We have 2 Burn decks. Obs on mid-range. That Eldrazi deck is in there, though. As long as it's not in the finals, we're going to try not to feature that one.
Yeah. Not unless he's playing against Joe, in which case...
Corey on Merfolk in the top 8. Jund, the top seed, and Troy here on Burn. And again, I'll be trying to put these deck lists as well onto the Reddit post, and I'll be editing what those decks are. Oh, thank you for the game win indicators. I will reset those. Thank you. Okay. No.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. We only offer black sleeves. That way you have to buy new sleeves.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Okay, so starting off with this burn deck with a green one, I'm expecting to see a Wild Nacatl because of that.
I could actually also see a Curdape.
A Curdape being another option. Red was going to be inevitable, however. The biggest thing is that he's going for green for a reason.
Yes, definitely.
This deck has options in both green and white, and that green dropping down a Wild Nacatl. A really solid start in this, getting a great aggressive start. We...
Lands and back, Michael. Lands and back.
Michael, of course, always liking to do lands in front. And as long as he's not on the stream, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yeah.
All right.
I knew I was going to have to do that, too.
Such as life. So, a Monastery Swift Spirit joining that Wild Nacatl. Only one land from this burn player.
But this actually is a pretty good start, though. You're leading on creatures. It's better than leading on, you know...
Absolutely.
Not creatures.
Top with time. I'm not entirely sure what you are asking, but the time can be found just right there.
Well, the top 8 is untimed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just happened to...
what it's... I think that's what...
You're right. Sorry, just getting rid of that.
I'm referring to.
Alright, followed by a Ghost Quarter. It's a decent play, and especially with him only having that green mana. He probably doesn't want to fire that off quite yet, because that could be a dangerous position to put himself back down to one land.
Although, funny enough, Thalia off the top is going to be very good because it has first strike.
Lands and back is only enforced on stream.
Yep.
Certainly only on like the major ones, but
definitely
it makes it significantly easier from us as commentators to have understandable board states.
You don't think it matters until it really matters.
And Michael is notorious for it. So an Adhikar wastes out of Michael. What an interesting choice there. That blue-white pain land. I'm not expecting... Now, what kind of blue cards are even in this deck?
I would assume it's only for activation of Spellskite.
Is that just for... So you only take 1 damage as opposed to 2?
I can't see any other blue cards here.
What an odd choice there.
Yeah. I was actually expecting a brush land the first time I heard about it.
Alright, so going to be paying 2 white, taking a damage, but putting in a Kitchen Finks. Really solid deck. Only a 2 of in the main board, so having that in the opening hand, or at least in the hand, is excellent.
And it's going to trade with every one of those creatures.
Every one of those, and if Troy is going to continue having issues with hitting his lands, going to be a huge problem.
And Michael does have double Fiend Hunter.
Magikarp bringing up a fantastic point.
It also is for Displacer. That's correct.
You know, normally you'd think that Ghost Quarter might be enough, but really solid for activating that Eldrazi Displacer, which I believe is a 2 of in the board. But you definitely
actually has it in the main, and it's actually in his hand right now.
In the main board, but
he definitely has it in his hand.
So that Grim Lavamancer out of Troy, going to be kind of nice, but very slow. Doesn't actually have the means to even activate it.
If I was Michael, I think I would attack with that Finks, because I know he has a Flicker Wisp in his hand.
Oh, and that Flicker Wisp is going to be excellent. So a Fiend Hunter coming in, Fiend Hunter taking down that Grim Lavamancer.
I don't think I agree with that play. He only has 1 card in his graveyard, and you know he's not going to draw. He doesn't have anything to play.
Yeah, it is a little bit of an unusual choice. And especially because it's not going to be able to kill whatever it's not going to be able to kill the Fiend Hunter at all. Are there any tech edges?
There are 2 Tectonic Edges.
2 tech edges in this Death and Taxes deck. And also, I'm going to try and post these top 8 deck lists onto Reddit as well, making Tapped Out account for those ones as well. Or I guess I have an account, but I'm going to toss them in, put them in there.
We have a Searing Blaze incoming.
Searing Blaze, taking that down, putting him down to 10, and also giving him back that Grim Lavamancer. Second land coming at a very key time for Troy, who had to fetch and shock, so going down to 14 for it.
just gonna make
And-
sure they get the right life total here in
Yep.
a second.
Showing the Searing Blaze, and they should update that in just a moment, I expect. But if not, go ahead and, yeah, just ask him to check life totals.
Troy, 14.
Alright. So a Wild Nikado, 2 Monastery Swiftspears, and a Grim Lavamancer, and now actually has prowess triggers.
Yes.
I'm not sure if he quite wants to be attacked. Don't see a huge downside, because he's going to gain 2, but take 6, and you're getting rid of that 1.
That's true.
And he's going to get to pick his best one. Instead, playing a little bit defensive. I would have expected the attack, because you end up netting a dealing of, 2 damage.
Yep.
And that means that your Grim Lavamancer now able to take down that Kitchen Finks next turn.
Now, this turn, I definitely want to see that Flicker Wisp
On the Kitchen Finks?
on the Kitchen Finks.
Yeah, I could definitely see that happening. No Aether Vial from Michael off the start is going to basically relegate that Flicker Wisp to being its worst mode, which is sorcery speed. But
I mean, he does have a Blade Splicer, but I don't think I like that very much.
it's going to do a great job of just stopping what Troy is trying to do.
It'll do a great job at blocking.
Yeah. So right now, that 3/3 with First Strike, really a huge thing. And actually, at the upkeep...
I think he's doing it in his draw step.
What?
Oh, he's doing it on his upkeep.
So, an interesting choice there.
That's...
Probably should float mana in response if he has, like, a bolt effect.
He can also activate the Grim Lavamancer.
Activate the Grim Lavamancer, or he has a Boros Charm in hand. I'm expecting him to float white. Maybe activate both of those, and then just keep himself with doing a Grim Lavamancer as his turn.
That would also be a very solid...
Because I think Troy at this point really banking on going for a slower game and just keeping these creatures and grinding out the game. Because without it seeing any of those tax effects yet, and not knowing that... Oh, and actually going for an Atarka's Command.
Ooh, I don't think...
Maybe
he should have played the other one.
The Boros Charm?
Yeah.
When you have the white... Yeah.
When he's going after your Sacred Foundry.
Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But giving the pluses to the team is going to be excellent. Because right now what we're looking at is prowess triggers. Now has a mana. He might have a 1-mana spell. But all of those are going to interact positively in combat with those cards. If he can get one other prowess trigger, he can just attack in freely.
That Grim Lavamancer is going to do wonders in combat.
Yes, because even if he just attacks into it, certainly that Golem, a problem. That First Strike Golem is a problem right now. But even if he declares that as the blocker, then what you are able to do is use that Lavamancer to take down one of those cards. So attacks could start becoming pretty interesting at this point. Let's see. I'm not sure what Ready to Rock is asking.
The mocks, I do not know the results of the mocks today.
What's that?
The Magic Online Championship Series.
Oh, I didn't realize that was today.
That's it was a standard, if I remember right. I remember someone saying they were 6-1 with red-green ramp. That's about all I know.
So going that Grim Lavamancer, taking down the Spellscape pre-combat, because he can't gain
Finks.
life this turn.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool.
Yep, so did the buff to the team and the can't gain life, able to take that down, and that means that now that can't interact favorably with any trades.
That's actually pretty... I like that a lot now.
Now that First Strike is going to be relevant, but it really disables the other attacks. That is the wrong block if he chose to buff the team.
Yeah, that is not where I would block.
Granted, I don't know what Michael's game plan is, and apparently he went for the 3 damage?
3 damage?
Okay, he might have actually done the 3 damage, and we missed that. I could have sworn that he went for the other one, but nonetheless.
Well, Swift Spear got plus... apparently Swift Spear just dealt 3 damage.
So that very likely was the plus ability, right? Because
I think so.
So...
Hold on, I'm gonna just ask what's going on there.
Yeah, before the board state moves forward at all. Just call John or something.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Nikadal is a 2/2... Oh, it's a 2/2. You're right. You guys are right.
Yeah, you got me. Yep.
Liberator, you are correct.
Yep.
We missed losing the planes.
Yeah, you got me.
You guys are good?
Yeah.
Thank you. So that Golem sticking around and going down to 7, though. Or down to 6, I'm sorry.
And then he's going to come back and gain it. He's going to go up to 8. Because it's going to come and play on his unstep?
Yes. So, Troy getting into a problematic position, taking out that Stomping Ground again at the upkeep. An interesting choice.
I'm not a fan of doing stuff on the upkeep.
It just always seems like an odd choice.
Especially when all of your... when they come into play untapped.
I guess the biggest argument for it, I assume, is that it forces them to do something before they can do sorcery speed. But at that point, I prefer doing it at the end step. Except for the fact that it can maybe force them to use more mana for that turn.
Yeah.
But I'd rather cut them off from being able to cast anything, potentially.
I think this looks like 3 damage and +1/+1.
Looks like it.
And then that Ghost Quarter should actually resolve.
Alright.
Yeah, before you draw. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Whew. They are getting it figured out.
As long as you didn't draw that card.
Indeed. So, 2 Swift Spears again seems to... So, going for the 3 damage, a little bit interesting. Telling that he might have some cards in hand, because he does have that Grim Lavamancer, so if he has a Lava Spike in hand, he's not in a bad position.
Yeah, if he draws a land... If he has a land, or if he draws a land and has a Lava Spike.
Yeah, that's an excellent way to do it. Or even still, if he just uses that Lava Spike, and the Grim Lavamancer over 2 turns will get there. So Burn in a decent position for its game 1, even though Michael is starting to gain traction.
Yeah.
He needs to...
That should still be tapped. Yep. Now you draw. Okay.
Okay, and actually we have a Boros Charm, I think a Searing Blaze.
Yeah, and a Curdape.
Oh, okay. So maybe that's a Swift Spear and a Curdape.
Yeah, I think
There's
that's
4
a
cards in
Swift
hand.
Spear. That's a Swift Spear. That's most definitely a Swift Spear.
So if you're Troy, I'd actually just pass.
Oh yeah, I would definitely pass.
Deal that 2 damage. Because, and hope... Unfortunately, that Displacer Drone is going to be a huge pain.
Yes, definitely.
If that lands, and he... Luckily, he can't activate it right now. And so I would like to see Michael run that out significantly sooner.
Yeah, I would too.
To start getting value. Because if you have that Kitchen Finks, if that's not going to be going away, that Displacer Drone will win the game combined with that.
I know he has a Wingmare in his hand, though.
Wingmare could be good, but it's not going to stop this Grim Lavamancer.
Yep, that's very true.
Certainly it is going to be good. But right now, Michael getting closer and closer to having a nice lock against this. But for the time being, still problematic.
There's no way I would block this Kitchen Finks.
No, I mean, taking 3, and then that means that you can attack into it next turn. If Michael has some way to bounce it, that is unfortunate, but I don't think that you gain any by just chump blocking it.
Yeah, I don't either.
When next turn, that means that you can possibly get some damage through. Especially with, like, maybe a Searing Blaze. And that Flicker Wisp, very unfortunate. Going down to 4, going to be going back up to 6, and then probably going to be going back down to 4. But Troy has a Boros Charm in hand.
Yeah, he just needs to draw a White Source and Michael's dead.
If he draws the White Source, Michael is definitely in a lot of things can prove problematic for Michael at this point.
Well, yeah, if I would assume this is going at his face anyway.
I assume so.
Yeah.
Maybe just deciding at the moment based on his board state. Maybe trying to take down one of those Flicker Wisps.
No,
Okay. Which I advocate for fully.
And that's an Arid Mesa.
And we might actually, if he's still got the Sacred Foundry, which he does.
Maybe he should still have a Sacred Foundry.
Michael tapped out. We're going to see a Boros Charm for the win.
Boros Charm you.
Nonetheless, it's a great game actually between these two. I liked that one a lot. Okay, so a Boros Charm closing out the game. And as for when you Ghost Court against these decks, you know, I can see the argument for doing the draw step, but against Burn, what you're really doing is giving them extra mana that turn.
Yeah, I like doing it on their end step.
So during the end step, I kind of like that one because it means that they only have the option to do a 1 mana instant. So that keeps live. Let's take a look at what we could even have as... oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you have you have Troy's.
So that means that if he only has tapped out, you're going to be giving him a basic land. These are your options of what
are we
could
giving them deck lists?
You know what? If you want to open up the door and just let him know...
I'll ask Joe before they finish boarding.
Yeah. His name's John, though.
Oh, John, sorry.
Yep. We're going to find out if we're going to be losing those deck lists. Nonetheless, your options shrink down considerably, basically Lightning Bolt being your only option out of that, because most of their other 1-mana abilities are sorcery speed. So giving them that 1 mana at the end step, you might take a Bolt, but giving it to the end step, when they only have 2 lands, that means that you possibly are taking a Lava Spike and a Boros Charm and an Atarka's Command, something like that. So I prefer doing it on your turn if you are going up against a burn deck.
Looks like you're not giving them deck lists.
Okay, I guess maybe they have the opportunity to review it if they'd like, if they request it. Most likely these people have played against each other and they already have a pretty solid idea of it.
Although, okay, so that is Troy's. Michael does have Leyline of Sanctity in his sideboard.
Yes. And actually, so does Troy. Not going to be that relevant.
Yeah.
Things that I'm expecting from Troy to be bringing in: Path to Exile, fairly likely. Skullcrack,
Yep.
pretty likely. Other than that, maybe some number of Destructive Reverie if he's expecting Aether Vials.
Sure.
But that's, it's not going to be a huge sideboarding ordeal.
I could definitely see Michael is definitely going to be boarding in these ley lines.
Absolutely.
I think that's an easy one. He's going to be boarding in the Thalia.
Mm-hmm.
And I would not be surprised if he boarded in the Spellskite.
There's 2 of them as well.
Yep.
So 2 Spellskites. What I'm expecting, at least for Troy to take out, he does have 2 mutagenic growths in this deck as well. I could see those coming out because when there are tax effects in that deck, they lose a huge amount of their value. Other than that, Rift Bolt's usually a pretty safe one to pull.
I can see those Crit Apes coming out too, since the board tends to get small. For Michael, I am assuming those Displacers are instantly coming out.
Yeah. And definitely we can expect Troy to bring in those Destructive Reveries.
Yeah.
The Leyline to be expected. Great point by Swim for him. Yeah. Man, that should not be as much of a tongue twister as it was. I'm going to drink some water.
Funny enough, I'm pretty sure Michael's going to be bringing in Runed Halo for Eidolon the Great Revel, and Troy is not playing Eidolon.
Yeah. And Eidolon naming... now, granted, he probably also, if they've talked in between rounds. Yeah, is aware that Eidolon not in that deck. And I think he is aware of that, so I doubt that that's going to happen.
I know, but just in case this happens.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it is just a notable exclusion anyway. To be a burn deck not running Eidolon of the Great Revel is extremely unusual.
That's...
to say the least, that is the card that put it up to Tier 1.
That's...
In both Legacy and Modern. And I think not running it is really more of a response to this Eldrazi deck where it loses a lot of its value more than anything. That
has to be a very conscious decision.
I would expect so. Building a deck and not including Eidolon.
It looks like he's boarding in those Markham Asylums.
Poker player, what's the difference between Death and Taxes and Hate Bears? That's a great question. And to be honest, there's not a huge difference. The biggest thing that Hate Bears is generally green-white and includes Leonin Arbiter, more Kitchen Finks, but mostly it's just the color green.
Yep, and Hate Bears will normally play
Quasali Pride Mage. Quasali Pride Mage, Gaddock Teague.
Voice of Resurgence. Locks it on Smiter.
So,
Death and Taxes is normally a mono-white deck.
Yeah. So at least in, especially in Modern.
And especially in Legacy.
Yeah. So the mono-white part, it's more about taxing things as far as the casting and interacting kind of outside of the stack. Certainly you interact with combat with the Blade Splicer.
Definitely.
But outside of that, the Hate Bears is more about kind of having catch-alls for everything on the board more than anything. Flicker Wisp, a really solid point out of... I'm going to guess that it's Suture.
Yeah, there's also that. Flicker Wisp is a big one.
So, Hate Bears tends to have cards that have kind of an ability while they're on the battlefield to inhibit it, whereas Death and Taxes seems to be more about those enter the battlefield value cards that gain some kind of value that way.
In general, Death and Taxes is more aggressive.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty reasonable.
They're not fooling around with cards like Noble Hierarch. They're playing Dryad Militant. They want to attack you. They want to kill you.
All right. But certainly they are similar decks, in a pretty similar vein. Okay.
Alright, so it looks like Michael's keeping his hand, and that is a lot of Boros Charms from Troy. So if Michael wants to lean on a spell skite, it's not going to end well for him.
No, Boros Charms, and really a lot of powerful things. What is the black for blue-black and black-white death and taxes? Usually kill spells.
That and in black-white, I've seen Titleist color a lot.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
Yeah.
Alright, so we have an Aether Vial from Michael here. As far as what are our favorite vegetables, ask us between rounds, and
Yes,
we can get to
please.
that. Okay, so we have a Scalding Tarn from this Naya burn deck. One notable thing is that really the biggest reason to run Scalding Tarn in a burn deck is so that your opponent thinks that you're on Delver.
Yes. Yeah.
Lost a lot of...
I've lost a lot of legacy games where my opponent led on Wooded Foothills and then stifled me.
Ooh, nice. Certainly has a lot more relevance in Legacy than it does in Modern.
Yeah.
Usually a red fetch is indicative of burn. But,
some deck playing actual mountains, not volcanic
and
islands.
definitely lightning bolts. You can expect lightning bolts. Okay, so starting off with a Monastery Swiftspear against Michael, going down to 17 to deal 1. You know, always sounds a little bit unintuitive until you start seeing those.
The real question is: he going to pump fake the vial at 0? He's going to try to vial in Dryad Arbor.
No.
Ah,
That would be amazing, though.
I was hoping.
And I think we have got a Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, coming in now.
Okay. If he draws a land and a 1-drop, though, this is. I hope he doesn't block.
Certainly. So Thalia going to be an excellent card. Non-creature spells cost 1 more. I mean, against a burn deck, it should be somewhat explanatory why that is so powerful.
That Lavamancer is going to be very, very good.
Yeah, Lavamancer are going to do a great amount of work controlling this board. Kitchen Fink's becoming a very high-value card. And a Dryad Arbor.
The Dryad Militant will actually...
Dryad Militant, sorry.
The Dryad Militant is going to end up actually weirdly checking the Grim Lavamancer.
Yeah, Dryad Militant, a pretty interesting card. A 2/1 for 1, and is that a Dawn Charm?
That is Mark of Asylum.
Interesting. Let's go ahead and bring that up. Mark of Asylum, an enchantment that prevents all non-combat damage that would be dealt to creatures you control. That is an extremely good sideboard card against this burn deck.
That's very true. Although, critically, does not prevent it to your face.
Though, actually, did he pay the extra 1 for that?
Did you pay 3 for Mark?
Huh?
There's a Thalia in play.
Apologize.
Got it. Okay. So, that Mark of Asylum costing 3, still good.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely still good.
And had the option to play that Ghost Quarter, so able to get that into play.
Well, as we can still point out, though, Boros Charm is a hell of a drug.
Absolutely, and pretty much now that he has 3 lands, unfortunately that Thalia going to do a huge amount to slow it down.
That's true. That is very true.
But with how many Boros Charms in hand?
I believe it's 3 Boros Charms.
So...
Inquisitor Exarch, the second least known of the Exarch cycle.
Absolutely. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life, or...
you can have your opponent lose 2 life.
And it looks like going for that gain 2 life mode. Alright, and we have got a swing 4 off of that, it looks like. Though how that gained haste, not sure.
I believe he filed it in on...
oh, at the end step?
On the end step.
Okay. Excellent.
Although, something I might have liked to have seen here is blocking the Thalia with the Lavamancer and then making your other stuff indestructible. So you actually end up killing Thalia.
Oh, because it is combat damage and enabling that Boros Charm?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that play a lot. That's a really nice line. Alright, and we've got a fetch here into a basic mountain. Probably going to be casting that at the end of turn.
Yep.
Someone just realizing that those Exarchs are a cycle.
There are more than just a Zebra Exarch.
Absolutely. So this Boros Charm about to be pretty much the Haymaker card. And also I think a Searing Blaze in possibly
That Searing Blaze is going to be
and if
3 at his face.
But just going for the Boros Charm right now, so I guess maybe not in hand right now, because otherwise I'd be slamming that down.
Yeah.
But that 4 damage from the Boros Charm going to be putting him down to 15.
That's true. You do maybe get blown up by Flicker Wisp. But, I mean, Michael has 1 card in hand.
That's probably a gamble that I'd take when
Yeah.
what's the name of it again?
The Inquisitor Exarch?
No, the one above it.
Oh, Mark of Asylum?
When Mark of Asylum is pretty much locking down your other
Yeah.
options. Getting rid of that Thalia becomes a really nice priority to have. So we've got a tap for 1. Means that we're looking at a creature, most likely.
Probably. If it's a Swift Spear, actually, Swift Spear plays defense very well.
Swift Spear plays defense. I hate to say Swift Spear plays defense well. That's a rough
Oh,
thing
that's
to say.
a Goblin Guy. That is not a Swift Spear.
No, Goblin Guy.
Goblin Guy
interesting though,
doesn't really play defense well.
but able to swing right now.
Yeah.
Except might be seeing
Oh,
A
wow,
Flicker
he
Wisp.
had a Flicker Wisp. Okay.
surprising to go with a Flicker Wisp in
Uh,
response.
Yep, you're not going to like how that interaction works. It's going to be exiled at the beginning of the next end step. So
So-
because he did it on your end step, it's going to be gone until his next end step.
Mm-hmm. Oddly enough, did have the Flicker Wisp.
Yeah, yep. Sometimes they just have everything.
So, Shakespeare cards, nailing the prediction.
Yep.
Alright. So, a pretty sizable swing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At this point, do you kind of go for that similar vein? Or
I think I would at this point, because that Thalia is really restricting you.
yeah, and instead going down to 3.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, at this point, if you have a Searing Blaze, you have to hit the Flicker Wisp, because that can go in over the air.
That Mark of Asylum is going to prevent that damage.
Because it's non-combat.
It's non-combat damage.
Yep. That Mark of Asylum pretty much locking down this board,
Oh,
more
yeah.
than anything.
Oh, yeah.
Troy needing a Destructive Reverie much sooner in the game.
Yes, that's for sure. Although, it's going to be 3 to Michael's face, so he's going to be at 12.
Actually, with this board charm, it'll be 4.
But if he's going for the Searing Blaze.
Gotcha.
But if he's going for the Searing Blaze, which I don't think he should, I think he should go for the Boros Charm.
Yeah.
Then he'll be at 11.
Mhm.
Then he attacks, he goes to 9.
Yes.
I assume he's Ghost Quartering him now. He's going to Boros Charm. Sure.
Okay, so going down to 11. And what we're looking at has the... now you definitely want to Ghost Quarter at the
Yes.
end step, because they can't
Yeah.
pay for anything.
He will be able to activate Grim Lavamancer, though.
True. And
Which-
deal another 2 damage, put him
Yeah.
down to 9.
Yeah.
With another possibly 4 damage represented from those. 5 damage required. Unfortunately, still puts it pretty unattainable.
Oh, yeah.
All things
Yeah,
considered.
it's going to be very, very rough.
But certainly there, I mean, you know, a Swift Spear into an Atarka's command, and then attack with the Grim Lavamancer, the Goblin Guide, and that Swift Spear.
Just got to make sure he remembers to activate Grim Lavamancer.
And taking a quick moment. Okay. And we are going to see that activation with that in response so that he can continue to not cast things.
Although-
That Atarka's command no longer an option.
Pretty sure he is actually out of basic mountains now.
With how many in the deck? There are
It's
3.
Yeah.
Yep, so that is a strip mine more than anything.
Yeah.
And
And
with
if I'm Michael, I'm going after that last land.
especially when you see them not fetch.
Yeah.
But didn't end up going for it. I'm not quite sure what the consideration there was,
I don't know either.
because it would have kept him to playing a single spell.
Yeah.
And that has to be a 3 damage one. So
Like, the only way you lose this game is if he's
Goblin
drawn.
Guide, Goblin Guide, Goblin Guide?
Yeah. But, like, I mean, you may as well, like, you eliminate that out by Ghost Quarter, by basically strip mining him.
Yep. And game 2 going to the Death and Taxes deck with Michael.
Yeah, that's, Mark of Asylum is a hell of a card.
Mark of Asylum really showing its worth right there. Let's go ahead and just bring that up so that people can see what won that game more than anything.
Yeah. It's a beating.
Yeah.
The matchups where it's good, it's amazing.
Yeah, and definitely there was an odd thing when he played that Goblin Guide. he did not end up attacking with it, and instead passed the turn, and then it got flickered by that Flicker Wisp.
Yeah.
And I think in that turn especially, I was expecting him to attack, even if it's with that Grim Lavamancer as well.
Yeah, I think I would have expected an attack.
Maybe playing around that Flicker Wisp, but all the same, you're either offering a trade with that card, and it'll be dealing damage to you, and when you're not planning to attack anyway, apparently.
Yeah. Also, I mean, at some point you just gotta say, do you have it?
Yeah.
Especially when you see a Markham Asylum and you're getting beat down for a pretty healthy amount of damage.
Yeah, definitely. When you start playing around everything, you lose to nothing.
Yeah, that's very true.
But you literally lose to nothing.
Yeah.
Not like I lose to nothing. No, you lose to the fact that they had nothing.
You lose to the board. Yeah.
So at a certain point, and it's definitely one that I had to learn playing Affinity more than anything.
Yeah.
Is that sometimes you have the Ink Moth kill available, and they've got a 1 white mana, and you think to yourself, well, maybe they have a Path to Exile, but maybe they don't.
But maybe they don't. Do you think they have it? Yes or no?
Bullyman tossing out a pretty interesting suggestion of Monastery Siege.
Ooh, that would be pretty cool.
That is a pretty cool one, and we'll probably end up mentioning that to Mike.
Yeah, I will definitely mention that to him.
Because Atakar Waste as a 3 of means that he might hit that mana somewhat consistently. He might end up having to make a couple other considerations.
That's true. I was talking to him about Meddling Mage. Which you can actually violate into.
Shakespeare cards, first of all, big ups to you for being a teacher.
Yeah.
You are the salt of the earth and the reason why we are such charming gentlemen today.
Yes, definitely.
But,
stay in school, kids.
Clearly. But I'm glad that we can provide up some good commentary. And I guess if I can ask you to just jump to your keyboard for another quick moment, let us know if we are providing enough commentary that without looking at the screen you can have an understanding of the board. Because that's actually important, and I've been trying very hard to kind of get to that point.
That'd be great.
So if you're willing to do me that quick favor, jump back to the keyboard before getting to that ever so important assignments, I'd appreciate it.
Alright, and we got the opening 7 drawn here.
Surprisingly, that timer comes back for both when I'm on the card.
Wow, that's odd.
He is not running Reflector Mage right now.
That would be very interesting to put in on file.
Yeah. Montag's nailing it.
There you go.
All right, and some people did just join as we jump into Game 2 here in the Game 3 here in the quarterfinals. To everybody joining us, thank you very much for joining. My name's TJ.
My name's Coleman.
And we're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. A curd ape off of a stomping ground from Troy going down to 18. I'm sure they will adjust that dice as necessary.
Yep. Also, very crucial that that Curd Ape is now able to attack through Thalia.
Absolutely.
Ooh, this is a good start for Burn though.
Okay. Well, thank you to all the people who are not watching but saying that our commentary is great. So, a Goblin Guide revealing a Flicker Wisp with this attack. It's a swing for 4. A Scalding Tarn still uncracked on the battlefield.
Yep.
Swim for him. This is a Grand Prix trial for Detroit. All right.
Okay, there we go. We got it now. Troy's at 15 because he's probably going to search for a Sacred Foundry.
Yes, I believe that is the case. Really want to get those mana available, especially with these Ghost Quarters potentially coming down.
Yep. Want
to get them sooner rather than later.
Maybe suspend a Rift Bolt, perhaps?
So possibly in the second main phase, things that you can expect. You know, it's definitely not going to be a creature, but other things, Lava Spike, suspend Rift Bolt, maybe a Grim Lavamancer.
Lavamancer would be pretty good. It's Rift Bolt. Okay.
Okay. Someone just won Star City Louisville with a handful of hate cards toward Eldrazi. Hey, your friend was the Affinity player. Congratulations to your friend Austin. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Everyone here was rooting for him.
Exactly.
Okay. There's an Inquisitor Exarch. He's going to go up to 18. That Vial is on 1. So...
Inquisitor Exarch coming in again. A little bit of an unusual choice. But as far as people adjusting...
if you have this Rift Bolt, where would you aim it? At the creature?
You know, going for that creature makes a little bit of sense because that means that the 2 damage from this is going to continue being consistent.
Okay.
And if you can keep creatures off of the field, I'm not sure. I think I see a Searing Blaze in that hand.
I think that might be on a Tarkus command.
So if you can keep creatures from happening on this battlefield, it's going to be nice.
Yeah.
You really want to keep these. And again, the reason why you run creatures in burn is so that they can continue dealing damage over time, because you want them to deal 3 damage. So, if you can make sure that they continue attacking rather than keeping them back, it's a solid answer. Is Inquisitor better than Lone Missionary? In one particular instance, which is if you have a Eldrazi Displacer,
yeah.
At a board stall, you can continually flicker back to drain the 2 life, as opposed to gain 2 life.
So, I assume Troy is holding up Borostrom now because he just played that Stomping Ground attack.
Yeah, I think you are correct.
Use an actual Golem token.
They try these things, and we gotta catch them.
Yeah.
So, we have a Blade Splicer, which is going to be bringing in a 3/3 first striking Golem. Granted, the Golem itself is not first striking.
Yep. That Ghost Quarter is probably going to try to go after that Sacred Foundry at some point.
Agreed. It's currently tapped down, but 3 mana available. Didn't see anything at the end step. So,
yeah.
This Troy possibly just got kind of a slow hand at the moment.
Oh, there's the land. So if he has a Searing Blaze here, it's going to be really good.
It is going to be fantastic.
Oh, that's a Searing Blaze.
And hitting the Golem, a fantastic. That's going to put Michael down to 11.
It's 3 and 3 since with the landfall.
And left with just a 1.
Yeah.
A 1/1 Blade Splicer.
Mm-hmm.
Now, notable is that you do want to flicker it or get rid of it as soon as possible, because eventually flickering it, it's going to continue recurring value.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So going down to 11 here, Troy at 15. A Goblin Guide and a Curd Ape still his only board presence, but those are going to be coming in, swinging for 4, and Michael needs to decide if he wants to block or not, revealing a Rin Wingmare off of the trigger. Okay. So we have got, doesn't appear to be any blocks right now.
No.
Might be just accepting no blocks, and
I think he's got an Inquisitor Exarch. Oh, if Troy has an Atarka's Command, now would be the perfect spot.
Absolutely.
Because it'll be... Ooh, he must not have Atarka's Command.
Nope. Gonna go up to 13 before blocks, and we might see trying to trade with that Goblin Guide with the Inquisitor Exarch.
Yeah. Although, it looks like Michael's hand is... at least with 1 Flicker Wisp.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Also, hate to jump in on it, but I think as far as the chat goes, we can accept that some decks are fun for some people to watch and some are fun for others.
Yeah.
But we can appreciate Modern in all of its variations. But I don't think that that's the kind of argument that anybody wins. It's mostly you just say your opinion.
No, nobody wins when we're talking about that stuff.
Yeah. Less of a debate, more just talking about what you prefer. I don't think that we're going to be convincing anybody. Ghost of Christmas Future. Yes, I can absolutely post that Zombardment list. I will be putting it up onto the Reddit post, which is in our Modern Magic. You can find it there, and also on my Twitter, which
He
is...
does have the Atarka's Command.
Beautiful. So letting him gain the life, and maybe was just deciding to wait until, you could catch him and kill the creature as well.
Okay, I guess that's fair.
It's an interesting play.
I mean, he is at 7.
Yeah.
So...
Alright.
he has a Kitchen Fix. It's a good one. And if I was Michael, I would instantly snap off this Flicker Wisp.
Did he gain... he probably didn't go for the... Probably just went for the plus in the damage. So probably didn't go for that no life gain mode.
No, I don't think so. And if I was Michael, I would definitely get this Flicker Wisp into play now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the Wingmare here. He's only got 1 card in his hand.
And with 4 mana up,
Yeah.
you're not at a huge position of, taxing them, because he's going to be able to cast pretty much whatever he does. And I think one of those is a Skullcrack.
Oh, okay. That's something that you should be worried about. The only way you lose this game is if he has it running at Target's Commands and Skullcracks.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Alright.
And he also just has a creature.
And also just has a creature.
So... Spellskite, not really doing a whole lot. But
getting an attack in. No blocks yet, but we should expect some. So
yeah, I would not. If he... Well, if he declared no blocks, he would die.
Yeah. So a Goblin Guide, a Curd Ape, and a Monastery Swift Spear swinging in.
You guys, I know that you're trying to make it so they can hear. It's able to be heard out here, so
is it?
just a little bit.
Okay, and that Kitchen Finks blocking the Goblin Guide and putting the Vryn Wingmare and the Blade Splicer onto that.
I'm pretty sure I would Skullcrack here.
Let's see what we have got. So that Vryn Wingmare does have flying, doesn't have first strike, and we see a Skullcrack putting him down to 9. That's gonna stop.
Actually, put him down to 6.
Or I'm sorry, I said 9
Yeah.
from what he was going from. So gonna trade. Well, trade that Kitchen Finks will be coming back, but he won't be gaining life.
Yep.
And also trading happening with that Monastery Swift Spear and the 2 cards. So the only thing final is that Michael goes down to 4 with the other opposing player tapped out, and Michael is left with just a 2/1. But he does have that Flicker Wisp in hand. Yes.
Yep. Yep. He's gonna play that. He should attack for 2.
Okay.
He should attack for 2 and him play the Violent the Flicker Wisp right now.
Violating the Flicker Wisp, definitely, because if you wait to try and do it in response to something, it's going to be really dangerous territory.
Okay.
So there's that Flicker Wisp, getting it at the end of turn, and then we are going to be seeing the pass going up to 6.
I mean, 2 draw steps from Troy could easily win this game.
Absolutely. Not being taxed too heavily. Taking a look at that card, it looks like lining up.
That's not really one of them.
Not really what you're looking for, unfortunately.
I mean, 1 Boros Charm.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so a Boros Charm off the top certainly helps out a lot. Doesn't want to block.
Yeah.
A little bit ambitious with these attacks. Has to have another creature.
Now he has another Flicker Wisp.
And that's probably going to put taxes into the top 4. I mean, it's certainly not impossible, but dead next turn.
Bonfire of the Damned.
Bonfire of the Damned is going to be amazing. So, really starting to see Death and Taxes close out this game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that spell Sketty especially locking down a lot of the draws that Naya Burn can have. Doesn't have the means to hit that blue mana, but it means that anything that deals 3 can deal 2. Not, anything, but a certain, a large amount of it. So, Wild Nikotl Curd Ape, I think Troy at this moment just really looking through all of his options to see if there is an out.
Yeah. Okay. Attack you. See if you block.
I mean, as far as playing to outs goes, there's something to be said for maybe he won't block.
Yeah.
Never know. And...
Did he actually draw a Darkest Command?
Huh.
Oh, Destructive Reverie.
Destructive Reverie on that. Now, why would you not do that pre-combat and guarantee getting some damage in, though? Because now he's just going to trade and then gain back 2.
Pretty sure it doesn't matter. Pretty sure he's still dead. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, extending the hand, and we have got Death and Taxes headed into the semifinals. So, stick with us. We have got more Magic to go. Still another 2 rounds. Gonna be an absolute blast, and we will introduce ourselves for those of you who are just joining us before heading into the next round.
Yeah.
And we'll see you in just a moment. Okay, thank you for joining us. Looks like a decent amount of you are brand new. My name is TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we're streaming out of Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, United States. Apparently that's relevant, which is the coolest thing to me. There's some people here from the Netherlands and Sweden. It's super cool. So thank you for joining. If you are brand new, please hit that follow button and join us for more streams. It's certainly always exciting to do this with you guys. And if we can continue putting out a pretty cool product for you, that's what we'd like to do. If you do have any questions, any comments, and any feedback, please feel free to let us know. We like having that chat active and participating in some kind of conversation, because that's part of, half the fun is that we like to interact with you guys. So sometimes we can't quite get it as timely as we'd like during the match when we're trying to commentate what's going on. But nonetheless, top 8 decks. Let's give a quick readout. We have got the Zombardment deck coming in at 8 that we saw in round 5. We also have the Death and Taxes that we just saw. 2 burn decks, a Obzon, Midrange, Blue-White Eldrazi, and Jund are the 8 decks, and we just saw one of those burn decks.
Actually, we have one Merfolk.
Oh, and
It's the
Merfolk.
last-
I'm sorry. I also missed Merfolk. Habsar, our weekly events are for store credits. The modern ones are $5 buy-in, the legacy ones are $10 buy-in, and we just do full payout in store credit for those weekly ones. Okay.
Who's related to Kanye West in here?
Not really sure. Not quite sure. But, nonetheless, it's going to be a lot of fun. Getting ready to head into the semifinals now, so I'm going to start moving that over. And if you guys do have anything that you'd like to toss out for us to discuss, feel free to let us know, because we're more than happy to assist any way that we can. Stick around. We are going to be having those semifinals coming up soon.
Definitely.
Was that the final match going, or is there still one?
I will check, actually.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
And you can just bring that. Oh, also, one of the questions that I do always have, any feedback that you can provide is always, Beardliest Gamer, how big is the store? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that question. But if you could elaborate a little bit on what you mean by that question, let me know. As for my favorite vegetable, I'm probably going to toss out broccoli, which is a little bit unusual. Maybe carrots. Those two tend to be pretty good in just about anything. You can mix them. Certainly one of my favorite dishes, chicken fettuccine alfredo. Tossing in a little bit of broccoli with that, always excellent. Hefty Champ wondering, have you guys seen much Eldrazi throughout the day, and what have you seen in sideboards to deal with them? No, we only have one Eldrazi deck here today. A little bit interesting, has not been overtaking the store hugely, but we do sometimes have, the most that we've had at a single time was 2, maybe 3, but it certainly hasn't taken over the store. We have seen some out, more board wipes, certainly better removal, like non-conditional removal in 5, and I have seen a couple Painter's Servants and Ensnaring Bridges. Other than that, setting-wise, decently sized store, not massive. I mean, it's not Card Kingdom sized or anything like that. But right now we were prepared. You know, we could hold a tournament with about 40 people, give or take. And that'd be kind of our top capacity, would be my guess. So that's at least, hopefully that was.
Needs you for something.
Oh, excellent. And apparently,
don't worry, I'll cover it for now.
I've got to go run the store really quick. Coleman's going to help out.
Yeah, look at that. Here we go. We got some harassment up in here. Okay. Why don't you take TJ's seat?
Awesome. Sweet temporary new stream master.
Yeah.
Until TJ comes back.
Yeah, and it's gonna be awesome. We can talk about zombie bombardment for a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, everyone's favorite.
Yeah. Look at that. This is not actually TJ. This is Joe.
Hey guys.
If you have any questions about zombie bombardment, well, TJ's not here. What are the top 8 decks? Well, I can tell you, one of them is cooler than everyone else.
Yeah.
Alright, guys. Don't start until TJ gets back. Don't start until TJ gets back. Well,
Thanks for all the
you
support,
guys can
guys. That
resolve
was
mulligans, yes.
really nice hearing about everyone cheering me on from the stream.
I'm back.
All right, that was fun while it lasted. TJ's
Yeah.
back though.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, guys. It was a blast. Nice to hear how much you guys love the deck.
Yeah. I'm stuck behind a door.
I'm so nimble.
I'm taking off, guys.
I know.
Good to see you.
He's out.
Does his deck run any draw? Grimhow respects being the biggest source of card draw there. Okay. So, how long have we been streaming, and what is our schedule? By the way, what is our next matchup there? Were you able to see?
We have Joe versus Lewis. Or no, it's not Joe. Peter versus Lewis.
Peter versus Lewis. Peter, actually the Jund player who was undefeated, remains undefeated.
Yep.
Going up against Lewis.
He apparently beat Joe because Kalidas is very hard to deal with.
Interesting. So, let's head on down there.
Also,
And
Peter, you have the choice. Okay. Just making sure.
Okay, anyway, let's head on down to
Hold
that
on.
match. Okay, so these players getting ready to start. Habsir, go ahead and if you want to just send me a message on Red Baron at Red Baron MTG, I can certainly see what I can do to talk to Dylan about the kind of cards that you may want to purchase. Deck lists, what have we got here? I think we have them.
I think we have them backwards. Lewis, come on.
And I can switch those players around. I had it incorrect. So, let's go ahead and get started here. I think I missed someone's question. I apologize. I will answer that as soon as possible if I did miss one. But we have been streaming for about 5 months, and our stream schedule is Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. And I'm going to remove those match wins. Okay. So we have got a Wild Nikotl starting off for Naya Burn. A really solid start, getting it up to a 2-2. The way that this deck is going to want to do well against Jund is by applying a lot of pressure really early and overwhelming the board to outdo some of the one-for-one removal that Jund has such a plethora of. So starting off with this Wild Nikotl, a great way to do that. Pretty much what he's looking to do is follow up with a Sacred Foundry, if possible. Get that up to a 3-3 that's going to outmatch some cards. And then start lining up other, Monastery Swiftspear, and then start lining up those burn spells.
Definitely.
Peter's mana base can be pretty painful, so burn is going to provide a lot of really nice reach. And thank you very much for the compliment. Certainly, I will be posting deck lists in 2 places. I can post all of them if people are interested on my Twitter at RedBaronMTG, and also on the Reddit post, which is under r/Modern Magic. There is one posted by Red Baron MTG. I'm floating somewhere in there. I made that post about, I don't know, 12 hours ago.
So, would you have attacked with Wild Nikotl before playing the Eidolon?
I would not have.
Okay.
Eidolon is one of those really unique cards in which it makes responses happen. It's similar to Arcbound Ravager out of Fendi, in which it punishes people for trying to respond to you with combat. The only reason that I could maybe see that argument is that he wanted to get in that attack, and maybe Jund wouldn't do that, saving that removal spell for something else. But the other option is there is a big plus in that now that that bolt went towards Wild Nikotl, Peter might be out of removal theoretically against for this Eidolon. Unlikely, but possible. And yes, this Jund is entirely foil.
Yes, it is. It is 100% foil.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Alright, well, at least, hey, gotta give Lewis that. He's remembering all of his triggers.
Yep. So we do have a Terminate, had another one going for that Eidolon. Both players sitting at 16 with empty boards, but a Wild Nikotl being followed up with Lewis back into his turn. So, going to be dropping down a Rift Bolt with Suspend and having an uncracked fetch land, that Wooded Foothills.
I think if I was Lewis there, I think I would have played that Stomping Ground tapped. Because
and a Thoughtseize, we're taking a look at it. We've got a Skullcrack in there, as well as an Atarka's Command.
Yep, and that Stomping Ground.
I am taking an Atarka's Command.
I would also take Atarka's Command.
But I get what you're saying by playing the Stomping Ground before that fetch land, because that means that later, if anything does happen, you can start fetching for the colors that you need. Maybe mainboard Fulminator Mages, though I don't think that we have those.
I don't think so either.
We have these lists somewhere.
Yep, this is Peter's. And, funny enough, this one's Lewis.
Okay.
Right on top.
Excellent. And
it's a 4/5, you say.
And that is actually a 5/6. We've got
instant
instant sorcery, creature, enchantment, land. Lot of pretty fantastic things going on here. That is a huge clock. Burn unfortunately made it into the quarterfinals with this one, but we might see Burn getting knocked out in the top 4 as well, at least with this particular game starting off this way. This is exactly what Jund wants to be doing in this matchup.
It's true. Ballustra is one of Lightning Helix.
We do have one Eldrazi in the top 8. I believe it made it into the top 4.
Yeah, he's playing against the Death and Taxes.
Okay. So that Tarmogoyf. Man, being overly critical of all the new arts. My goodness.
Oof.
I know.
Foil Goyf is still a foil Goyf, man.
So, we have got...
He also has Theros Thoughtseize, guys.
They pointed that out, too.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, and the new shocks. So, Peter, 4 lands open, hasn't made a play yet, does have double black. Pretty much the only color that he doesn't have double on is red, but that doesn't mean a huge amount. He's not running P and Keener Nalar, he's running Kalida's Trader of Jund.
Of Get.
Sorry.
It's not a Trader of Jund.
Sorry.
If it was Trader of Jund, it wouldn't be a flavor fit.
Trader of your opponent.
Yep.
And just a pass back, so I'm a little bit surprised by this.
Yeah.
And a second Wild Nacatl joining the first one, and still has a Skullcrack and what appears to be a Lightning Helix in the main board there.
That's his one Lightning Helix.
So, unfortunately, swinging not a great plan right now.
One Lightning Helix and his one Skullcrack.
Is it really?
Yep.
Okay,
At least in the main.
A decent amount of one-ofs. This is the one that, Okay, so this is not the what. The Curd Ape was the last deck that we saw.
He also has one Searing Blaze.
Okay. So, a Bloodstained Mire and a Maelstrom Pulse, taking down both of those Wild Nacatls again. Jund knocking it out of the park in this game one.
Yep.
Really solid plays. I think he might have even had that. So, drew the Pulse exactly whenever he needs it.
Peter has a habit of drawing Maelstrom Pulse exactly when he needs it.
And I mean, you can't blame him.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
This Lightning Helix needs to go out your face. Yeah.
Yeah. So, definitely, all things considered, Burn not out of the game.
No, not in the slightest.
Because, currently at 14 after taking 5 from that Tarmogoyf, has basically 3 turns with nothing else possibly happening, but has a Skullcrack in hand, so Peter functionally at 5, and we might see him, if he drew another burn spell, he can fire off both of those, and maybe, unfortunately he's at the point where he's relying on top decks.
That Raging Ravine's going to do a lot of work, though.
That Raging Ravine turns it into a, basically next turn.
Yep, next turn.
So he needs to have 2 burn spells, basically cast 3 burn spells during this turn and his next turn. And that's what's going to get him game 1. And we've got a crack, so we know that he could cast a Searing Blaze, maybe?
I don't like this cracking for no real reason.
He was dead to the next turn no matter what, though.
No, but if he draws Searing Blaze, then he can respond to that Raging Ravine.
Well, he might have a card in hand.
Well, I know what he drew was a land.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, LeBride said he has a land, so if he draws it, then...
Yeah, but he won't be able to do it at instant speed.
True.
Which means he won't die.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, that's... When I played Burn at Grand Vancouver about 2 years ago, that was the one thing everyone kept instilling in me.
Yeah.
Is don't crack your fetches unless you absolutely need to.
No, it's absolutely something that I tend to follow. Okay, and Beardless Gamer, we appreciate the compliment. Certainly I prefer live Magic to paper. And
I definitely do as well.
Plus, hopefully we're at least a little bit charming.
If only it was a Thoughtseize.
And both of those about to go off, dealing 6 damage. But unfortunately... Actually, can he still activate? Yeah, he can still activate the Raging Ravine. Unfortunate there.
I believe Peter has a basic mountain. If he doesn't have a basic mountain, then we're talking about a different story.
True.
Ooh, I don't think he has a basic mountain.
Ooh, actually, you're holding. I'm holding it. There is no basic mountain.
There's no basic mountain.
2 basic swamps and a forest.
Okay. Boros Charm's still an out here.
So gains 2 life, goes up to
4.
4.
Yeah.
Boros Charm the out. That's it.
Yeah.
If he can flip a Boros Charm off the top.
Just flip it off the top. No peeking.
Alright. And that does not look like it.
He would have slammed it.
Yeah.
Eidolon not doing it. Or Goblin Good? Oh, Eidolon. Okay.
And unfortunately, that's not gonna do it.
Unfortunate.
Move to combat. Have a nice day.
Okay.
And with that is game 1 going to Jund against Burn.
Yep. Oh, the Skullcrack and the Atarkus command.
Ended up not mattering.
That's true.
But
Oh,
That is good.
I think he realized that. His life total stated too.
Oh, okay. I ended up just moving up
Yeah.
and they kept it.
Yeah, they
Look
kept
at me
it.
go.
They kept it. Don't worry.
Alright. Why didn't he just fetch into a swamp? Because he is not running swamp in the main board. He has... Or go for a basic swamp. Can he? Could he have activated it?
I don't think he could have. I think he didn't have another red source.
We think he was out of... That was his only red source. But
I don't know.
we could be wrong.
Yeah, could be wrong.
That's our assumption.
Yeah.
So game 2, what are some things that we are looking at here? Out of Jund. Golgari Charm, not super likely. Anger of the Gods as an option. Takes down pretty much all those creatures, but the 3 Kitchen Finks definitely come in.
Definitely.
Those are going to be really the biggest thing that we can expect.
The number one thing to come out of Burn, probably just the 2 Searing Blaze. And maybe the Skullcracks. Because otherwise, Ancient Grudge not good here, Revelry not good here, Ensnaring Bridge not good here.
You know, surprisingly, Ensnaring Bridge not awful. Maelstrom Pulse and Abrupt Decay handle it pretty nicely, so
And,
I wouldn't call it great, but...
well, he doesn't know Peter's exact list. So he gets to that card also gets hit by Cauldron's Command.
Yep.
So.
Skullcrack does prevent the life gain.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I just picked it up. They did not, and I couldn't play it. I apparently missed it.
Yep.
Okay, what was the card that he drew? It was an Eidolon of the Great Revel.
Yeah.
Ended up not being hugely relevant. If I could, there we go. Type correctly. Eidolon of the Great Revel being the card draw that he put down, and, you know, I guess if Peter had decided to cast a card before attacking, would have been great, but Peter being a player that at least got to the semifinals, certainly the right way to do it there. So game 1, going to Jund, and what are we expecting? Burn on the play takes... I end up saying this about a lot of things, but being on the play is a huge advantage.
Yes.
And so that is going to end up mattering a lot. Ooh, I apparently now have 50 followers. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, there you go.
Man, I feel popular. You guys are the best. I can, just to toss out a quickly sappy moment, you guys this community is the greatest thing that there is. It is an absolute pleasure to work with you guys on a regular basis. So, thank you to all of you. Okay. So, there is no Feed the Clan in this sideboard. He swapped him out for Kitchen Finks, and I actually like this a lot. I'll take a quick moment to talk about why I like Kitchen Finks more than Feed the Clan these days.
Yeah.
And that is because at any given time, any burn deck could have up to 7 Skullcrack effects in 4 Atarkus commands and 3 Skullcracks, sometimes more, sometimes a bit less. But that means that I personally do not want to trust a single card to gain 10 life in a single swing. I much prefer Kitchen Finks, which gains a little bit less life over time. You gain 2, and then you can actually prevent damage just by blocking.
Yeah.
And it also gives you the mean to be an aggressor when it comes down to closing out the match when you're trying to float draws. So I think that Kitchen Finks, and even sometimes Lone Missionary, because of its capability of blocking, can be more effective only because it's less life on paper.
Lewis.
And so with that life gain being less initially, it certainly allows for a lot of things, and like someone else mentioned, it can come in against so many more matchups than just Burn. So
You don't need to tell me how good Kitchen Finks is.
Yeah. Lewis starting off with a Shocked in, Sacred Foundry, dropping a Goblin Guide, and attacking in. Peter dropping a Wooded Foothills. Certainly got a land off of it.
Yeah.
But never, certainly it's a good feeling to get a land, but I'd much rather just not take 2 damage.
Yeah, I would. If you told me I could take 2 damage to draw a land, I would not draw the land. Ooh.
Especially just against this deck. I mean, in general, I'd draw a land for 2 life a lot.
Yeah. Oh, it's always really interesting when your opponent plays a fetch land and doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, that means that right now he might be considering an Inquisition. Most likely he took out the Thoughtseizes, maybe some number of those Inquisitions as his first pulls.
Although if he was... I think that's what happened I think he has a Verdant Catacombs.
And ended up playing...
Oh, he's gonna bolt?
Actually, I'm okay with that anyway. Going for the bolt on the main phase against Burn, not the worst play.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit hasty.
Yeah.
Possibly. But it's certainly not the wrong play.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would have liked to have... I think I would have gotten greedy there. I think I would have tried to get another trigger out of it. Although, maybe that's why he did it, because he's going to spend his next turn scavenging somewhere.
That's also a decent point.
Peter, can you move your land out from under your deck? No. Thank you.
Definitely, the Hovies, I'm going to guess, pointing out, if he casts it during the main phase, he doesn't have to discard.
Oh, yeah, that's true. He would have 8 cards.
Really solid point out there.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Also, yeah, if his next turn is a Goyf, that would also be very good.
We are also able to see a Terminate in hand, so a decent amount of removal. When he plays that... we do have a Searing Blaze in Lewis's hand. Probably going to be pointing that to the Scavenging Ooze if Peter, for some reason, plays that first. But Tarmogoyf, definitely the preferable play at that point. But Peter, I mean, take a look at his life total, already down to 11.
Yeah, Burn is no joke.
Burn is no joke, and Peter doing a decent amount of damage to himself, but that Lava Spike putting him down to 12, and then going for a fetch to go down to 11.
This is a Scavenging Ooze.
And goes for the Scavenging Ooze. So, right now...
Lewis needs to draw land.
A land... Oh.
Or just an uncastable spell.
And unfortunately did not get it. So we're just going to see another Lava Spike. Only one creature in the graveyard currently. So even if he hates one creature, he can still draw the land next turn. And it's not, it's not a doomsday scenario.
That's true.
All things considered. But Peter starting to gain a huge amount of value.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, getting up to 3 lands, that's kind of Jun's sweet spot.
Definitely.
3 that's the money. Mm-hmm. So the more that this goes, the more likely that we're going to start seeing Jun take this game over.
Oh, is this a Kitchen Finks?
And Kitchen Finks putting him back out of range up to 9. Yeah. Pretty unfortunate.
There's the land. It's on turn late. Why are you...
Let's see.
Okay.
And so going for the Searing Blaze now. Gets it down to 6.
6?
I mean, and he's at 2 lands, so if Peter isn't able to piece together something, being able to block is pretty nice. And he can start applying pressure, but at this point I'm more afraid of like a hasty creature.
A basic swamp.
Hooray! And starting to apply that pressure.
That is...
Has the turn.
Huntmaster? Ooh.
Peter just getting some solid draws. And, this is what Jun does. It top decks well.
Yeah. Although, funny enough, Lewis has double Burrow's turn.
So...
That lines up perfect.
That lines up... You mean if nothing dies, and he's not threatened life total-wise? Because we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 9 damage if he flips the Ravager.
I was going to say, there's no reason not to play it on your turn right now.
Yeah. So putting him down to 4, and we could see Burn take it.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. And I think he might have some other, the Terminates has just a handful of creature destruction. I think 2 Terminates.
Oh, I wonder if Peter should notice that. Also, that's if he's attacking like this, I love this attack because it's still going to be the same clock because the Huntmaster will flip.
But why wouldn't you attack with the wolf?
That way you play around a goblin guy.
Okay, that makes sense.
I really like that attack. But if Peter realizes it and he puts Lewis on exactly Boros turn, he can terminate his own Finks to gain 2 life.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
actually. So it's a 2-turn clock, and because he can actually terminate his own Kitchen Finks to gain 2 life. Gonna be excellent.
Yep. Yeah, put you to 6.
So that Ravager puts him down to 6. A kill next turn. And pretty much we're going to see him, and this is where we find out.
Wild Nakatl not going to be a thing. Yeah.
And a response. This is fantastic.
Yeah.
And that is how
Goes to 6.
Jund takes it in 2.
And that resolves a go 2/2.
Lewis, I don't think, has the means to survive another turn.
I don't think so. I mean, he has a land, but that he'll have to
actually can fetch. Can fetch, but yeah, has to go
to
3.
basic forest.
Interesting. Is anybody else? Oh, okay, gotcha. I thought you were saying that our sound was not broadcasting.
Okay.
So, count it out. That is exactly the 6 needed. Or I'm sorry, that's 8. I was thinking about
8.
I was thinking of a Huntmaster rather than a Ravager.
Yeah, you got a 3, but you're still dead.
Mm-hmm. Pretty going for it. I mean,
hey, this is the top 8. You have to make him kill you.
Absolutely. There's something to be said for just making him have it.
Yeah.
Even though he already does, but sometimes a misplay is
Peter, you're at 2, not 4.
Okay. Foiled check cards.
Yep.
Oh, love it.
Yeah, even Ravager of the Fells has trample.
Yep, and this Wild Nakatl.
And it's gonna flip too.
Yep, that was 2 spells. Gonna flip, gain 2 life. Oof. That is just brutal.
Yeah.
Jund gonna work its way into our finals. And looks like some people joining us. So, stick with us. Thank you for joining. And very soon we'll be reintroducing ourselves to anybody new. But be sure to hit that follow button before anybody leaves, because it's just such a pleasure to do this. And hopefully we can grow it into something big.
No, not like this.
And that is an attack that is going to give Jund the win.
Yep.
All right, so stick with us. If you could do me a favor and just open that door really quick and get a heads up on where that other match is. If there's someone there, maybe try and call him over.
Hey, John.
All right.
What game are they on? Sounds like game 3.
That was 3. God bless him.
Of course. For all you people.
Right. Sorry. Thanks for joining us. I'm TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we're streaming out of Geek Fortress. We're actually about to go into the finals. So why don't you tell me what those finals are?
So we're going to have Peter, who's the #1 seed.
Excellent.
And for all of you people that hate Eldrazi, Death and Taxes won.
Whoa! I mean, unfortunate for Eldrazi, but still.
Unfortunate for the player. But we will not have a repeat of Eldrazi in a finals.
So we are about to have Jund versus Death and Taxes in our finals in this GPT, and that means that a lot of you who are joining us from Star City Games don't have to see another Eldrazi.
Yeah.
And as much as I can appreciate Eldrazi decks, if they weren't 40% of the meta, I'm okay with seeing something a little bit different here in the finals. True. Okay, so do you happen to know which players are on which side?
Let me double check.
Thank you.
Looks like Peter's not moving.
So Peter's staying on the left there.
Peter's going to stay on the left.
All right, so just to give a quick hello to everybody joining us. Thank you so much for joining. This is one of our bigger and more successful streams ever. I like flailing my arms. I'm sorry, but nonetheless, thank you. If you do have any questions, comments, or feedback, let us know in that chat, and also please feel free to hit that follow button and join us for our other streams, which are scheduled down somewhere in this
somewhere
region
there.
Okay, but nonetheless, let's go and head on to
also a follow button. Wherever it is.
Yeah, be sure to hit that follow button. It is always a blast to do this, and I'd like to see it continue and grow and become something. And especially if we can eventually start averaging a higher number and get a Twitch subscribe button, that means that I can actually start getting a budget to improve things on this. So, we will see you down in this finals match. See you down there. And both players are not there yet. So, what is our favorite flavor of pepperoni pizza? I'd have to say pepperoni pizza.
That's a good one. I'm going to have to go with pepperoni pizza.
I'm going to bring it back up to us in the meantime.
Yep.
Clearly they were not prepared for that. That is my fault.
I see how it is, guys. You tell me it's ready, we go to the table, no one's there. Oh, okay.
So we will be starting up very slowly.
Everyone's wondering how you won.
Against what?
Against Eldrazi.
I rolled a 5 game 3.
All right.
5.
So.
Risky one, man.
I'm not sure if you heard all of that. Turns out this key to beating Eldrazi as Death and Taxes, mulligan to 5 and have triple Fiend Hunter.
That's pretty much the best way to do it.
Yep.
Also, I mean, I'm just going to toss it out. Someone mentioned pizza.
Hey.
If you guys wanted, I mean, we've been here since noon and it's now 6.
Yeah. All I've had to eat is a Danish.
Just tossing it out.
Actual generic brand Danish.
Absolutely. And for Probable 84, yes, we do have a YouTube channel where you can find all of our previous streams, so hopefully you can find those and enjoy it. And again, if you ever do have any of that feedback, let me know. Some good ways to do that. In this chat, solid to do that. I can see it. If you don't want to do it before it goes away, at my Twitter, at RedBaronMTG, or also on my, I have a Reddit account that is the same thing, RedBaronMTG. There's currently a post on Modern Magic, where if you want to leave feedback for me on that post, which is talking about this Grand Prix trial, that is also an excellent place to give me any sort of feedback. And also maybe just, spread the word about this stream, because definitely. I'd love for it to get out and to have more people joining on a regular basis, because, yeah, the more I can do this, it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's really, really fun. You get to see crazy stuff.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we had, we must feel like Ulamog right now? I honestly don't know what you mean.
The Ceaseless Hunger, I believe, is where he's going with that.
That's actually really clever. I can't believe that
Beardly
I missed
is
that.
gamer. You good people.
I can't believe I missed that.
Yep.
I apologize. I'm a huge fan of wordplay and just, I mean, I don't want to call it a bad joke, but like bad jokes. Fantastic. You nailed it.
The wordplay is just so good.
So, thank you to everybody for that. Nonetheless. Oh, not playing. So, I apologize to any of you who are going to ditch us.
Alright, there we go. I got one.
For any of you ditching us for Walking Dead, please do hit that follow button and join again. And for those of you sticking around, that would be incredible, and I would love that. The biggest thing is, I mean, if we ever do get to 500 viewers, I will eat a Tybalt, and also a Tiblat. Tiblat. And also, we have a revised starter pack, which we will be opening up on the stream. So, I mean, I hate to say this, so I'm not going to, request it too heavily. I'm just going to mention this once. If you guys do have people who you interact with and watch streams and are not aware of us, please feel free to spread the word.
Yeah.
I would love to see this grow and to become just a successful product, and it's something that the more I do it, the more effort I've just been putting into it, and it's so fantastic. How many viewers to eat in Ulamog?
Whew.
Man, how
can you even eat in Ulamog? It doesn't end.
Please, I will imprison them on Zendikar, any of them. You know what? I'm going to avoid saying that, because if I say it, you guys will hold me to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you should not.
So, definitely. And are they out there?
Let's see. Yep, they are shuffling up.
Excellent. So let's head on down to that match where we are going to have Peter Bowie going up against, with his Jund deck, Death and Taxes. Who do you think walks away with the win?
I think it's actually just purely draw dependent.
Oh, come on, give us a vote.
If Death and Taxes can set up the Ghost Quarter Leonin Arbiter in action, it's going to win 100% of the time. If it doesn't, it might just lose a Tarmogoyf.
We'll see you down on the field. Okay, and as for what formats do we normally stream, we stream Modern and Legacy, Modern on Wednesdays and Saturdays, and Legacy on Fridays. The times for that are right below us now and you can see those are all Pacific Standard Time. So right now it is 6:00 p.m. if you want to make the according, adjustments.
Yep. Oh, the doody-doos are spreading.
Oh yeah, I love those doody-doos. I have to agree that Jund is favored in this one.
I would also, yes.
Just because some of those tax effects...
Oh, come on, guys. Don't do this to me.
Not going to be overly excellent.
Oh, please no.
Alright. And what have we got here? Apparently,
Oh, we got a straw poll.
No,
Straw poll.
I honestly don't know what it's for.
Oof.
Oh, nice.
Okay. There we go.
I can get it.
That worked out better than I thought it was going to work
Yeah, no
out.
kidding.
Guys, separate the decks. Thank you.
So, we have got Peter doing a Bloodstained Mire down to 17. Going to be probably going for an Overgrown Tomb. Is at least my... Oh, okay. So actually going for a Bloodstained Mire.
That probably means he has a bolt.
Means that he has a bolt and possibly Hand Disruption. Prioritizing those two things over something like Abrupt Decay, Tarmogoyf.
Definitely.
Kind of the Haymaker cards. So, certainly...
That's an Inquisition. So,
really solid start from this Jund player. Taking a look at 2 lands, a Vryn Wingmare, a Flicker Wisp, a Dryad Militant, Blade Splicer, and Thalia. All things considered, a really solid hand.
Yeah, that actually is a very, very solid hand.
Now, not knowing Peter's hand, okay.
Yeah, I think I'd take the Thalia.
I think the Thalia is a decent bet because it makes him miss out on just the second drop.
Yep.
And that also tells me that he may not have other more discard in hand.
Yep.
Because at that point, I might take out the Militant to just rob him of a turn 1 play.
But the thing is, that Blade Splicer is functionally 2 creatures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Thalia, Flicker Wisp, and Blade Splicer. Pretty much the 2 most important cards. And those Blade Splicer and Flicker Wisp acting as functional, 2 cards.
That's true.
Especially if that Blade Splicer hits the battlefield. So, I think if he ends up casting another discard spell, that Blade Splicer is going to be the next priority.
Yeah.
But all things considered, a pretty solid hand from Death and Taxes here.
Yes, most definitely.
Alright.
Please? I don't have to yell at them.
Okay, and a Dryad Militant coming down.
I swear they're doing this on purpose.
Yeah, they are.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And a Swamp coming down off of that Blood Crypt. Now, still missing the green source. I'm expecting that there is one at least in his hand, maybe a fetch land. But
it's possible.
Right now, prioritizing that double black and also just having more black mana. So I think maybe more Hand Disruption?
Maybe. That is definitely a Lightning Bolt, though.
Yes, there is a Lightning Bolt there, and if I was going to say, if he's tapping for anything black mana, then I'm really don't think that he should be tapping the Blood Crypt for it. Alright.
I'm not that bad. Just tell him to switch.
So a Grim Lavamancer coming down.
Though. Man, it's like Michael never left the quarterfinals. This is a Lavamancer.
Yes, these guys are regular. So we have got a Grim Lavamancer that's going to be nice for taking down a lot of those smaller creatures. Going to prioritize that Dryad Militant maybe a little bit sooner than you normally would, just because of what it can do to enable still having that graveyard.
Although, he has drawn that, I don't think we're going to see a trade.
Alright.
He did draw that Leonin Arbiter, so I would assume that's going to get played this turn.
Leonin Arbiter, probably a really solid one to draw. Alright.
Although maybe he just wants to set up the I'm going to play Leonin Arbiter and crack it in the same turn.
Possibly, to where he wants to set up that Ghost Quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. I mean, it keeps him, if Peter has a fetch in hand right now, that's certainly going to be unfortunate. But doing no turn 2 play seems really unusual.
Yeah.
And D-Fox definitely bringing up a good point.
Ooh,
now that Grim Lavamancer
lands.
doesn't have Summoning Sickness, So it's a swing for 2, and with that Grim Lavamancer not having any summoning sickness, but now going for it, so it's not going to be able to hit that Arbiter.
Oh, is he going to path his own Dryad Malatant?
Interesting. So both players stuck on 2 lands.
Oh, here we go.
Dropping that Leonin Arbiter.
Please don't have it. Please don't have it. Is the eternal mantra of Flame and Stone. Please don't have it. Please don't have it. Please don't have it. Please don't have it. Ah, he has it.
Alright. So, actually, it looks like a Verdant Catacombs there, but he does have a Dark Confidant. I mean, he can technically search if he wants to pay the mana for it.
I think he's just going to bolt.
I think that more likely, that's the play.
I will cast Lightning Bolt on your dude.
Alright. Yeah. And now enabling the fetch, probably going to start going for that green source now, because before he was completely devoid of that green mana. And going for some basic
still
lands.
devoid, because they're colorless.
It's a little bit interesting to be going for that when that Ghost Quarter is on the battlefield, and knowing that Peter has a limited number, I mean only 1 forest, 2 swamps, that means that if Michael goes for that green, he's again cut off of the green source.
That's true.
Which seems a little bit bold.
Although, depending on what's happening, this Fiend Hunter could get spicy.
Absolutely.
Man, these Fiend Hunters today have been really good.
So we have got a Fiend Hunter taking down that Tarmogoyf, which leaves the battlefield as just a Grim Lavamancer, unable to take down that 1/3 Fiend Hunter, and the Fiend Hunter that I just mentioned.
I think his hand is Bob Huntmaster.
Which, I would probably play a Dark Confidant.
I would recommend it, yeah.
Dark Confidant also, he's at 14, which is a little bit lower than he'd like to be, but starting to just, if he can hit more of these land drops than Michael,
yeah,
that's going to be a really important piece.
He who plays his lands first wins.
Mm-hmm.
Or her lands first.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Alright, so, playing that Dark Confidant, Michael does have a path in hand, but unfortunately, you know, I think what Peter's hoping for most is a 4th land, and so that path would almost be a little bit not quite as effective as you'd like.
That's true. I think I'd like to see this Vernwing Mare. Yep.
Yeah. Pretty solid one. It is going to make some of his own cards cost more, though. But this Dark Confidant, as long as he's not flipping 4-drops, and he does have a Huntmaster in hand, which narrows down those options. Basically, there's 3 cards that are going to deal 4 damage to him.
Yeah.
Hopefully he does not hit those. And of course, in the classic Dark Confidant fashion, it's going to be a land followed by exactly what he wants.
Yep.
And because of that fetch earlier, able to point that Grim Lavamancer at the Vernwing Mare and take it down.
Land. It's always the land on top.
Okay.
And because he's got that Huntmaster, this Huntmaster is probably going to start taking over the game.
Yeah, and I mean, there is that path. He is running an Aether Vial, yes, but has not hit it. But that's going to start, and actually, I think he's entering it tapped.
Ooh.
Unfortunate there.
Ooh, that might have been the best draw in his deck.
So, has the double black, gets back his Tarmogoyf. Huge swing for Peter there. Enormous. That Tarmogoyf currently, they're rechecking the die. I think it's down to a 1/2 because of his
They're
Grim
literally
Lavamancer.
only creatures.
Just creatures.
You don't see that very often.
No, and rarely because of the Jund player.
Yeah.
So a second Ghost Quarter coming out. I mean, Peter only has 1 basic left in his deck.
Yeah.
So that second Ghost Quarter is a strip mine.
That Blade Spicer is going to be really good.
Yes, especially because taking up Liliana is not going to be effective. Now, that Grim Lavamancer able to take down the Blade Splicer itself.
Not with no fuel in the graveyard.
Great point.
Yeah.
Really solid point there. A plus of the Liliana is going to help out somewhat.
That's true.
And then casting any card is also going to do some more work there.
Inquisition is a pretty decent one against that hand.
And why do we not have...
It's coming.
There we are. Okay.
He's trying to use the pen.
So an Inquisition coming off there. And,
Ooh, that's interesting. He's going to uptick first.
Yeah, it gets cards into the graveyard.
Yeah, but I mean, he has the Inquisition. I figured he was going to Inquisition first.
That's actually a pretty decent point.
Yeah. Also, that goes still a 1/2.
Still a 1/2. With both creatures going in there.
Yeah.
So now that we're going to see this Inquisition, the nice part is that even without hitting anything, though very likely he will.
I was gonna say something's gonna get pathed.
Yeah, and hitting that Grimlov Mancer.
Oh, this is before the Inquisitions hit the graveyard too.
Yep, really solid play. Forces Peter to basically have another play to put into that graveyard. And doesn't look like there's any kind of response. Or maybe actually he just discarded the path.
No, he's cast Inquisition.
But
and he has not revealed his hand yet.
That's true. That is true.
So I need to make sure. There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
You're realizing it.
Okay. And yep, that's just going to happen. He's going to search up only one basic left. It is going to be a basic swamp.
And then that is going to resolve, and it's going to show a Restoration Angel.
Yep. As for that deck list for Death and Taxes, I will be posting the results onto that Reddit. We do have that subreddit. We're on our Modern Magic.
Oh, he had Thoughtseize anyway?
Okay.
Unfortunate.
Able to take it down. Going for the Restoration Angel, too. So, ends up taking some damage. There, Michael... down on some life, and
that's about the size of a glyph I'm used to.
Absolutely. But I will be posting all of those top 8 deck lists and also posting them onto in r/Modern Magic. There is a post currently that I will update to include the top 8 and their deck lists. Hopefully within the next 24 hours.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on that post, and also leave me feedback in that post. So, a Dark Confidant, a Liliana of the Veil at 2, and a Tarmogoyf sitting at a 3/4 with 5 lands with
I like
Peter.
the bold attack. I like that attack.
Michael, a Blade Splicer, and a Golem.
And if I was Peter, I would snap that Dark Confidant block off.
Yeah, probably just trade with the Blade Splicer. Take away that, because then you can... Oh, and actually both of those swings were at the Liliana.
Oh.
And the reason why he didn't block, now Tarmogoyf's a 4/5.
Yeah, well, the way I was thinking, if you block the Blade Splice and you take 3, you can minus the Liliana. Liliana dies, and you lose out on a token. Yep. And Michael activated his Strip Mine, and then he activated his other Strip Mine.
Yep, and both of those extremely good right now. It's going to leave Peter with 2 swamps and a forest, which, all things considered, that's pretty much as good as it gets.
Also, way to go with that timing, Dragonbane.
No kidding.
Yeah.
And no blocks here, so now we are starting to get some flips, and...
No, Bob's not really what you want to see.
No, it is not. But on the bright side, it means that he gets to draw another card.
That's true.
That is the big benefit of Dark Confidant. Even if you see a card that you don't want,
yeah,
you're going to see another one.
I mean, Dark Confidant's the DJ Khaled of the Magic world. Another one.
And a hit putting him down to 6 for 7.
There's the Bob.
And really, that Dark Confidant, nothing more at this point than a blocker.
No, not at all.
And it's almost Michael may not even attack just for the purpose, but I think that we're going to see a snap block with that.
Oh, instantly. Yeah.
So taking no damage.
It's the Abyss, but like not as good. Oh, there's a land.
So, we do now have the Terminate in hand as well, but no red mana. That Verdant Catacomb's about to fix that. So, we do have...
Hold on. Let me double check this.
Does he have any other targets?
I think the Blood Crypt and the Stomping Ground are both gone.
So, are those the only other targets?
Those are the only 2 fetchable red sources.
And looks like just taking the win there.
Tarmogoyf, still good.
Tarmogoyf is still good. Apparently that DJ got a
Just major key. Major key. Not the minor key. Major key.
Alright. So Jund taking game 1 there. Great plays by both sides there. Peter playing solid Magic pretty much all day.
Yeah.
Every time that we've seen him on the stream.
He's really showcasing what Jund can do.
Exactly, and
Yeah.
making it all the way the matches going undefeated for the last 7 rounds.
Yeah.
Really impressive, and going up against a pretty nice swath of cards.
Yep.
So, for the sideboards, let's see what we've got here. Jund. To the surprise of no one, Jund wins. Sure, the deck is favored, but that doesn't change the fact that if you play well, you know,
Hey.
it should be noticed.
I played Collecting Company against an Amulet. I won more than one game. I won more than one match, too.
Always nice to hear. Alright, things that might be coming in out of Jund. Golgari Charm, much solid option.
It's very good against...
Maelstrom Pulse, another option.
Sure.
Really solid removal, especially with this deck making a decent amount of tokens. Back to Nature and Ancient Grudge. Maybe not. I could see one Ancient Grudge for that Aether Vial.
Sure.
And possibly for maybe an opposing Spellskate if you're expecting that.
Mhm.
Other than that, Anger the Gods, huge card in
Yes.
this matchup. Damnation, again,
Yep.
huge. That's going to be 3 board wipes there. I could see him bringing in Kitchen Finks, but I'm not thrilled by the
yeah.
idea of it. It's,
I mean, you're able to cast it off of your non-red sources, which is maybe something, but I don't think that's really where I would go with this. But Eldrazi Displacer is going to be very, very good in this matchup.
Yep, absolutely true.
There are no Mirren Crusaders or Wiltleaf Lieges.
This is not Hate Bears, unfortunately.
No. Leyline of Sanctity is coming in. The fourth...
Sorry, checked out the straw poll.
So many straw polls.
And I still had the card reader up.
So we're probably going to see the 4th Thalia.
Yep, more Thalia is pretty solid, though not fantastic just because of how the deck operates with its huge creature base, and I'd hate to be stuck with 2 Thalias against a whole lot of the, you know...
Of Goyfs.
Tarmogoyfs, things like that.
It's even pretty bad against Huntmaster of the Fells.
How many Displacers is he playing? Just 2, I believe.
It was 2.
Yep. Also, Wiltleaf Liege? Okay, technically white, yes.
Yeah.
True enough.
The Mirren Crusader, I have been a fan of Mirren Crusader. I've lost a lot of games to Mirren Crusader.
Yeah, Mirren Crusader, fantastic card.
But there isn't really a whole lot that Michael has on his board for this. It's much more of the hating on burn, funny enough.
Yeah, I think what he was much more expecting was that those, maybe some Eldrazi and Tron decks would knock out Jund.
Yeah, because he has a 3rd Fiend Hunter in his sideboard.
Yeah.
There's Runed Halo, which maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Not going to be overly fantastic. And Flames of the South, making a great point. Thalia, not fantastic. I don't expect to see more coming in.
No.
The biggest thing is that it can slow down the removal game plan, but when so much of their board is based on creatures...
I mean, I figure Spellskite's coming in, and I figure Leyline of Sanctity is coming in. That's about all I got.
Now, do we have any Warping Whales out of the sideboard?
No, we do not.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, a very interesting sideboard that seems extremely tuned to beat the aggro decks, and so almost putting himself at even more of a disadvantage post-board in this matchup. So Jund very likely going to have a successful, or at least a very advantaged game 2, but certainly things can happen.
I know he doesn't really tune this deck a lot because he doesn't normally play it a lot.
Okay.
But when he put the sideboard together originally, he had 3 Brimaz in his main deck. And so he's counting on that card to beat the mid-range decks.
Brimaz is a sweet card.
Yep, but Brimaz is no longer in his deck.
True. Being replaced with the Eldrazi Displacer and the Fiend Hunters. Okay. Interesting.
Yep.
So we've got Michael on the play.
Markham Asylum probably not coming in this matchup.
Yeah, with the number of Abrupt Decays and Terminates and Liliana the Veil, may just not be as effective as you're hoping.
Yep.
And I like my sideboard cards to be ones that actually have a really solid impact in the game and are ones that I want to see.
Definitely.
Because, you know, my main board is already filled up with all kinds of things. Okay. Torba Orb is probably an excellent card for you in a Death and Taxes.
Let's not talk about that card.
So, we have got a basic Plains entering the battlefield, followed by a Blackcleave Cliffs, so no proactive plays from either side yet, being followed by a Ghost Quarter.
I would definitely lead on this Thalia.
And actually, I think I did see a Mark of Asylum in there as well.
Okay.
And that Ghost Quarter, following the plains. There you go. Athalia, entering the battlefield. Again, not fantastic, but certainly good. It's going to slow down, and with Peter doing no turn 1 play...
Also, if he wants to get rid of this Thalia, it's going to lead him into tapping 2 to kill it, and Michael has the Leonin Arbiter.
Does he?
Yes, he does.
Okay, so maybe just trying to get that removal to go for that more than the Leonin Arbiter. But that Thalia, slowing down a couple things. 2 Blackleaf Cliffs, so still no green mana. Seems pretty issuous here. And paying 2 for a Lightning
He's
Bolt.
just going to slam this Arbiter and Ghost Quarter his land.
Mm-hmm.
Just go for the Strip Mine.
And that is a really solid way to start off this match.
Jeez, Peter drawing a basic land off the top.
I mean, I guess he got it either way.
Yeah.
That, we can take heart in that.
Yep. Oof. Oh,
Still able to have his
that
colors.
is such a tempting target.
The biggest problem, and I'm pretty sure that you're mentioning it, exactly. Ah,
Oh, now this Thalia is looking really good.
So, that going away to, is it heading into a second? This is just as good as it gets for Death and
This
Taxes.
is, if you had asked someone to draw up a Death and Taxes, how it beats around, this is it.
Keeping him down at 1 land. Again, more Blackleaf Cliffs.
Wow, I mean, hey.
He's fighting through it.
Yeah,
Really,
he's...
but right now with everything, basically, he can only cast 1-drops at this point.
Yeah.
No green mana to put down the haymakers
He
that will
did
stop
put
any
in the
attacks.
Rune Tail, Interesting.
Rune Tailor are pretty... Yeah, like, you know, what do you end up naming? I assume Tarmogoyf.
Liliana, well, I guess. So you can't be... You can't be forced to sacrifice.
That's a pretty interesting thought there.
Obviously, you can name Goyf and you just can't be dealt damage.
Yeah. And go ahead and open that door to see...
I just want to make sure that he has no responses first.
Yeah. So we were going to find out what that is.
What's the Rune Tail on? Liliana? Alright. Okay, good. Alright.
Oh, enraged.
That's the joke. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the joke.jpg.
So Ruined Halo, a pretty interesting card. One that I actually agree with being in the sideboard. The card is probably underplayed in Modern.
Yes.
Has a huge amount of value against a wide variety of decks. Basically, you name a card and you just...
Liliana enraged.
Nice.
There we go, guys.
Nailed it.
Yep.
So, Peter able to assemble his mana pretty well after getting strip mined twice in a row.
I was going to say, strip mine twice and not drawing any fetch lands.
Yeah, and a Tarmogoyf coming out as a 3/4. It's going to match up well against those two creatures.
Although, Michael does have a path.
Does he?
Yes, he does. And he's not going to be able to search because he can't pay to.
Absolutely fantastic. Paying 2 for that path. Not able to search yet again and a swing for 4. Yep. This could not get better for Jund.
Well,
I'm sorry, for Death and Taxes.
It could get a lot better for Jund.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he draws land, Anger of the Gods, it would be pretty good.
If he draws land, Anger of the Gods, that's really the biggest out that I'm saying.
Yeah, that's about all I got.
A Golgari Charm would be nice. It would at least take down the Thalia.
Yeah.
More creature base. I mean, at a certain point, Michael, he's not hitting.
Huntmaster Defels would be pretty good here.
Huntmaster would be excellent to provide blockers that could take down that Leonin Arbiter.
Kalidas would be absurd.
As a 2/4?
3/4.
Is it a 3/4?
It is a 3/4 with
Even
lifelink.
better.
And another ability that I probably should figure out.
That whenever they die, you get them back on your battlefield.
And then it has a third ability.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it... That's not gonna probably not going to be important.
Ruined Halo, that's really good against Infector Boggles is you wait until they play the creature, and then you follow it up with the Ruined Halo that counters that creature. Prevents any damage that creature could deal to you.
Yeah, it's...
Alright, so that Tarmogoyf no longer a 3/4 because it is in the graveyard, but still, pass back to Michael's turn. Seems to be nothing happening for Peter at this point.
I wonder if Peter's going to play literal Ambush Viper.
Doubtful.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
And the first strike of Thalia are going to prevent that anyway.
Well, it can trade with that Leonin Arbiter.
True. True. So if there's removal, I think possibly Terminate, Abrupt Decay, and Bolt all live right now.
Okay.
But they would, can't cast 2 of those.
That's very true.
Okay.
So if he has Bolt into Terminate, though.
Bolt on the Thalia into a Terminate. Yeah, that would be a really excellent play.
It looks like an Abrupt Decay.
Okay. So taking
Peter
the
doing
lead.
a very good job of fighting around on this.
Yeah, and an Eldrazi Displacer coming down onto the battlefield. Pretty interesting choice there. I know that you are also a fan of the card right now.
Oh, I am a big fan of this. I think Peter just drew a Huntmaster.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
My goodness. So, Eldrazi Displacer currently sitting with that Thalia. Not a whole lot of enter the battlefield value as it currently sits. But still a 3/3 for 3 that you can start just playing havoc with their things. Unfortunately, Huntmaster, the last thing that you want to start bouncing.
Ooh, but you can start bouncing the token.
Can start hitting those wolf tokens.
Displacer, not just for Eldrazi anymore.
Certainly. And that is why we will see some Adakar Wastes as well. So, Verdant Catacombs coming down for Peter, starting to get that mana to start to work around that Thalia, and that's going to be really nice for him.
I don't think I would call this game over.
No.
But it's going to be very hard.
Absolutely. So, Huntmaster of the Fells coming down. Such a great card.
Yeah, definitely. I want to play both of these cards in the same deck.
Yes. No kidding. So, Michael's big out at this point is to draw Adakar Wastes.
Or Path to Exile.
Or Path to Exile. Yeah, but Adakar Wastes is going to allow him to at least use that Eldrazi Displacer to take down the Wolf, and that Huntmaster unable to attack as it currently sits because that Eldrazi Displacer is a 3/3.
Ooh, if he actually draws a Runed Halo, he can name Ravager of the Fence.
That would be pretty interesting. And very likely we're not going to see Peter cast a spell next turn in the interest of taking down that Thalia and putting Michael down to 18.
But it has 2 targets, so it'll target him and it'll target his creature. His creature will still take damage.
Quattro Hockey, yes. You only need green fetches. There are no basic islands in the deck. All you need is to fetch for green. To Quattro Hockey. So a swing. Okay, so passing back to Michael's turn. After that resolves, putting him back up to 8, which is a pretty nice place.
Flicker Wisp, not quite doing it.
No, Flicker Wisp not going to do enough. Not having any of those enter the battlefield value cards that normally are all around this. So that's a swing. Just going to throw a Chump Blocker in the way of that Displacer.
That's fair.
Take 2. And yeah, I mean, if he's going to be getting some more of those tokens over time, it's not the worst.
I think I would have liked to have seen that Flicker Wisp target the Wolf. That way he would have taken an extra couple damage.
Target the Wolf itself. Okay, yeah. I can.
It blinks out, you still have a 3/1. The Huntmaster doesn't flip. Because he played a spell.
Yep, and that's going to be taking down that Thalia.
It'll actually come back as Huntmaster.
Correct. Which actually might not be what he's looking for, because it'll come back, give him a token,
and gain him 2 life.
So really, I don't want to put that anywhere near that, especially with your Thalia going away, so you're losing some of your damage sources.
Yeah.
Double checking that, but that should be flipping right now at the end step, right?
Well, I think it's still Michael's turn.
Okay.
He also doesn't have any colorless mana to actually flicker it.
Excellent. And I think,
ooh, really hope he didn't do that.
That would be interesting. If he plays that Flicker Wisp and actually floats his Runed Halo, he can rename a card.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. But again, it will still kill your creature.
Yes.
Cool.
We are paused for a rules question.
Yeah,
excellent.
I figured I know what the rules interaction is, too.
So
why don't we bring up Ravager of the Fells?
Let's bring up Ravager of the Fells. Boom. Nailed it. It's almost as if I was prepared for this.
Oh, actually, Ravager of the Fells is weirdly worded.
It is double-sleeved.
Yeah.
It is double-sleeved, don't worry. So Ravager of the Fells, when it transforms, specifically, it deals 2 damage to target opponent and 2 damage to up to 1 target creature that player controls. So, flickering would make it come back as the Huntmaster itself.
But the rules question is, if you ruined Halo, name Ravager of the Fells.
Uh-huh.
Because it says target opponent and 2 damage to 1 target creature that player controls.
So you can't actually do either.
That's what they're asking.
Yeah. So that's, if he names the Ravager of the Fells, that damage aspect of it going to be ineffective.
Yeah.
Now, still going to be a 4/4, which is okay.
I'm pretty sure this will work how Michael wants it to work.
I think you are right, and that's actually a pretty cool interaction.
Yeah.
Though it's not going to be flipping, so he's left with the 2/2.
He has to make sure to write Ravager and not Huntmaster.
That is absolutely true.
Yes.
So, in just a moment, go ahead and...
Yeah, I'm just going to wait till he's actually done.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Ravager in range, so ranging.
Okay.
It is on Ravager of the Fells.
Yep.
It is not Huntmaster of the Fells.
Absolutely. Which is the right call.
Yes, definitely.
Should have labeled his deck as foil Jund. I have done it before, Crazy Stud Cakes, who, by the way, great username.
Oh man. These sick usernames are coming out of the blue.
Absolutely, they do it. All right. So just a Huntmaster that at this point he almost doesn't want it to flip.
Yeah.
He would have a 4/4 that would defend decently well. Taking that Displacer, definitely not a bad call there. Abrupt Decay still can take down that Ruined Halo though.
Yeah, that's very true.
Mm-hmm.
Although at this point I think I would take care of that Flicker Wisp.
Flicker Wisp really being the biggest one that even, it's a clock. And when you are at 7 like Peter is, that's exactly what you want to do.
Although if he has 2 spells, I think I would have waited and let it flip and then cast 2 spells on Michael's upkeep.
Just have a 4/4 to block the Thalia.
And that way you ensure that the Huntmaster will flip.
Mm-hmm.
But he might not have 2 instants.
Yeah. So Peter now with a Scavenging Ooze and swinging for 2. I mean,
can't, not blocking.
Nope. Does fine there.
This Scavenging is going to be very, very good.
Scavenging Ooze, a lot of creatures in the graveyard. None for Michael, actually. Oh no, that's just in a neat stack, so he's got plenty.
He has I think it's at least 4. Ooh, that was a big draw.
Is that a Fiend Hunter?
It is a Fiend Hunter.
Exactly what you're looking for. Taking that down.
Yeah.
And we could see Michael taking this game too. Still, here's an interesting note, which is that we have been watching him curve out almost perfectly, almost flawlessly on Michael's side of the battlefield. And yet, Peter is putting up a pretty solid fight.
Yeah, I was going to say, he could draw an anger here and be back in the game immediately.
So, there are so many ways that Peter has outs to this game. And
is this a Damnation?
Possibly a Damnation, and it is going to cost extra. But basically, there are 3 board wipes that he now has in the deck.
Oh, if he doesn't have anything else, he should attack. Because he's dead on board no matter what, because he's at 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he attacks and has drawn a Golgari Charm.
Interesting.
Then, if Michael blocks.
Yeah.
I mean, he wouldn't block. He's
no,
18.
but, I mean, even so, with a Golgari Charm, even if he doesn't block, he'll take 2, and it's left with a Fiend Hunter going up against, and that's a 3-turn clock, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got a tap for 2. Looks like
that's
Terminate?
A bolt?
Or I guess, you're right. He's tapping 2. So going for a bolt, getting back his Scavenging Ooze, back to having green mana, so he is not dead on board. And an attack for 2, very likely at this point. Alright. As for attacking with the Hunt, he has a protection from the Huntmaster, from the Ravager, not the Huntmaster, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty. Ooh, that Kitchen Finks is great.
I mean, talk about having exactly what you need. Jund fighting for this game incredibly. No, we
Ganjo Castle.
There's enough space that they are unable to hear us right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ganjo Castle will stop Finks from doing stuff with Thalia, but that's about it.
Hopefully, dang it, missed it.
It's EI, yeah.
Yeah. So prevent the next 2 damage that would be dealt to target legendary creature more than anything. So, I mean, you can stop damage being dealt to Thalia.
Yeah. Well, no, it still won't prevent Bolt, though. Bolt will still kill it.
So, Crazy Stud Cakes, that Huntmaster flips when no spells are cast, not when 2 are cast. And
Go
looks
to the end step. Oh, we're getting the Flicker Wisp thing on. That's pretty. I do like that a lot.
So
he's basically making one of these Flicker Wisp always unable to be killed by a sorcery speed kill spell.
Yes, though I'm not sure if that is the right play, as opposed to just getting rid of some of those cards.
I think I would have gotten rid of the Kitchen Finks person, or no, the Scavenging Ooze.
Yeah, I agree that the Scavenging Ooze. Actually, a land an interesting choice there. He ended up getting the other land needed, but Ogbrog making up a pretty decent argument, because if you get rid of a land and he's stuck on 4 against, say, a Damnation,
yeah,
pretty solid. But still, I prefer getting rid of that Scavenging Ooze. It's going to inhibit a lot of that life gain.
That's true.
Okay, so looks like getting ready for attacks and gonna get a little bit aggressive with this.
You definitely need to attack with that Kitchen Finks.
Because as a blocker, it's not going to do a whole lot, especially with that Ganjo Castle.
Yeah.
And right now that castle is tapped. Now's the time to capitalize on the fact that damage can be dealt.
Also, you are dead to flyers. He is at. It doesn't matter which one. Even if he was at 5, he has 2 Flicker Wisps coming down the stuff.
Yes, you are correct. So the biggest thing of that needs to gain life somehow. He only has 2 green sources, and technically a fetch land.
But it cannot find a basic.
That is an exiled Flicker Wisp.
Chroma, that'd be pretty good.
Ooh, and someone be it parroting me. So able to gain and go up to 4, not dead to those flyers just yet.
Or actually, 1 flyer.
True, but if that second one comes in and exiles anything else,
if he has 1 removal spell,
that's all he needs to just buy some time.
Yep. We are playing some real Magic here, folks.
I know, and this is just a game 2. It's like Jund fighting just to get this game 2, and he's not even, if it goes to game 3, he's okay. He's on the play against Death and Taxes. But this is just...
Yeah, this is insanity.
This is a fantastic showing of Jund fighting through. And yes, it was positively, favored in this matchup.
Yeah.
But against the odds, a slow start.
He's been strip mined twice.
I think 3 times even.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
So this is just excellent. Also, someone with the name Tiger Blood. That's awesome.
What are you targeting?
So Flicker Wisp coming in. Again, that's Scavenging Ooze.
Yeah, I'd say the Scavenging Ooze. It also eliminates maybe anything involving a counterattack.
Yeah. I mean, it just puts it down to being a 2/2 again, which is, I think, the most relevant thing that you can be doing right now, because you definitely don't want to hit the Kitchen Finks.
Yeah, definitely.
You definitely don't want to hit the Scavenging Ooze. You can, I guess, hit your Thalia, but if you're basically making a play that doesn't, matter...
Also target his Overgrown Tomb.
You could target the Overgrown Tomb. Not a huge amount of reason to.
Yeah.
So...
He is targeting the Scavenging Ooze.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Absolutely. Oh, that's off. I'm skeptical that you're actually Charlie Sheen, but I really hope you are.
Okay, well, second Thalia is not very good.
No, that Thalia especially with Peter having so many lands right now, just a swing for 3. Peter going down to 4, or down to 1.
Yeah, not 0.
To 1.
I mean, they, another, one more kill spell. We've gotten to the point of the Dubsticks removal spell. Michael is not on anything anymore.
No.
And that Scavenging will take over the game.
And a second Runed Halo, actually.
I wonder what that's naming.
Interesting.
Liliana. Yeah.
So that one's actually naming Liliana. It's going to stop any of those sack effects.
Yep.
Though still able to be a discard engine.
Comes back out.
Getting back, can still be gaining life, but only able to get up to 3. Needs to take down this Flicker Wisp. That's it.
That's very true.
That's the play. Can you kill this Flicker Wisp this turn? If that's not a...
That's land. There are 2 creatures in the graveyard.
Now, depending... If it's a green land, if it is like a...
it's...
Only 1 basic forced in the deck. That's... Yeah. I mean, he might have a... Would it... Or no,
if he had a Twilight Mire.
A Twilight Mire here would be the exact thing that he needs. Gets him up to having 4 life gain. Man, I'm pretty sure that the 1 of Twilight Mire is the draw here, knowing that it's a land.
Also, you should probably attack with everything.
Yeah. You attack all out. Keeping it back as a blocker continues to be weird to me, and it makes me think that he might actually have the Twilight Mire.
Oof.
Because otherwise you swing all out.
Yeah.
If this is the Twilight Mire, I'm going to be... Is flabbergasted the best word?
This would be just... This would be a way to end this stream.
So, going toe-to-toe with the Huntmaster. And...
Go to 3. Does he have the Twilight Mire?
Oh, man.
If he has the Twilight Mire, that was an awful block.
And maybe not flipping that over right now. Yep, and it's... Nope, that is not what we're looking for. We're going to swing with the Flicker Wisp and go to game.
He has a second Flicker Wisp? Okay.
Whew. Man. Still a crazy game, too. Yeah. Jund getting so close and ends up with top and decking the land when they really needed the removal. But nonetheless, still close. So we're going to be going to Game 3 here in the finals. Looks like a lot of you have just joined us. Hello and thank you. My name is TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, United States. If you have not yet, be sure to hit that follow button. We do this stream 3 times a week. Wednesdays at 7, Fridays at 7:30, Saturdays at 6. Modern, Legacy, Modern, respectively. Also, today, a little bit of an unusual, play. It's unusual because it's a Grand Prix trial. Don't normally do this on Sundays, but for a lot of our special events, we will. What we would like from you guys is, if you have any questions, any comments, or any feedback, always, we appreciate having any sort of conversation happening in that chat, and we're happy to answer questions. We like interacting with you guys.
Yes. What? 100%.
We had about... I think it was like 20. It wasn't as many as I was expecting. We were prepared for a lot more, and I think just the meta being as odd as it is, maybe disincentivized some people, but nonetheless, a fun turnout, notable inclusion. Only 1 Eldrazi deck.
Yeah, and it did not make the finals.
And also, was it 17? Oh, I thought we were closer to 20.
Oh, well, 17 is pretty close to 20.
Yeah,
it's 3 numbers away.
Nonetheless. Other than that, the big thing is that when we do get to 5, what's the best thing to add to pizza after it's cooked?
Barbecue sauce.
Time, because then you can have cold pizza.
Ooh, that's a good one. Mm-hmm. A drink.
True.
A drink's a good one.
Also, Parmesan.
I'm not a fan of Parmesan cheese.
Okay, that's reasonable. Yeah. Still.
Yeah.
Feel free to interact with us, and if we get onto another 150 people in this stream,
one guy's back in barbecue sauce.
Oh, absolutely. Time. Nice.
There you go.
So, if we can get another 150 people, we will open a sealed revised starter pack on stream, and also I will have to eat a Tybalt Personally, I hope you guys are more excited.
He gets to eat a Tybalt.
I get to become one with the Tybalt.
Yep.
Much like the demons who are the devils that infiltrated his soul, I will have a Tybalt.
He'll just pop up randomly. You don't know you don't even know what you're doing.
No.
Like in the middle of a game, suddenly you discard a card.
Or I'll just be carrying a bunch of things, and I'll pick something up, and immediately just things start spilling out.
Or like, you'll just be like, okay, take 7. Why would I take 7? You have 7 cards in your hand. Like, come on, you guys don't know that?
I gotta wait 4 minutes, though.
That's true.
Or you get up 4 devotion.
You get 7 devotion. You get to insurrection, though.
Exactly. But again, thank you to everybody joining. I cannot state enough how much I appreciate the fact that so many people are being a part of this right now.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm getting a little bit better at expressing it, and it got a little sob story in between, like the top 8 or something like that.
Yeah, I wasn't even here for that.
It wasn't sob. It was sappy. It was just sappy. It was me saying, "This is all about you guys." But I appreciate it so much. Thank you. And we are getting ready for the finals match here. Peter on Jund, fighting through a pretty solid grinder. He's done a lot of things before. I know he's performed well at large events in Standard and Modern previously. And Michael, someone who I don't think has been doing a ton of grinding over.
He does not play this deck a lot. He plays decks that don't show up on the stream.
Yeah,
it's the best way to say it.
Tends to play Lantern, Eggs, things like that I don't really like putting on the stream.
Yeah.
So, just as we are about to get started, toss in who you're hoping to see into that chat. Make your voice the loudest without actually just say it once though.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I want to hear what people are rooting for. Okay, so we have got
Initial Mulligan decisions right now.
Yeah, and the play is going to be for Jund.
Yeah. Hey, both people keeping their 7s.
That's the best way to watch the finals.
That's what I love to see in a game 3.
Okay.
And we got a vial. Hey, there you go. There you go. Finally, we have a vial.
Oh, man. Excellent. Well, thank you to all the people joining us. So, an Aether Vial, followed by a Bloodstained Mire, gonna go for a Blood Crypt. So, we're heading down to 19 off of that, having it enter in tapped.
Yeah.
And, again, that just kind of signals to me maybe hand disruption, but possibly just a bolt in hand, because we didn't see that turn 1 hand disruption.
Yeah, although it's funny, because the glare on Peter's cards makes it really hard to see what they are.
Absolutely. And that is a Verdant Catacombs. I've gotten kind of used to this deck.
It's quiet as shit out here. We can hear
Is it
everything.
really? God damn it. God damn it. That's their fault.
Alright. So, an Ijondo Castle. On the bright side, we didn't actually,
Have you ever watched golf before?
Alright, so we have the Ijondo Castle with the plains, and that Aether Vial up to 1. Should being on the draw be buffed? Probably not. I kind of like that it's
I think I like how it is right now.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the way that the system works. It's been pretty close.
Say it's quiet out here, they start talking.
You know, they might be just doing that. So we have got Overgrown Tomb, and we have got the Blood Crypt. Pretty much line up the removal, putting up that double black, so I'm expecting maybe a Liliana of the Veil.
Yeah, Liliana would actually be pretty strong here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Noting, no discard yet. Pretty interesting, but unable to kind of see what is in their hands. Being a little elusive about it, which I can understand.
Yeah.
And here's our tap for 3, a Maelstrom Pulse on that Aether Vial. So really does not want to play around with that, and I think that that's a pretty understandable play, because that starts enabling all kinds of instant speed Flicker Wisps, and always messes with
Wait for it. Okay.
the combat math. So that Eldrazi displays.
You start messing with it more. I'm coming out there.
And that Eldrazi Displacer going to get taken down by a lightning bolt. So back to empty boards.
But he's got the card that you want to have on an empty board.
Yep, Dark Confidant getting dropped along with that bolt from Peter. A really solid way to do it. And now that Peter's going to be drawing 2 cards per turn, an excellent place to be.
Yep.
Another Aether Vial in hand, however.
Yep. And I think he's got a Fiend Hunter.
If he does have a Fiend Hunter, that is going to be really
now, would you
excellent.
Would you, if you had the choice, would you either Fiend Hunter the Bob or would you Path the Bob?
I would rather. I'd probably Fiend Hunter the Bob.
Okay.
If they get it back later, that's one of the cards that I'm okay with them having, and I'd rather save it for like one of the bigger cards as I'm getting low, and also just
the Pump Fake.
keeping
I love the Pump Fake.
keeping mindful also of just. No, we did not get up to 500.
Nah, we got close.
We did get close.
360.
Yeah, but I also like that because mana efficiency. You know, you're able to use the 3 mana now, and that means that later in the game you can start using that path when you need.
Yeah. His Kitchen Finks. Kitchen Finks is gonna be really strong.
Yeah, Jund off to an excellent go. I mean, if you want to talk about having the right curve, Jund actually neither deck really starting off great, keeping 7s, but with interesting starts from both sides. No turn 2 play from Michael, and Peter also not really having a turn 1 play.
Not having the discard either. That's very interesting.
No discard either. Does Michael have any colorless sources other than Ghost Cores and Tech Edges? Yes, he has Adakar Wastes, the white-blue Painland. And there's that path on
Doing
that Kitchen
it on the
Finks.
upkeep. I like that a lot.
And hello, Sonori. Thanks for joining us again. It's good to see you.
We've been told to pretend this is a golf match.
No, I mean, yeah. I think now that it's the finals, normally what we have is a lot more people playing, which generates a lot more noise. But with the fact that it's only one match, then we're just going to lower the volume. And if you guys can hear us fine, let us know. If we end up too quiet, let us know, and we can certainly I can play with the mic a little bit to allow for more sound. Okay. So we have got.
I would hope that no one's playing Phyrexian Dreadnought.
I very much doubt it, but I'm hoping on it.
Well, I mean, we don't have it on the deck list, so.
True.
So, what's up, G Lavamancer?
Indeed. Again, a really solid flip with that Dark Confidant. Getting just, I mean, it just doesn't get better.
When was that? That path should be, that was on the upkeep, right?
That path was, I don't think so. At least it appears not to have been.
Okay, because if he, I just wanted to make sure because that fourth, if it was on the upkeep, shouldn't be untapped.
Yeah. Yes, this is the finals. We had Jund going up against Death and Taxes.
I don't believe Peter has Tasker in his list anymore.
No, he does not. And we have an Inquisition from Peter onto Michael. I am going to say that very likely, I can expect, and that is a really big mana hand. If you wanted to open the door and just call someone over and see if he may have untapped that really quick.
When was that path timed?
What?
Is that path on the upkeep or at end of turn? Alright, then that forest should be tapped. Okay.
We got it. Thank you, everybody, for pointing that out. So, Dark Confidant still in the battlefield. 2 of those lands, so only 3 lands available for Jund.
Yeah.
Michael on the upkeep. So, has 2 Restoration Angels.
Oh.
Pretty solid. The only problem is that, you know, that's his only gameplay, and that's going to be a huge amount of his mana.
Yeah.
Alright.
But Restoration Angel stacks up very well against Lightning Bolt.
Extremely. But he is still running every...
See, you say the chat misses nothing.
I mean, there's still Terminates in that board. There's Maelstrom Pulse, but he did use that on the Aether Vial. Yep. If he brought in his second one, a Maelstrom Pulse on 2 of those Restos would be excellent.
Ooh. This if I was Michael, I would definitely see that Lightning Bolt coming.
And it seems that he did. So, taking the 2 and just doing the end-step Restoration Angel. Peter doing a nice job attacking into that, really allowing him to mess up there.
Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, actually, Flames of Zalith, recently, Peter's also running a single Grim Lavamancer in his main board of Jund as well, so he's made a similar switch. So that Restoration Angel is going to swing for 3, it appears, and may have announced removal, but... okay, I think he was just prepared for it to get removed, but I don't think it actually was. Though, okay, so there it goes, taking the 3 down to 14. 14 to 16, right now, Michael winning the race, especially having another Restoration Angel in hand. Keeping that Aether Vial on 2, though. Alright.
Oh, man.
And
lands.
a Verdant Catacombs on that, and I think he actually drew a Bolt. I could be wrong, however.
That looks like triple Bolt in his hand?
My goodness.
Ooh.
So this Dark Confidant so far, I don't think he's taken any damage off of 3 triggers with this Dark Confidant, which is about as good as it gets.
I wish Dark Confidant loved me that much. I always flip 4s and 5s.
I mean, I don't really run it, but the only deck that I am running it in is a Death Shadow deck.
Oh, well, you want it to hit him?
Yeah. So I'm like, don't hit lands! I hate you! Also, a great noticeable Grimlock mention asking about it, he does have 2 Kalitas as well as 2 Huntmasters as his 4-drop slot. So a little bit heavier in that 4-drop slot than I've seen some Jund previously.
I think this is the exact situation where you'd want something like Olivia.
Yes. Start taking those Restoration Angels. The interesting thing is that even targeting that Restoration Angel, he'd be able to flicker it in response.
You cannot flicker another angel.
Oh, you're right. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'm wrong. I knew that.
I wish you could do that.
At least I didn't say he should flicker a pod. So Athalia coming in.
That's a pretty strong one.
That is an excellent draw.
And he does have that Encanto Castle also.
Okay, and also it's going to be a great blocker.
He might have effects before blockers.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. Okay. Any deck tech for the winner? I'm not quite sure what you mean, but we can certainly go over the list a bit and talk about some cool things afterward. So, Dark Confidant, we might be seeing a removal spell from Peter here. It doesn't look like that damage has resolved yet, and maybe waiting for that. I mean, things that I can expect, Bolt, I think he had one in hand. Might be debating whether or not he wants to fire that off at the Thalia. The big issue is that if he does, the Restoration Angel going to flicker it.
Yeah, and he knows about the angel.
The biggest, he kind of just has to lose this Dark Confidant. I think he's at 7 cards in hand anyway. So
I think so too. I think he just loses the Dark Confidant and then puts 2 bolts on the Restoration Angel. That's already in play.
Yep, but actually maybe taking a different line, and we are getting a Bolt here. So I think we are forcing. So that Restoration Angel coming in, going to flicker it, or maybe get the removal spell in response.
I will tell him that.
No kidding.
Yep. As if you thought this match wasn't high stakes enough.
Oh, man. Not only is a bio on their hand, but cookies?
Yeah.
Absolutely absurd. The stakes are too high.
Yep.
And so flickering that, bringing it back in, and yeah, that lightning bolt ended up basically just drawing out the Restoration Angel.
Probably the best 2-drop he could draw.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess Leon and Arbor not going to be fantastic, and really just not a whole lot of options in that 2-drop slot. But great job to not move it up to 3 in the hopes of maybe getting like Flicker Wisp or anything like that. I was kind of expecting that, and keeping it on 2 ended up being a really nice safe play.
Looks like an Abrupt Decay. Oh, there's the Golgari Charm.
Nice. So Golgari Charm, all creatures.
He might have targeted the
Restoration Angel.
Restoration Angel with a bolt.
Interesting. So just playing that, and we're gonna see creature.
No, it's regenerating his creature.
Nice.
So it actually will just trade.
It will not actually,
it'll
because the first strike will kill it and remove it from combat.
Yeah.
Interesting. Moving it up to 3 now. Okay, so deciding that's where he wants to be. Michael out of cards.
Yep.
Peter sitting on, I don't know, maybe 7.
Yeah, I think he's on 7, but like this is a swing for 8.
Mm-hmm.
This is very much.
Things that could he have timed that possibly better? Because Golgari Charm, does that only affect the cards that are in play at that time?
Yes.
So really, what we could have just seen was a Restoration Angel flickering it. Really, what we could have done was maybe bolt one of the Restoration Angels.
That's I think what I would have done. I think I would have just said, I'm going to lose this Dark Confidant, but I'm going to kill one of your Restoration Angels.
Yeah.
Especially since I'm pretty sure Peter's got at least one more bolt in his hand, and the bolts are not going to be good against those angels.
Yeah, and then may have been left with that Thalia after flickering it.
That's not a good one to hit.
Going down to 2, gonna be gaining some life, but that's
rough.
That's awful.
Yep.
That's the worst flip. Going down to 2, he's only gonna be going up to 4, but with 2 Restoration Angels looking him down.
Yeah, I guess it's better than dying.
Unfortunately, that's essentially what it is, though.
Yeah.
So, I think we're about to see Death and Taxes. Death and Taxes beaten a GPT, and looking over the decks that we had in the meta, certainly it was a smaller group, but it was not a group that was easy.
Yeah.
Looking through it, there was a nice swath of a lot of these neighborhood decks.
I still would love to know how he beat the Eldrazi deck.
Yeah. Certainly, and the Eldrazi deck, one thing to note is that the person playing it has only played an Eldrazi deck once.
Yeah.
So, I think they jumped onto the deck list hoping to have it pay off, and they got to the top 4.
Oh, did we actually outlast The Walking Dead?
Nailed it.
Well, we have Death and Taxes.
And you want to talk about Walking Dead? How about Walking Death and Taxes?
Yeah.
So, still, I'm not sure what Peter's considering, but if he happens to have, Damnation...
If he has a Maelstrom Pulse...
Maelstrom Pulse is going to be excellent, but still a very dangerous place to be.
Interesting. If he has Damnation here, it's really good, obviously.
Yeah. I think really the greediest thing was maybe just attacking with that Dark Confidant to begin with.
Yeah.
Because he likely would have end-stepped that Restoration Angel.
I think so.
And then that gives you the option to where even on Michael's turn, a little bit riskier, but even at the end step 2, you can wipe that board and bolt one of them. That'll kill the Thalia and the Restoration Angel.
That's true, yeah.
Or it means that he doesn't have this many attackers the next turn.
Yeah.
So some definitely sequencing that could have gone better. Okay. Again, up to 360. Thanks everyone for joining.
There we go.
We're here in the final moments of the GPT Finals, round 8.
This is the final moments is super, super serious.
I know.
Of the GPT.
They're all so silent out there.
Yeah.
I can hear quiet muttering, but otherwise everyone's just trying to not distract them while I'm guessing.
I honestly can't tell. His cards are just
the foil on them makes it a little bit hard to identify. Maybe deciding what he could have in hand and
I really wish we knew if Michael's last card in hand was a Flicker Wisp, and this is just the entire thing doesn't matter.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a pass of the turn, so it's nothing sorcery speed. It's possible to have an Abrupt Decay and maybe Terminate.
He's still dead to the other angel.
Oh, because he is at 2.
Yeah.
Maybe terminate, but can't cast both of those. Nope. Man.
And he's not attacking with the Thalia. Yeah, that's a good no attack.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he has Cheaty Face and give it flying.
maybe Collected Company for a Gale Radish Sliver and a Muscle Sliver, or
oof, that'd be a good one.
Yeah.
No, Collected Company for 2 Fiend Hunters.
Ooh, nice.
Exile those 2.
So, but we are seeing a play, so actually may not be totally.
There's a Terminate.
So we have a Terminate, and now it is a matter of can he survive this one
I don't believe so.
single turn.
Yep.
Nope. Michael. Taking the win.
Yeah, look at that. Now we don't have to be so fucking quiet anymore.
Whoop whoop. So really solid finals there. And we'll be heading back to Up to Us.
Yeah.
If you are just joining us, we will be talking to you just a little bit. And if you guys,
by the way, Michael, you didn't know this? Someone in the chat was not going to offer you cookies anymore if you didn't win.
Huh?
Someone in the chat, if you lost, was not giving you cookies.
Come on, Subway, bro.
Alright.
But, since you won,
thank you.
still get the cookies.
Bro, where do I get these cookies at?
I don't know. Talk to the stream.
So, Dark Goyf Mystic, definitely unfortunate. Yeah. There was really the option to use that Bulgari Charm and Hilt to a little bit of a better use. But nonetheless, that finals. So thank you for joining us. That is the end of our matches. If you're taking off, hit that follow button before you go. Join us again Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays. We do this 3 times a week. If you're staying around, I'm guessing that we're both down to stick around a little bit, hang out and talk. So if you guys do, now is that great time of if you have those comments, those questions, those feedback. We're going to be hanging out for a few minutes, basically until some of the stuff lines up in the questions and the discussion kind of ends. So if you guys have anything, just put at Geek Fortress with your question, your comment, or your feedback. Highlights it for us so that we can see it easier. And we're more than happy to hang out. But for those of you who are going to take off, thank you so much for making this one of the bigger streams that we've ever done. And I hope to see a lot of you rejoining us on some other nights. It's going to be a blast, and I'm always looking to improve this. And I will be posting those deck lists on either my on the Reddit post that is on Modern Magic, and also on my Twitter, which is Red Baron MTG.
Swiper, we are in Pacific time. Pacific Standard Time. It is about 7 o'clock p.m. over here.
That is correct. We've been streaming since noon. Since then, I have not eaten, so certainly my first thing to do after this is going to be food.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that feeling.
Do an interview with the Death and Taxes guy. I can ask him about it, but I actually am unable to. There's not any room back here.
No, there really isn't.
We are in a supply closet.
I can't even open this door very well.
No, so, and to make some room for the GPT, we ended up putting some other stuff back here. Though the things are pretty cool.
Yeah, they're cool. I wish you could see past this thing to see how cool they are.
And indeed, burrito, probably not a bad idea. I might end up going for one of those. But
Taco Bell might be my first stop on my way back home.
Nice, generic brand Taco Bell.
Of course. Unless,
nonetheless, cannot open that revised starter pack. The person who provided it to me handed it to me with the understanding that it would only happen at 500 viewers.
Yes.
So it is in a safe place, and unfortunately we are going to have to hit that 500 eventually. I'm hoping to see this grow, and hopefully we had a pretty solid turnout from just people. I'm going to assume that a decent amount of people I knew. Here's a quick question for you. If today was your first time interacting with this stream and you're still hanging out with us, let us know in the chat, because that would be super cool to know just how much generated. And as an extra, if you found us either, whether it be the top rated Twitch from SCG or that Reddit post, I'd be curious to see if anybody actually came from that Reddit post itself.
Or if you came in from somewhere else.
Or somewhere else. Yeah. If it's other, let us know. I'd be happy to see. Oh, I will eat it till when it gets to 500.
I will make it a command with MTG Bot when that happens.
In a Tarka's command, if nothing else.
And a Tarka's command. That might be the actual thing for it.
And hopefully, all of you people who are first timers, I know I'm asking a bunch of things, but you guys aren't asking us questions, so that puts me at asking questions to you, which I'm okay with.
Yeah.
But if you guys also want to toss in upon that other feedback, I would happily like to hear, what you guys thought, or if there's anything that we can improve. Brofius joining from the Reddit, I appreciate that. Go. Certainly.
Hey, Bruce by the Magic guy. He's a good person.
Bruce. Oh yeah, actually he hosted us earlier today, so that's really cool. Thank you to Bruce by the Magic guy for hosting us. Yeah.
There was a friend of mine who was going to play his Wizards list today, but he slept in.
And Urza Planeswalker, that is a pretty cool person to see in there. Excellent. So, looks like a couple of people from Reddit. That means that it's at least not wasted. I'm going to be making some scheduled posts about every month. I didn't want to drown Reddit in posts and bother people, but I'm going to be trying to let people know, about once a month, what kind of things. But
the Wizards list is very, very sweet.
Cool. And I think, did we get to the top channel after the SCG one?
Oh, we might have.
So that may have helped out a decent amount. How well do we think that Blue-Red Delver is in the current meta?
That is a very good question. Currently, I am not a fan of it.
Okay.
Because I don't know how good it is against Eldrazi.
So here's...
But barring the Eldrazi matchup.
Here's the thing. I like Delver as a deck generally, but I don't think that in this current meta it is favorable.
Yeah.
If you take that approach and look at this Eldrazi deck as kind of how I do, which is an extremely souped up Zoo deck, and that's kind of what you have to look at it. Sorry, I'm going to just answer the location. We are in Snohomish, Washington. But if you look at it as a souped-up Zoo deck, which is how I approach it, because it really functions on the exact same axis as Zoo, which is going wide with a swarm of creatures, getting that pressure in that, with very few forms of removal just to take out what's inhibiting them.
Yep.
And this is at least how I regard the colorless Eldrazi and some of those other ones. Certainly other ones vary from that.
Yeah.
So don't want to quite go into that. But Delver not great against Zoo.
Yeah.
So Delver in a little bit of a tough spot right now. I don't think that is going to last a long time.
I don't think Snapcaster Mage will ever drop that low. It's some cards are actually just too powerful to drop that low, and I think that's one of them.
Exactly. So I think that blue on its own, white is a and a really solid spoit. Spoit. It's in a good spoit. But mono blue itself, or any of those blue-red decks, kind of in a tough spot right now. And I think that will change over time, but they just don't have the tools to really handle 5/5s, because they're so adept at handling those X3s and anything that's on the stack. So, Jeskai good, but they have got that that white splash that really helps out a lot. Also to Black Iron Barkus, thank you very much. We are going to keep doing this. I've got a great cast of co-hosts. Coleman definitely nailing it.
Thank you.
Urza Planeswalker asking about Mono Blue Tron. I like Mono Blue Tron. Again, that Mono Blue in a tough spot right now, and also not good against Affinity. Mono Blue Tron.
That's true. That's very true.
Yeah.
Kobe the Cheese. Yes. I have been to. I play at Mugu a lot. I've been to Wandering Habit twice. I don't normally get that far north.
What that means is that Kobe the Cheese should be visiting us.
Yes, it does.
If he's seen you at another store, then Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington may be the place for you to come play some excellent games of Magic. I said in a not self-pluggy kind of way.
Very smooth. Rolled right off the tongue.
But to get Mono Blue Tron, I like Mono Blue Tron, absolutely. The deck is really cool, and I think that one of the biggest things holding it back is that it takes a huge amount of thought just to run the deck.
Well, I mean, you're playing the card Thirst for Knowledge,
so
you gotta you don't go into that not knowing your deck.
So I really like it, but over a long course of a period, and also right now it's in a little bit of a tough spot. But I think that Mono Blue Tron is one of those really cool decks that suffers from. Sometimes the player just, you look at those long events, they can have a hard time over the course of that, especially, and again, Affinity being one of those rough matchups because of those manlands that Mono Blue Tron has very few ways to interact with. Excellent. And which would be a better reprint for Modern, Daze, or Counterspell?
Can I pick neither?
I would say neither, but if I have to pick, Counterspell.
I would pick Counterspell before I pick Daze.
I would definitely do that one. I still don't I think that Counterspell is almost on that cusp of being a little too much. My hope is for this is kind of the one that I have thought, it may be awful, but it's blue, 4-spike. It's basically Silumgar Scorn.
Okay.
Except, it's a blue 4-spike that has a kicker for 1 to become a hard counter.
I don't think that card would actually be good enough.
I mean, when you're just trying to take down their on turn 2, you're able to take down their curve, and so you end up countering it anyway. It acts as a hard counter, except if it's like a smaller creature and you aren't just like flat countering everything.
Okay.
So that's my thought for maybe one. I agree, it may not be good enough.
Yeah.
Maybe if it was like a tax for 2 mana or something like that. But then it basically is a counter spell. that also has that effectiveness in the late game, it would end up being fairly functional, except cost you 3 mana in the late game. Days is a reasonable reprint. Yeah, the problem is that Days is a free counter, and that is a huge...
I don't like printing free spells in general.
No, it's a hard place to be.
All of the Phyrexian spells just don't work. Like, the Gut Shot in particular, Misstep is just...
And not having Force of Will to be able to engage in those counter battles, I feel like Days and Force of Will need to be together.
Yeah, Dromar Charm would actually be really cool.
Dromar Charm. I'm gonna look that up.
That is an old school. That is an old school card.
Dromar Charm, of course, as everybody knows.
Yeah, obviously. you guys don't know Dromar Charm? I actually like that card a lot.
Actually, Swiper bringing up another one, which is basically just a blue Force Spike with a kicker of 2 to hard counter.
I think I'd like that one a lot more.
I have to agree because then, but probably the kicker should have a blue in its cost as well, like blue and a colorless.
I think that would probably be fine.
Yeah, that'd probably be pretty cool. I'm going to assume that what Space the Eagle talking about is a theoretical deck and not a card that was spoiled.
Yeah. If we're talking super theoretical,
we don't want to get into anything and end up with that. But if you were to just toss out a theoretical card, it's pretty solid. I think it'll have more effect in Legacy than any other format.
Yeah, definitely, anything. Since it is almost always a strictly better Envelop.
Mm-hmm.
And Envelop was a card that actually saw a lot of play at points. And it's always funny that if this theoretical card is actually just, you can win the game on the spot against Scapeshift.
Pretty much.
It's actually kind of funny.
Of course, if you look at Warping Whale too, it's pretty solid in that particular
Yeah, it's also pretty good there too.
So all kinds of good stuff. Looks like some people leaving, but don't forget to hit that follow button. We're still hanging out talking about stuff, and if you guys have some things that you would like us to discuss, feel free to let us know. Looks like there are a lot of new people. That makes me super, super excited, and I cannot wait to see this happen more.
Yeah.
Anytime that we have a GPT, we're also going to be doing some modern no ban list, I think, in April.
It's going to be fun.
And we are going to be doing some of these GPTs. Now that Detroit is an option and other ones, I think we might be doing these GPTs almost every month.
That would be great.
And so I will be keeping posts updated on when that is going to be happen, whether that be on Reddit or whether that be on, on my Twitter through Red Baron MTG, all kinds of things.
It's the Delirium. That's the fan main mechanic. That's, they
made some really good playtest copies of it, though. Yep.
Delirium, if this mechanic is exactly how it's printed, it is nowhere close to being a broken mechanic yet.
No, certainly not. And I really like that it's
when we're
kind
coming
of
off Delve, I don't really want to.
What is more powerful, Popper or Commander?
I'm going to choose Commander 100% of the time.
It's again in one of those weird positions where comparing formats to each other, they're different metas.
That's true.
But I would say that if you gave me the challenge of TJ, this is how you talk to me. I don't know why.
Well, yeah, we're trying to be Macho Man Randy Savage.
Nice. Build the most busted Commander deck you can and the most busted Popper deck that you can, and let's throw them down against each other. I'd probably take Popper because it's just going to be faster and more consistent.
Well, the most absurd Commander deck is just going to be like, I'll just kill you on turn 1.
That's true.
Like, it's going to be like, turn 1, ad nauseum, flip my deck, kill you.
Interesting. Gonna message me about something sometime this week.
Ooh.
I don't know. I'm not sure what he's gonna message me about sometime this week.
Oh, I think if you read higher up in the chat.
Me saying so?
Look at a little bit higher than that. What Swiper is talking about.
Oh, let's take a quick look.
Yeah.
Here. Oh, are we gonna get partnership? That I didn't even see that question.
Yeah, that.
I am honestly trying to. It's something that I would like to do, but right now we need to continue getting... We tend to average around 70 to 90 viewers. So we don't average enough. We do the 3 times per week, which is within the, what the requirements are for what we can do. But the biggest issue is that we don't consistently get to... officially, it's 500, but I've heard that they go as low as, like, over 100 as, like, a consistent. So it's something that I am going to be investigating to try and get a Twitch partnership, but we don't have it now, and I'd like to, before I, submit that application and do all the things to do that, I'd like to make sure that it has that consistent over 100. As for the Grunt, we had Death and Taxes.
Yeah.
Take the win. Very, very cool.
It was honestly not what I expected when I walked in today.
I would have to agree. To be honest, I walked in expecting Affinity, and there weren't any here.
Yeah, I expected more than just one Eldrazi deck.
Yeah. The question of is this fan-made mechanic Delirium extremely good? Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm evaluating this based on literally one theoretical card.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about it is that cards that get better when there's things in the graveyard that are designed for Standard. So they designed this mechanic for Standard, they tested it in Standard. That means that it is immediately better in those Eternal formats. Just the graveyard. The graveyard alone has that huge effect. Because you can fill up your graveyard so much better. I mean, look at Delve. Absurd. Absurd cards there. So
can we not talk about Delve?
Exactly. So what we could see is definitely some cards printed that make that extremely powerful. They are not guaranteed to be, though, but it's similar to Delve, in which you should look at all of those cards under a critical eye of how good would this be if it just, filled that graveyard up immediately, and that wasn't an inhibition.
Yeah. And also, how easy is it to actually get these things in my graveyard?
And I certainly look forward to, if this fan-made mechanic goes around...
It is very good with Thought Scour, which is becoming more and more of a thing with the new mechanics that are maybe coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be very cool. And as for Space the Eagle, man, I've been talking a lot today, and I've had about this much water. Should fix that. I would love to meet you someday if you come road tripping through here. That would be super cool. Though the Grave Hate is better. Absolutely true. Grave Hate is better in Eternal formats, but when it is only looking... I mean, again, we have to take a look at Delve. Hate, the fact that Grave Hate came out and was not able to slow down those decks with how quickly they could do it, it's less about, targets in it, because we can stop people with, like, Graph Digger's Cage about targeting those cards in the graveyard.
Yeah.
But if all that it's getting is just from value that is in your graveyard already, for rewarding you for doing what you're already doing, you don't even have to be a graveyard deck.
And there's even the classic vintage thing of, I'm going to have 12 cards for dredge, and I'm still going to die on turn 1.
Absolutely. It's going to be super cool. Also, don't take my word for it, but I feel like Jace is a solid investment right now, and I hate saying that since he's already so much.
Yeah.
But with Madness potentially going to come out, though I'm going to give myself a little bit of credit.
Yeah, you did potentially call this Madness thing.
I did call Madness.
Yeah. I wonder how many Sparta jokes people are going to make. It's going to be a very high number.
It's going to be miserable.
Yeah.
I've already heard like 2 of them, and I mean, I can appreciate a good joke, but oh man. So, do we think that Snapcaster and Delver will see reprint? Snapcaster, I could definitely see.
I don't think I'd see Delver.
Delver, unfortunately, not.
No.
I would like to see it. I think that would probably be a good, safe one.
That'd be a good. Yeah, it'd be cool.
Unfortunately, it'd probably be an uncommon.
Oh,
nah,
I mean,
it'd be a decent common. It'd be a common.
Yeah.
Yes, Delver. Maybe not Snapcaster, only because they could put that in Modern Masters.
Also, because I feel like Snapcaster's too recent.
Maybe.
Yeah. Man,
What's going on at our FNMs for the next few weeks? We do 2 things at all of our FNMs. Every Friday night at 6:30 p.m. we do a draft, sometimes 2 actually, and also we do a Legacy tournament at 7:30 each Friday, and that's the Legacy stream that you guys can tune in for this Friday. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah. And on Wednesday we're gonna do some more Modern.
Oh yes.
6:30? Do I remember that right?
At 7, actually.
Oh, it's 7.
7 o'clock.
Keep changing the times on me.
It's been the same time for a year and a half, dude.
Well,
So, this Modern this Wednesday, 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, we are going to have Modern again. Also, 7:30 Pacific Standard Time on Friday, Legacy Tournament. I'll be co-hosting, hopefully getting someone who has more knowledge of Legacy than me. I have a decent amount, and it's certainly getting better. But I'd like to see it continue, and having someone who also has a pretty deep knowledge of it is really nice. And then again on Saturday, we are going to be having more Modern at 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time.
Literally none of those things were 6:30.
Again, right down here you can see that schedule.
Yep.
If you guys want to help us out... Oh, we'll just get worse. If you guys also want to help us out, since we are not Twitch partnered, I will mention it. There is a donate button at the very bottom of this page. If you'd like to,
we would
you can.
be eternally grateful.
Yeah. If you'd like to, you certainly can. And the point with the counters, what sorcery do you want to counter as a blue control deck?
Probably Serum Visions.
If
If you basically get to turn that into, I'm gonna take all of your Serum Visions out of your deck.
Thoughtseize and Inquisition.
That's a good one too.
Also a really solid one. And Scape
Maelstrom
Shift.
Pulse.
Maelstrom Pulse. They usually only a one of anyway, but it's
Yeah.
a sorcery that you can counter. How frequently do we stream? Actually, just...
Yeah, I think we got into that.
But if not, the schedule's right down there.
Yep.
Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. So it's going to be an absolute blast. Anyway, if you guys do have some more questions, be sure to toss at Geek Fortress into that, or if you'd like things for us to discuss, we're happy to do it. But otherwise,
send me your brews to this Twitter handle right here.
Oh yeah, either one. I can definitely get it. So I will be getting those deck lists from the top 8, as well as Joe's Zombardment. Actually, it was in the top 8.
Yeah, it was in the top 8. See, look at that.
Top 8 deck lists will be on my Twitter within 24 hours, as well as the Reddit post, which is on r/Modern Magic. I will be posting our top 8 results there as well. It's going to be a blast of blasts. I'm looking forward to it.
As long as it's not a Psionic Blast.
Discards. I agree that discards aren't a great target as far as wanting to rip all the ones out of their hand, but it's nice to just hit that.
Living End is a great one.
From Slevin?
Yeah, that is a great one.
Yeah. Do we do Commander Brews?
I don't play Commander, unfortunately.
You know, unfortunately for Rap Game Audio, our matches are done for the night. I'm actually going to just say end of matches. We are done, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But do we do Commander Brews? I used to play a ton of Commander. I actually started the game playing Commander for 3 years. I didn't play at all 60 card. Which, quite the way to learn triggers. The other way, Space the Eagle bringing up a really solid point.
Yep.
But Commander, definitely, I used to do a lot of brews, build a deck every week. These days, not so much. If you want to send me one, I do have Commander players that I can put that in the hands of.
Yeah.
So if you want to send me a Commander brew, I can do that as well. And Jace will get worse since you don't fill your graveyard as quickly without fetches. That's a really decent point from Space the Eagle. Fetches really, sometimes, with 2 of those acting it, that's kind of what's enabling those turn 3 filling it up.
That's true.
So that's a fantastic point from Space the Eagle, and I'll be curious to see if people even start running, some really interesting fetches.
Yeah.
Evolving Wilds, Terramorphic, things like that.
Terramorphic actually isn't legal, I don't think.
Even to try. Basically, I started playing Commander in Theros. It was when Theros dropped, I built my first standard deck. Built my first standard deck. Red deck wins. It was awesome.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise
And this
me
is
at all.
exactly how I got into Red. When I was in Commander, Red's not that good there. So, started playing Commander, playing Red deck wins, fell in love with it. I've been a Red player ever since. About 6 months, basically started playing that. Played Boros Burn in Standard. That was a ton of fun. That Boros Burn deck was absolutely incredible. And then I ended up taking that Boros Burn deck to Modern, actually. Just ran the deck as is, played it, and it was super fun. I ended up getting second. Now, let's be fair. This was a pretty underdeveloped Modern meta. This was, 2 years ago, something like that.
No, you still had Pod at that time.
No, but our particular store had not... the store was still relatively new at the time, so we didn't have a Modern crowd yet. That was mostly at other stores. So I got second out of, 10 people. Yay. It was still a great... that made me go, wow, this is awesome. And so ended up building Burn from there.
Yep. And
now you find the TJ in front of you that is in love with Red and has, 8 Modern decks.
Yeah.
It is awesome.
Yeah. Actually, one of my roommate was on stream earlier today. He was an amulet player.
Uh-huh.
And then he said, "Oh, don't worry. If I ever get my deck banned, I'll just go to Twin."
Delightful.
Yep.
Black Iron Bork is asking, do either of us remember what decks we learned with?
Oh,
I do. It was the Riku
man.
of Two Reflections pre-constructed commander deck. That is how I learned
Oh,
this
I
game.
have to go way back. Hold on.
Yeah.
I've been playing this game for way too long. No, I actually do remember this. It was Eventide. It was Eventide Shadowmoor block.
Okay.
The entire point of the deck was to play turn 1 Nipgwillion, which is a black-white hybrid 1/1 that just has lifelink. That's it. And then turn 2, you played Edge of the Divinity, because it got +3/+3, because it was white and black. And then you played a second one and attacked for 7. That was the entire point of the deck. It also played Divinity of Prides.
How'd it do?
Surprisingly good.
Maybe an underdeveloped meta where you were?
Maybe. But there was another one I built. That's one of my favorite decks I ever built. Was Glorious Kelpia Shino.
Glorious. It has been interesting, just from an anecdotal, and I know that we're tended to diverging a lot, but it's been really interesting because this store opened close to about 2.5, getting close to 3 years ago.
Yep.
And it has been so interesting to watch the meta evolve because it started off as a very commander-heavy store because that's just what all the local people did. We didn't have stores to go to competitions with, so we played casual. Where do you go? Commander. So we tended to do that, and then it's been, I mean, I don't want to say like the end-all be-all, but as far as like the local area, more and more it ends up becoming one of those like competitive stores.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
I cannot thank the people in the store enough if they watch this, and I know a decent amount of them do just in like the recordings, for making it continue to be a very open environment. As far as allowing those brews and allowing new players and doing all kinds of stuff, because that is just the really stuff that can keep a store going when it starts to get to that point.
Definitely.
And I am so happy that we have managed to keep a really nice environment for the store, all things considered. We were lucky. You started with a mono blue artifact. Oh no!
Did it at least have Skull Clamp? Yeah, I would be tired there too, Peter.
Peter playing some excellent Magic. That is the Peter that was in the finals, and I'm pretty sure that we could all give him a big I don't know, typing round of applause for going, what, 7-1 in Modern. That was excellent.
Yeah.
Mordecai, unfortunately, we do not have any more matches.
Yeah.
That was the finals. We saw Death and Taxes actually take down a Grand Prix trial.
Yeah.
So, pretty interesting there. Not what I expected, but played some great games when we saw him on the stream.
Not even what I expected coming out of this top 8.
No, he was even coming in at what position?
This is a 7th seed.
7th seed, taking it down.
Yeah. I actually probably would have put my money on Merfolk to come out of this top 8.
Rabid Mountain Goats might be one of my favorite names. Rabid. Speaking of, have you guys heard of a band called the Mountain Goats? It's excellent.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that for you guys.
Yeah, there you go.
But, I mean... Fuck. Nailing it. But I know
I just feel like I want to walk. I feel like death right now.
You know, I gotta get sappy every now and then. And just one thing that I do want to say, I said it before. Thank you to everybody for joining. The fact that there are 140 people here playing or just watching, and it's maybe not for us. And I'm not gonna go so far as to say that it's specific because of us, but because they love the game and watching this modern format and just having a lot of fun with this, and us being able to experience that with you guys, that is huge for me, for at least me personally, and I'm really glad to be a part of it. So it's a lot of fun for me, and I look forward to doing this. And more, certainly it started off as an idea, but more and more I start thinking to myself, like, man, I could do this.
Yeah. Slowly building, like, man, I could do this.
Yeah, and like I could keep doing this. This is just something that is an absolute blast for me, and if I can find some way to do this and actually turn it into a source of income, because right now it is nothing but just spending time, and it's a blast. I'm not going to complain about it.
Oh yeah, I love talking about Magic.
No kidding. But certainly I And part of why I ask you guys to keep hitting that follow button is because that gives me some amount of quantifiable data, more than money, to tell to Dylan, keep giving me resources. I know I'm entirely in the red, but people enjoy it. Do we think that Origins Lily will be good with Madness?
I already think that card's insane, so I really, really like it.
You know, I guess the flip side, definitely the important part. With cons, how many ways do you have to really like start flipping it? Because I guess those Scions really.
You have
nice.
Well, it will not trigger on tokens, unfortunately.
Is it okay?
But when I played Rally, I played Blue Black Aristocrats for a while too. The best synergy on it was Sidisi's Faithful.
Interesting.
Because you could sack itself to flip.
And is that still... That's from Dragons, isn't it?
It's an exploit card, so it's from Con.
So that's going to be going out. But nonetheless, so going to be losing some of that value. I still like Liliana. I think if... And if Shadows over Innistrad probably going to be giving us... you know, going to be giving us some kind of aggro and sack outlets. That's something that we can totally expect.
I would love a Wild Mongol reprint.
That'd be sweet.
But I don't know what that card would do to Limited. I played against it once in Limited, never again.
So, I'm excited to see what Liliana can do, and also, I think there will likely be another Liliana. Ooh. The Veil.
Yeah.
The Veil.
Well,
give it back to us.
Well, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a new Jace.
Oh, Exploit is actually from Dragons.
Oh, it's from Dragons.
And
awesome.
So if keeping that ability is going to be around, and of course, because Delve, what do you...
Oh, yeah.
What are you thinking?
Yeah, come on.
Come on. And of course, shame on me for not catching it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Me. It's a long day. Yep. It's been a long day.
You can't keep 2 lilies? I mean, yeah, you can.
If you try hard enough.
Oh, on the battlefield, sure. Okay. I can say I've got 4 lilies, and I'm happy about that.
But I would be incredibly shocked if there was not a new Jace.
That art that was revealed looks very... It almost looks like it could be a Dak Vaden as well.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, but I'm expecting...
But what is he going to steal from Innistrad?
I'm going to toss this one out there a little bit ahead of time. Back when I started getting into the lore, I learned that Jace only has 9 toes. And how I came to this realization is, well, that's the least interesting thing. But the other really cool thing is that he wiped his own memory.
There it is. There it is. Waiting for it.
Oh man, I need to really be careful of when I open my mouth on this stream because Doro keeps writing it down and adding it to the. But we're gonna be getting some cool things. And he ended up wiping his memory, and I've been expecting since I've discovered this. Okay. And this is probably around a little bit before Ravnica, because I remember that I was like, Jace is pretty cool, and then like all the Return to Ravnica stuff came out and be like, Jace is lame, and I was like, but he is kind of cool.
But yeah.
And nonetheless, Blue-Black Jace, one day he will recover really the memories of him killing his mentor, which we now know is Ahar Maret. And I would love to see it, like, that just drives him crazy and he ends up becoming a blue-black Jace. I think that would be super cool. Yeah. And it allows for... I'm not quite sure what would be replacing him, but it also allows them, like, a weird way to write off and add to the story with Ravnica. The only problem is that they don't really have, like, a blue planeswalker to replace, so a new Tamia would be sweet, but I don't think that she, like, resonates enough with players from a creative perspective.
I don't think there's going to be a new Sarkhan. Especially since you had one in Dragons.
Yeah, I think he's pretty happy at this point.
Yeah, there's 4 Sarkhans. Mm-hmm. You don't need another one. Nahiri would be pretty cool.
Nahiri would be very cool.
But
if I see Nahiri, that just makes me think that we're actually going to see Emrakul in it.
Yeah.
In the Eldritch one. And, like, I would really like for them to stay a little bit separate.
Yeah, I'd like Emrakul to just stay as Emrakul.
Innistrad is so cool as he is. I don't feel like they need him to make Innistrad more exciting.
Yeah. And besides, how is Emrakul going to compete in a set with the new Tybalt that's clearly coming out?
By the way, new Tybalt is going to be amazing. Invest.
Yeah.
They owe it to him.
They even printed a 1-mana Planeswalker and it wasn't good.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely unplayable in Modern.
Yeah, it's really, really unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically, people talking about, in some of those fan-made cards, from Shadows over Innistrad.
Yeah, Oh, is that what? Man, it's weird. They have the same set name.
Yeah, flavor text of Nahiri, certainly a possibility.
Yeah.
But certainly, I would be pretty curious to see if someone made some really good predictions.
Yeah, that'd be absurd.
Wink. Oh man.
Yeah. Spoiler alert, man. Why you gotta ruin stuff for us?
Now, Sutra reminded me of one thing. There is a huge plus coming out about going back to Innistrad. Drafting hats.
Oh, right. Yep. The hat.
Hat Tribal is coming back.
Hats.
Habsar, you'll invest in a Tybalt. If there's a new Tybalt, that's awesome.
We're making it. We're making it.
Habsar, where are you? Because if you're in Washington, we should get together and have like a nice fettuccine Tybalt Alfredo.
Yeah. Again, don't know if I would pick the Alfredo because marinara fits better because it's red.
No, but Alfredo is delicious. Yeah. I really like Alfredo, and I even got a homemade Alfredo sauce recipe, and I'm just very excited.
You can find these fan-made cards by Googling that. Although
I'd prefer if people didn't put the link into the chat.
Yeah, please don't put the link in the chat. There's this great website called Google.com.
Yes, and
they will find most stuff for you.
You could probably find most fan-made cards anywhere. Well, you know what? If a 3-hour flight is worth having a delicious Tybalt fettuccine,
that's true.
Might be fun.
And you'd get to play here.
Come down for a weekend. Stay from Wednesday to Saturday. You get to play Modern, then Legacy, then Modern. I mean, you could probably just Google Shadows over Innistrad spoiler.
I guess that's what they're calling them?
Probably.
Yeah.
Those fan-made cards, they're probably calling them that.
I think they're called spoilers.
Again, mostly just doing, like, mildly, just sidestepping it just in case with all that controversy that was happening before.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what the fans are calling them, so...
Nonetheless, some of these things kind of coming to an end, so probably getting close to calling it for the day. Also, we could certainly use some food. Didn't get that pizza delivered to us, unfortunately.
I know.
Or I'm going to be livid if they ate it.
Oh, man. If they ate it, I will force them to buy me another pizza.
If I couldn't play Affinity or Eldrazi at the upcoming GP, what would I play? You're asking the wrong person. I'd jam Burn. Actually, Infect. I'd take Infect, yeah.
I'd pick Abzan Company.
Abzan Company, really good one. I just don't have it put together. If I can build anything, Abzan Company and start grinding with it. Otherwise, I think Infect.
There are a couple cards I want to test out in that deck. One of them's Eiley.
Oh, the new black-white one?
The new black-white one. I want to test out Eiley. That looks incredible.
Yeah.
I want to test out the new company list straight from the SCG event, but I don't have Painter Servants.
I have one.
I think the deck plays 3.
No. Dang it.
It's unfortunate, but I'm going to try it out, see if I like it or not.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all kinds of things going on. Playoffs, as always.
Yep. Hey, you know your deck. Modern is all about knowing your deck.
Absolutely. Huge amount of advantage. And someone mentioned earlier, let's get a quick little conversation. I think it was Crunchy Bubbles mentioned, how do you feel about playing sleeves or having gear that makes signal your deck? So, red sleeve, I actually do have red sleeves and a red playmat, red deck box, and I play Burn. Certainly I have those things when I'm not playing Burn, but I think the biggest thing is it shouldn't matter, but as an opponent, do not judge any of your decisions based on their gear. Because I was not doing it to deceive people, and I just want to be clear about that. That's because I'm the red.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the best way to go.
The funny thing is, I always change up my sleeves after every tournament. That's just something I do.
Okay.
So it's never really happened to me where someone has seen the sleeves and be like, oh, hey, you're clearly on this deck. And I just keep playing different sleeves. But I can definitely remember... also, don't pay attention to the tokens they bring out. That's an easy way to get yourself trapped.
That's certainly them going to more of an extent to get you. But it's mostly, don't make your decisions, because I have had people be like, so you're on Burn, and I'm like, I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, obviously.
And so they end up going for this sideboard that is very good against Burn, and then I slam down an Affinity turn 1 and call it a day.
Yeah.
I mean, so I think it is more that you should realize that what you are playing against is a series of cards that are going to be in sleeves and gear however they want it to be presented. And you should not open yourself up to being that deception, whether it be accidental or intentional by that player.
That's true.
And often, many people just play what they think is awesome.
Yep.
I mostly have been starting to just swap everything over to red, the KMC Hypermets.
Yeah, I've been trying to get all my sleeves together, that way I can swap out cards really easily.
And it's more just so that when a sleeve splits, I have an extra sleeve always hanging about for whatever deck.
Yep. I have about 300 Ultra Pro blue sleeves.
So you could probably go through about all of those in a month.
Yeah, well, they're Ultra Pros. And half of them are going to be miscut.
Yeah. I mean, nothing against Ultra Pro. They're always a really cool thing.
I really like their matte sleeves. The Ultra Pro mats. I'm actually a big fan of those.
Snorri the Priest, that is awesome. Always put in a Vapor Snag or a counterspell. Just that people might think you're playing counters.
I love that. Now, you flash the one straight up Squire. The 1/2 for 1 and a white, and then you accidentally drop it to them like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to show you my secret tech.
Yeah. Or, I mean, for a long time, I also have put Tybalts into my burn sideboard when I just had 14 cards in there and didn't care. I would just put Tybalts in there, and sometimes they came in.
I didn't know there was a card called Brian Storm. Is that the Kibler Invitational card?
No, that's actually an Arctic Monkeys song.
Ah.
I like to play Brian. Maybe it's just like has the AM on it.
Yeah.
These are my Brian Storms.
If you play a card with Brian Storm, does that mean Brian Kibler and all the Brians show up?
It's really you get Brian Kibler and Huey Jensen.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's the storm.
Oh yeah.
Either that or like 40 Brian Kiblers show up all in
suits. No, or you'll get
looking fly.
Or you'll get Joel Larson because the card's in Swedish.
That's true. That's true. You played Infect, Vapor Snag. Yeah, that's pretty much. Yeah, there's always some interesting sideboard inclusions, and here's a quick note. Here's a great one. Sideboarding in Modern. One thing that I see a lot of pros that I disagree with, and I don't entirely disagree with it, so, before you guys immediately tell me that I'm wrong and that it's obviously true, is that they talk about how all of Modern comes down to having the right sideboard of these extremely high-impact cards that just win the game. And I disagree with that.
I also do.
And I don't think that when deck building you end up just including those cards. I think it is all about... there are a lot of those powerful hate cards. I'm not going to argue that one. I mean, I could rattle off probably 10 affinity hate cards off the top of my head. But I think that it all comes down to enacting those within your game plan. Because Stony Silence, great. And if you just toss it in, maybe a bad example because it is an extremely powerful hate card. But if your game plan is to slam down a Stony Silence and not do anything else as you continue just doing whatever your thing is, I might still kill you.
I mean, I think the classic one is Leyline of Sanctity.
Leyline of Sanctity is a fantastic
one.
Where
you'll look at your opening hand, you'll see that Leyline, and you'll play against Burn, and hey, that's an obviously good card. You're going to try to find it, and then you play it, and they're just like, no, play Goblin Guide attack you.
Yeah, and just keep on going their way. Snorri the Priest, basically, universal cards, extremely powerful. And the big thing is because I win a decent amount of matches because I play a lot of decks that have very powerful hate cards for them, because I like those decks.
Yeah.
But I see a lot of people keep bad hands because they're very good. One card in it is very good against their deck. But when the rest is not good, you should probably mulligan that because you don't have a plan other than drop that and hope.
Yeah, I've been trying to like the person I loaned my deck to today. I actually wrote him like it felt like a 5-page essay on how to play the deck. And I didn't mean it to be like, you should read this, you should study this, you should make sure. But Company is not a deck you can pick up and play and get 100%.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially the first time.
Pretty much like a month of play is what I'd recommend before you kind of get into it.
But the one thing that I kept stressing to him is do not approach your sideboarding as, I want to draw this one card.
Exactly.
You should definitely approach it as, okay, what is my deck going to look like? What is my 75 card deck going to look like after sideboard?
Yeah, when you're building a deck, you should build a 75 card deck.
Yep.
Take out a 75 card deck that can beat anything.
And then you take out the 15 worst cards.
Take out those 15 worst cards. And Snorri, absolutely. Actually, one thing that I do is I line up my sideboard, put all the cards that I want in front, slam it onto the back of the deck, then just pull off and then move it to the front with all the cards that I'm pulling, so that I never actually reveal how many cards that I'm bringing in.
Yep. Actually, my favorite thing to do about that is if I have a just the immediate cards that I know I've ordered in game 2. I'll just take cards out and put them back in game 3.
Yeah, I do that too. I almost always try, and this is only in like sanctioned and like when it matters in playtesting. I won't do it as much, but I go to the sideboard and at least present that I am making decisions. Whether I change nothing, sometimes I won't, but oftentimes I do.
I do like the full 15 in. Full 15 in is my favorite.
Yeah, and so it's just those micro bits of information matter. Yeah. And just like, it's the kind of thing to where they won't notice. Well, every time that you notice that against them, they're noticing it about you. Yep. You are both at the same record for a reason, and that's because you can pick up on those really small signals. Yep. And when you give them zero information, as opposed to, too minute details, it probably doesn't matter, but it might. And that's the biggest thing. So I wouldn't even say that doing it for playing for a draw.
Yeah, I don't like that mentality of playing for a draw. I think you should always try to play for winning.
But certainly I can appreciate the mentality of taking that moment. Sideboarding is there for you. And if you even want to capitalize on that moment to breathe.
Decompress.
Yeah, that's actually a really solid way to do it.
Yep, clam down. Clam down.
We should try and stream more Zombardment. I can try to do that. He's a really big fan of that deck, I think.
I think so,
It certainly was in Legacy, so I might be able to convince him to start playing that deck a lot more often. Of course, that does mean that we would be losing Snakes on a Plane, the Eternal Command deck, and Build Your Own Upheaval.
Build Your Own Upheaval is... it is a delight.
Which main board's for Painter's Circuit.
That's true. It incidentally has a great Eldrazi matchup.
Yeah, and if he wants to splash black, he might be able to go for that taste attack.
Actual wordsmith.
Me?
Yeah.
Man, I really do need to check I need to think before I open my mouth, because sometimes...
Well, that's when you get the best stuff, just randomly just goes anywhere.
That's certainly true. It's a whole lot of fun. So, hanging out with you guys, looks like we ended up hanging out here for like an extra.
Yeah! We basically played another match of just us talking.
It's been another 50 minutes of just us hanging out. Thank you for sticking around with us. There's 120 of you who think that we are at a baseline. Moderately entertaining.
I would not have expected that.
Thank you. You guys are the best. You guys are absolutely... the best around. Nothing's ever going to keep you down. That's true. That's true. If I had thought about it, I wouldn't have had
up numbers.
Up numbers. Up numbers are entirely possible.
Yeah.
So, and actually, it looks like some of you putting in some great comments into that stream. Yeah. Again, I really appreciate you guys leaving some of that feedback in there. It does mean a lot to me, and I really appreciate you guys taking that time to even just, presents like anybody who's curious about the stream might be moving over. Black Iron Barks, interacting with the stream, and honestly, interacting with the stream is just a huge part of this, and I think that it's part of what makes us unique. I don't want to say that other people don't do that, but as far as to the same level for a live tournament, I think that that's something that lets us have that option for it. So it's something that we are more than happy to do, and honestly, I've said it before, I tell stories about you guys, but only with like your username, because that's all I know you by.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what do you do today? And I was like, man, I was getting into a fight with Twisted Viewpoint. It was awesome.
Yeah. He really had a twisted viewpoint.
So it's all kinds of things like that. And, or did I think too much about ump numbers? No. We were just playing a classic 6-word game, and I needed to say the 6th word, which was up numbers, which is still, I maintain, is a word.
It's definitely not a word.
Yeah, we're really putting up numbers. Absolutely. And also, I guess, actually, as we're hanging out here, if you guys are interested in it, Swiper, honestly, I appreciate that. I want to see us get huge,
Thank you, I do too.
Is someone from this chat coming to GP You know what? If someone wants to pay for me to do it, I will, but I cannot at the moment.
Yeah, I'm don't even have a passport. Cannot travel outside the country.
I do have a passport.
Hey, look at that.
Very unlikely that that'll happen, but I'm open to the idea, certainly. But
if anyone wants to pay me to go anywhere, I'll go. Anywhere that's like not Somalia. Somalia creeps me out.
Let's be nice.
It's fine. If you're from Somalia, I have nothing against you. But
Norseman. I like that joke.
Yep.
To be honest, man, bulking out always like GP Bologna.
I think you'd have some pretty steep competition there.
Yeah.
A lot of Bologna.
So it's gonna be a lot of fun. What was I going to say here? I honestly, what was it? What was it? Oh yeah, I would like us to do that. And if you guys have some questions, an old game that we used to play that I haven't done for a little bit is if you guys want to do the old, we have to answer in 6 words exactly.
6 words game.
The 6 words game is always fun. If you guys want to toss in a question, just put @GeekFortress. This can be not Magic related, as a heads up. 6 words extends to everything. So if you guys want to toss in a question @GeekFortress, just put that and then toss in 6 words at the end of your question. We'll do our best to answer those. It's always fun. And Floyd's Experience, welcome back. I know that we've seen you before, unfortunately at the end of the matches, but we're just hanging out, talking to the guys, and having fun. Because that's definitely the way to do it. The way that what's written is in Italian. I honestly don't know, but I like Italian anyway. That's the way it's written in Italian. From Slevin? Not sure. I'm gonna go try.
I think Slevin is still talking about baloney.
Oh, okay. Yep. Excellent. I want an Italian Mox Opal. That's what I want. Either that or French. I want a French Mox Opal. That just sounds super cool to me. Fave card and why? 6 words. Oh, go for it first. I gotta pick between several. Nope, I got this. Lightning Bolt, if nothing else. Red?
Hold on, now I have to think about it.
Now you gotta snap. Go.
All right.
6 words.
Arc Trail. Just so much value.
Absolutely. The only other thing that was competing with that one was Tybalt, because Tybalt's so cool. Goblin Guide, another really good one. But I gotta go with Lightning Bolt. It's just, that card is so iconic. It's a lot of fun.
It's a zombie pirate ghost.
Are we talking about changelings right now?
I think they're going after Tide Hollow Sculler.
Is it really a pirate?
No, it's not a pirate, it's a zombie.
Dang it!
Yeah.
That's super disappointing. Yeah. I hope the next Grand Creature update really fixes that. Because it is just a zombie, and that's really disappointing.
That's unfortunate. You know what? Just for you? No.
We will, but that probably won't be until tomorrow is when we're usually able to do that. But we will be getting this video onto YouTube, and it will have the matches ordered out in the description. So,
why is Bolt the best of the cycle? Oof.
6 words? I have a full rant about this. Draw 7. Ah, dang it.
Hold on, no, I think I can draw that.
I'm just going to compare it to the best of the five. Instead, draw 7. Because game 2.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
What do you got? Nope, just power through.
All right. Your opponent's at 3. GG.
Nice. I like that one. But yeah, to Kaisa, unfortunately the stream is finished. We don't have any more rounds. We got through 8 of them. Had an absolute blast, and thank you to some of those people giving us good feedback. I mean, I like that.
Oh yeah, I love feedback.
Negative feedback. Well, I guess constructive feedback. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
What are the cards that define the best colors of Magic? Is this a 6 words or not? I'm gonna actually break a Lightning Bolt, Rancor. What's a good white one? It's not. Oh, Oblivion Ring. Running out of room. Go for the throat. Oh God. That's a word.
Okay. I'm trying to come up with.
Oh man.
6 words always. Yep.
I know, and I'm gonna answer that. Favorite set and why? Oh, man. And for, I guess I didn't even get to answer about blue there. Probably Snapcaster Mage. I don't think that Path to Exile is the best option, because that one, it doesn't get to come back, and white is all about its answers having answers.
Hold on, I've almost got this.
All right.
Almost got
In the
this.
meantime, I'm going to answer my favorite set and why. That's a really interesting question.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to go with probably... This changes all the time. Today, I'm going to say Scars of Mirrodin, because it gave all kinds of really cool stuff. I actually enjoyed drafting that one a lot, and it was a good amount of fun. So, I liked Scars of Mirrodin, and also it gave me Mox Opal, and Mox Opal is just the coolest thing ever. But I used to have all kinds... I mean, I've even had favorite sets as far back as... what was it that had all the squirrels? And this is why I liked it.
Oh,
It was...
Oh, it's whatever thing Squirrel Nest is from.
Oh, God. K-Boogs, welcome. Welcome back.
Hey. Alright, I'm going to try for the cards.
Oh, God, finally.
Okay, yep.
Go for it.
Bolt. Pump.
Okay.
Cantrip.
Uh-huh.
Artifact.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's the white one? I had this. Tutor.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, that's 2 words.
You're bad at this. You're bad at 6 words.
Life
It's
gain.
all about going
Life
without
gain.
any thoughts whatsoever.
Life gain is...
What if we guys get
that's
partnered
2 words.
before Magic? I don't know. Is Magic not partnered?
They aren't partnered?
That would surprise me.
Whoa. Ah!
And
Damn
also, I am always interested in, I mean, I'm definitely interested in eventually getting partnered. I just need to start putting up consistent up numbers.
Those up numbers, man.
Those up numbers
They're
are
important.
Modern Esper Zombies? That sounds super sweet. Give me... No! I ran out. See, it's all about no thought, Coleman. That's what it's all about.
Sweet deck, ship me the list.
Blue zombies are boring. What do you think about Storm in Modern right now? Graveyard Hate. No, you're not. Graveyard Hate lowish? Time to strike.
Let's see. Deck can't beat Chalice on 1.
Yeah, unfortunately. But that is no reason to...
Actually, let's back this up correctly. Deck can't beat Chalice plus Clock.
Because of a good Chalice.
Yeah.
You can't rely on that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There we go.
I mean, what if they started mainboarding Spell Snare?
Man. Then they wouldn't be able to play Chalice on 1 because their Spell Snare would get countered.
No. They'd counter the Chalice that's on 1.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Nice. Non-7 words. Missed the ending to the Star City Open. What happened and what are our thoughts? Well, we missed it too because we were streaming, but what I'm told is that Affinity took the win with Ensnaring Bridge in the sideboard.
Yeah.
The biggest thing is that there was a huge amount of Eldrazi, and that's unfortunately the only way to talk about it, and I will be looking over the lists from the event to go over
I'm
the
also
cooler
really
things.
interested in this too.
The other thing, fantastic job by Jeff Hoogland running a very sweet deck. So, gotta give him
63 cards, I think, was what he played today. And we got the Big Game Hunter plus Restoration Angel combo.
Yep. So Kuderna asking, what do we think of 4 Jace Prodigies instead of Snapcasters in Jeskai Control? Don't own Snaps, but the Jaces, honestly doing well for me. Can't Resto Angel them, but you can blow past through the Electraz as well.
People blow past on them.
So here's the thing. Jace, depending on how you build your deck, is a really solid card.
Yeah.
It sets up for some sweet abilities, and I'm not going to say don't run it. The biggest thing is that counter spells lose a lot of value because Jace works proactively. But the dig ability to find those answers that you want could be really good.
Yeah.
Because one of the issues that Control has is having the wrong answers. And being able to dig to those, excellent. So I think that you just want to tune your deck to have a little bit less of that counter magic. Not none. Because, you know, some of them, it's not worth it. If you're going to be putting other stuff in there, you can run some counter spells.
Yeah.
But you might want some more of those proactive spells in your deck so that Jace's Flashback has relevance on that. And apparently that Affinity deck basically turned into Lantern Control post board, which is delightful.
That is. Hilarious.
I know. I might have. I mean, I have Lantern Control built and Affinity built, and actually, that's funny because do you remember when we were talking about that sweet Prison Affinity deck that was all about running Moxes?
Yep.
Just to slam down a Chalice, Bridge, Trinisphere using like Simian Spirit Guides and no win conditions. So it should be an absolute blast. Anyway, we're coming up on the end.
Yep.
It's been a long day, and we're going to go get some food.
Yeah.
Again, thank you to everybody for joining, and we hope to see you this coming Wednesday and for every future stream. I do hope that this continue to grow and become a very cool thing. So, thank you to everybody for being so incredible and making this such a cool experience for us.
Yep. Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah, I'm TJ.
I'm Coleman.
And this was... I'm still working on the name. Suggestions for a name also needed.
Yeah.
The Geek Stream?
Geek Stream is, I guess, what we got right now.
Have a great night, everybody.
Peace out.